Oh, there's also that thing that we have to read out, which they wanted us to read. It's probably echoing for you because you haven't muted the vmix, like on your end to hear yourself. No, you gotta. That was that's good. I needed that laugh. Thank you. What a silly way to start the morning. What a silly way to start the morning. That was good, actually. That made my that made my that made my mood. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the big tournament series. It is Road to Gamers Assembly number 2. I am your host, Panicast, and with me is Duncan Brawl Stars. How are you doing today, Duncan? Are you ready for some esports action?
I'm doing amazing, Panda. I'm ready for some esports action. I'm ready for some EMEA action. We've got the
Yeah.
people's favorite region here. Obviously, a region a lot of people say is at the top of Brawl Stars. And with the
Oh yeah.
type of performances that they've been putting up in the last couple of World Finals, it's hard to disagree with that. But we're going to have some of the best representatives of this amazing region competing today. And I'm just really excited to see who's going to come out on top. We've got a couple fan favorites, including SK and Team Heretics. Then we've also got two teams that are a little bit lesser known, being Only Realm and Big Talents here, Panda.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like we saw SK Gaming in the previous split, and they did lose to Foot Esports, so they're going to try to qualify for the next stage of this competition. And to understand what this competition is all about, you got to understand the flow of the competition, right? So we have these two split qualifiers here today, which will help teams get to the Road to Gamers Assembly, which is a LAN event. And in these qualifiers, we've had upwards of 500 teams that participated on day one, which was yesterday. And now we have only 4 teams participating for the one coveted spot to qualify for the LAN event, which is the Gamers Assembly. So, I mean, it's there's a lot of money on the line as well, because the prize pool is 2,400 euros. And I believe the first place not only gets a ticket to Gamers Assembly too, but they also get 1,200 euros, which is crazy. Second place gets an 800 euro amount, and then third place gets 400 euros to sweeten the deal a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of money flying around here in these third-party tournaments. So as these players are going to continue to move up, they're going to get closer and closer to that first place prize pool. Got to be exciting for them. I know a lot of these European teams are used to competing for monthly finals, for Brawl Cup championships, for World Finals championships. But either way, this is one of the better third-party tournaments. So I'm sure that these teams are going to be absolutely dialed in here. Like I said, we've got a couple teams that are monthly finals regulars, obviously Heretics and SK. If you watch Brawl Esports, you're probably familiar with these two rosters. But we've also got two teams in here that haven't really had a chance to qualify for every single monthly final here, being Big Talents and Only Realm. So really excited to see what these two teams are going to be able to bring out against the two favorites of SK and Heretics.
Oh yeah, for sure. And our first match is going to be SK versus Big Talents. Then we have Team Heretics versus Only Realm. Now, if you're not that initiated with esports, you just would assume that SK Gaming and Team Heretics are overwhelmingly dominant in these matches today. But I got to tell you something. That's not going to be the case, because EMEA is much closer than people expected to be. Like, when we went through these qualifiers, the only teams that dropped sets were actually Team Heretics and Only Realm. And Team Heretics dropped the most number of sets, and they had the most number of match points that they had to face. So it was a very trepidatious path for them to actually get to this point in this tournament. So they're definitely going to be on guard. And obviously, they have SK Gaming, Big Talents, and Only Realm to really fend off with. But talking about the first game, it is SK versus Big Talents. And who are the players that we are going to be seeing today, Duncan?
Yeah, well, for SK, I'm sure it's a roster a lot of you guys are familiar with, but we've got Yoshi, we've got Naui, and we've got Ope. So three of the better players in the region. They've kind of been around the esports scene for a while at this point, making multiple world finals for each of them. Big Talents, on the other hand, they've got some big talent on the team, of course, as the name would imply, but they've got Nez, Zimone, and Mine, a couple of lesser known players, but a lot of them have a lot of motion in the Brawl Stars community, especially Mine, who actually ended up qualifying for a monthly final in the NA region, which is funny enough. But either way, we've got a lot of fun players here, and I'm really excited to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, and Big Talents also nearly qualified for the monthly finals. I believe they lost in the last round against Real Madrid in the lower bracket. So it's not that they aren't a team that can make it. It's a team that is almost at the cusp of doing it, right? So these moments where they get to prove themselves against the best of the best are definitely ones where they should seize the opportunity, because I mean, how often do you get to go up against the best teams? So I think this is definitely going to be good to see what they're made of. But on the other side, we also have Only Realm, right? We have Bogdan, Adri, and Dompe. They, I believe, placed 17th to 24th in the March qualifiers. They are also a team which has been in the esports scene for a long time, much longer than I feel like Big Talents have been in the scene for. But they are definitely a team that people know, but maybe not as much if you're not in tune to the esports scene. So this is a team that you should watch out for.
Absolutely. And with so some of the monthly finals that we've seen so far, I feel like the EMEA region has, like, you have your heavy hitters at the top being Foot and Humble, who have taken the first two monthly finals respectively. But after that, I feel like really any of these like top tier teams can beat any
Oh
other top
yeah.
tier team. I feel like the gap between a team like SK and a team like Only Realm probably isn't quite as high as a lot of some of the more casual spectators would view it as. Obviously, SK could still prove us wrong and go out in 3-0, and then I'll be eating my words. But in general, I feel like apart from those top two teams, Foot and Humble, there's been just so much competitive parity across the region. It's made the beginning rounds of the monthly finals and third party tournaments just so incredibly fun to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. And there's always this thing that you see on social media where if a team doesn't perform as expected, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, they're washed," or they're kind of like, they don't have it. They don't have the sauce and all that. But then SK Gaming, they've had a flawless run here. They've won every single match. They haven't dropped. They've dropped maybe 2 games in the qualifiers, which were 6 rounds. So they are definitely a team which is still a really great roster. Obviously, they have these world finalists to their credit, but I feel like once they iron out all of their small little issues here and there, then you're going to see them perform at that level that you expect them to. And your comment about the monthly finals is so apt, right? We see these big names in EMEA, and we always think that they are unbeatable, untouchable. But I feel like the gap between a lot of the teams in EMEA is very, very small, and it is such a
Mm-hmm.
competitive region.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I'm sure a team like SK is probably tired of hearing that they might not be like at the very top of the region right here. So I
Mhm.
feel like a tournament like this could be a really good chance for them to kind of solidify their dominance over the EMEA region, get back into that top three big dog conversations because they've got
Yeah.
the players to be up there. And it's just a little bit disappointing performance wise so far this year. So I'm sure SK's players, the organization, all their fans are definitely going to be rooting for them to get back into form today, and they've got a
Mhm.
really good chance to do so. Like we said, they should be favored in this matchup against big talents. Obviously, if they run into Heretics in the finals, that's going to be a pretty fun match. But either way, I think that all three of these teams are going to be able to compete with all of the other teams. So I'm definitely excited to see kind of if we're going to see the favorites lock back in, snap into form, or if we're going to see some upsets.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there are going to be a lot of upsets that we're going to see, but I just want to talk a little bit about how the meta has been evolving here. We've seen a lot of BB, but it has been nerfed, right? And as a result, now we've seen Bull take up that mantle, and it seems like you need 1.5 brawlers to really address the Bull, or you need to have a situation where everybody's cognizant of when the Bull does the purple button thing, right? So I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing how teams play around that. There are also other considerations like Sirius got a nerf, but is the nerf that substantial? I mean, these are things that we still got to see in competitive.
Absolutely. To answer the serious question, I don't think so. I think that we're still going to see Sirius get hit with a couple of global bans here today, but obviously you could see it go the other way around. I do think Sirius is still going to be one of those top tier brawlers. Bull, on the other hand, he's an interesting brawler because he is fundamentally very broken with his new buffies, especially the Stomper buffy, especially the Tough Guy buffy that gives you invincibility after a takedown. The issue with Bull, though, is that even though he's one of these best brawlers in the game, he still has a lot of hard counters. So if you take him early in the draft, you can still get completely shut out. Even if he is a broken brawler that can get a pretty much guaranteed kill once he gets his hypercharge, it's just a little bit tough to take this like stronger tank and assassin brawlers really early in the draft. So you got to be very strategic with how you choose to draft and ban around Bull.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is just he's crazy and insane. You get that shield, you get the invincibility. I have seen yesterday a Bull chasing M's across the map all the way from the south to the north in hot potato, and the Bull won that interaction without using the super at the start. It's like you can just walk up like you don't even have any IQ or brain cells, and it still works out. But I gotta say, you gotta play this one really well at this level. I gotta say though, I really like how people have used Bull in maps like Open Business. It is crazy because every single time you think you got everything done and you're sorted, suddenly Bull comes in with a purple button, and then your whole team's gone. You blink and you're dead.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Bull has definitely been making himself useful in the meta in ways that he has not typically been known for in the past. He's always been more of a heist, a brawl ball type goal scorer. But nowadays, you can run him in gem, your main aggro to get those gem resets at the end of the game. You can even run him in bounty and knockout in certain situations if the HP isn't if the HP on the other team isn't looking all that great. So I feel like he's a pretty busted brawler. Another brawler who's been making the rounds in competitive and of course just ranked in general recently is definitely going to be that Leon though. So that's a brawler that I'm certainly going to keep my eyes peeled for. I feel like everybody knows that Crow is really busted, but Leon I still feel is a little bit underrated, and he's just so versatile across pretty much every single different game mode. And then kind of like Bull, once you get that hypercharge, inevitably you're going to be able to make a crazy play with it. So I think that's another buffied brawler we got to keep our eyes peeled for.
Yeah, and talking about how these picks really evolve over time, we know how strong tanks are, and that also gives rise to the anti-tanks being brought back in the meta. I feel like we have a lot more Crow coming out. Obviously, Crow is also another brawler which got buffies as a result, but then you also see other brawlers that are being brought out just to counter out tanks a little bit more often. So I would say Lou from time to time. I'm talking about like dueling beetles, for example, when you do face these very, very tank heavy compositions. But it's going to be interesting to see how these things play out. Like I said, counter picks, right? We have Crow, which
Yeah.
is a pretty decent counter pick. You can also go for Ems, but I feel like Ems has lost a lot of sheen, especially after the nerfs, and how the meta has evolved around her with the recent buffies as well has made her lose a lot of prominence here.
I would agree with that. Speaking of other tank counters that have kind of increased their prominence, though, I think that Chester is one that's been flying under the radar
Mm.
recently. I feel since he got that damage buff, he has about 1300. I believe I'm quoting this off the top of my head, but I think about 1300 DPS or damage per attack projectile. So obviously, once you get up to this 3 and 4 stack projectiles, that's going to be a lot of damage. So I think that he's one of the best tank counters, if not the best tank counter in the game. I guess if you count Crow, then it's Crow. But if we're not counting Crow, I think that Chester is definitely one of the better tank counters. And when you get into these like tournaments with like a lot of bans like we have here, I feel like a brawler like that could definitely be really important.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. But we've been waiting for the teams to get into lobby, so we should get started very soon with the matches. So it will be underway. I believe the maps are going to be Hard Rock Mine first, followed by Super Beach. Then we have Shooting Star, and if required, we're going to go into Hot Potato and Gold Arm Gulls. So let's see how that one does play out. That's for SK Gaming versus Big Talents. For Team Heretics and Only Realm, we have Ring of Fire, Double Swoosh, Pinhole Punt, then Hideout and Safe Zone if it is required. And hopefully these matches do go to the fifth sets because they're going to be pretty interesting ones. I'm sure that a lot of people are going to be looking forward to SK Gaming and Heretics because if this goes all the way, we could probably have 3 to 4 matches of just pure awesomeness. But I think
Yeah,
that any of the matchups are going to be crazy, honestly.
Yeah, I think we're definitely due for some absolute cinema here today. But starting with SK and Big Talents, Hard Rock Mine for map number 1. I find that to be a pretty interesting way to start. I feel like it's one of the more classic maps in the game. Teams have been, ever since draft came out, teams have been drafting on Hard Rock Mine. So there's going to be a lot of experience going into that, a lot of niche picks that people have built up over the years. And then obviously a lot of the broken brawlers are still going to be pretty broken here, like the Bull, like the Crow that we've talked about in depth already. But just gem grab in general is such an interesting tone set here. There's so many times when you can just completely squander the game. But we are into our draft now, guys. We've got Hard Rock Mine pulled up. SK Gaming on the left side of your screen, Big Talents on the right side of your screen. It looks like our bans are Ali, Leon, Mortis, and Ash. I'm not sure if we have another ban over there on the Big Talent side of things.
Like we said, we do have the Crow, and Crow is a big anti-heal component here. Looking for the bans, I don't think it's going to be Naja. It might just be Serious. I'm not 100% sure. We might be missing assets here. Or it's probably a ban, which is a global ban, which is taken in. Hopefully that's not the case, though.
Yeah, definitely hope we don't run into any global ban shenanigans. But starting off this draft with the Crow for SK Gaming, that seems like a very safe and good pick to me. He's one of the best brawlers in the game. I feel pretty solid saying that he's a top 3 brawler since he's got his buffies, and he's got that reset potential for the end of the game while also having potential to carry gems if necessary. So really like that Crow pick. Big Talent's going to respond with a Colonel Ruffs and a Pam. So they're going with kind of a double support combo here. They can kind of build off of each other. Obviously, the Pam providing those heals, the Ruffs providing those treats for extra HP and DPS. I feel like it's a pretty solid combination, but I don't know. I feel like 2 support brawlers in this aggro of a meta might catch them in a little bit of a bad situation.
I mean, I would be inclined to agree with you, but I do like the aspect of the wall break and the fact that you get those dog treats as well. I feel like Big Talents need to, round out this composition with the very aggro aspect because there's no way they can do anything around that. I think that the Pem and Russ was basically taken to ensure that the Bull doesn't have as much cover. But if in that scenario, why don't you just take the Bull? And I really like SK Gaming. They have the anti-tank, they have the anti-heal as well, and they have the Bull, which is aggro. And now we're Oh my god, what a draft from SK.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this comp from SK. It feels like Big Talents drafted the Ruffs and the Pam in expectations that SK would get the bull. I feel like they were trying to kind of bait them into taking that bull, but I don't know if the bait's going to actually end up working out at the end of the day. I feel like SK's comp is so intimidating right here. Obviously, it's the best map that kind of exists in the game for Rico. It's always been known as that. And it's always going to be a really solid map for him to lane right there. So
Mm.
dominant brawler with the Rico, really broken brawler to carry the gems on the Crow, and the best tank in the game on the Bull. So I can't really see a way that SK is going to have too much trouble here. But the Nita could be interesting for the Bull.
Yeah, for sure. And classically, though, Pam has been a pretty good answer to Crow in the past, but it doesn't really extend that much right now. That being said, the composition for Big Talent is easier earlier on because they have a lot more range compared to the opposition. And at the later stages, once the Nita gets the super and stuff, it's going to be a little bit of an annoyance for SK Gaming. But it really depends on how they're going to be playing around all these three brawlers. I feel like it's definitely more towards SK Gaming in terms of my opinion of the composition as we go into game number 1 between SK Gaming and Big Talent.
The lane matchups are going to be something to definitely keep your eye out for. Nita really can only work into the Bull. It's not going to work into Rico at all. And we see that that is the lane matchup that has been decided off rip here. So Yashi definitely has this advantage here. It's going to be really hard for Yoko to close this gap, but he is going to be moving up into that bush right now. Ope is going to be cycling a little bit over there, and he kind of just wants to get his first super, but that's also the same thing that the Nita wants. So it's going to be tough to balance that.
Indeed. 3-2 is the score line right now. Good positioning from Yoshi, just keeping back Ness a little bit. Noe as well, helping out on this left-hand side. But the wall break here by Ness is going to make sure that Yoshi doesn't have as much of an area. But the thing is, he's got so much control right off rip. It's really hard to contend on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Yoshi is just going up. And sorry, Ope is just going up against Yoko, getting his super pretty soon, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but the closer he gets to super, the closer Yoko is probably getting to super. Ope does have it in hand now, and the other team is not quite aware of that yet. So he's going to be looking to try to make a play to catch them out here. Curious if he's going to go for the Nita and just try to cycle, or if he's going to get greedy and go for mine on the Pam and try to get a gem reset here. But so far, he's going to be pretty content just holding down that position. His teammates have a gem advantage, so they might as well not throw it now.
Yeah, he's holding that position, making sure that he's not feeding Nita. Nita's not getting any super or hypercharge, which is the most important thing. And that is very, very good positioning from him. I know he's picked up the 9-4, and just the amount of position and control. Now, Ope is going to be going in. He gets kill on a Yoko, but the amount of positioning and control that he created for his team just allowed Noe to be able to pick up so many gems because the Pam was obviously also very distracted. Hypercharge being popped by Noe, going to get a lot of value. Hypercharge by Yoshi. Misses everything. That's unfortunate, but this first game is going the way of SK Gaming.
Yeah, no harm, no foul for Yoshi right there. Ope just did such a good job controlling the positioning of that game. I mean, they got a Nita Bear, but I don't even know if they got to pop that until like the very, very final seconds of the game. So that utility that you work so hard to build up to is just really not going to work if you don't end up playing it. So maybe a little bit more aggression coming out from Big Talents could help swing the game in their favor a little bit. But they got the matchup that they wanted, and it still was pretty easy for SK to take that game away. So they got to fix something.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the caginess of how passively they were playing on the left lane, specifically Ope versus Yoko, has to be a major point of concern. We're gonna go into game number 2. SK Gaming took the first one. Let's see if there's gonna be a flip of the script in this second one.
Yep, it's definitely getting off to a pretty similar start here. We got Yoshi playing on the right side. Mine is going to be able to pick up a good amount of those gems in the mid, though. So already the gem advantage is going over to Big Talents. Not going to matter too much until we start to see some super stack up, though. Ope is going to be working to charge his up. He's got Yoko in a pretty compromised position with Naui over there, but he's going to be able to retreat back to that Pam turret that was recently erected.
Super is available for Noe, but a lot more control being exerted by Big Talents here. Ooh, Yoko getting the kill on Noe, overexerted. Now Ope going in, he's forced to. He's got the kills on Yoko. The bear is still very much alive, and Ope is in a difficult position. He doesn't care. He goes in, gets the kill on Nest. Big super from Yoshi, finds a mark on the mine, and that's going to give them a lot of control, but big plays by Yoshi.
That was a crazy interaction from the Bull. You would think that on paper, Anita with Bear should counter out a Bull, but if Ope just dashes through it and just gets all the kills instead, then it's not really going to be that big of an issue. He's going to pop the Hyper up here, popping that dash through. The Hyper Bear does come down in a good location to protect him this time, so the assassination play not going to work out quite well, and now he once again dying with the gems, and this surely should be a countdown for Big Talents, assuming that mine is able to pick 2 of those up.
No, but Yoshi's going in for the hunt. He's able to get 1 kill, gets the reset. He also has 5 gems to his name. That's not going to be too good, but he's done his job right now. That gives SK Gaming a moment to breathe.
Yeah, certainly not ideal circumstances with the bull and the gems, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He had to pick up the gems for his team, so well played. Now he's got to be a little bit more careful here. He's already died twice with gems. He's got 2 on his head right now, and the other team, Big Talent, at 9 gems. Mine is moving up, popping that scrap sucker, trying to get the last one. It's going to fall into Nez instead, though, so they have a little bit of a split with the gems. It's going to be a bit easier for SK to reset.
Ooh, no. Ope goes in with a hypercharge, gives all the gems to Yoko, who gets his own hyper brand. No, he has a super, but he's going to be jumping into all 3 people. Yoshi has a hypercharge, but no super to use. And that is going to be Big Talents replying in kind. It's tied at 1 a game.
Definitely a cleaner game from Big Talents that time. It's hard not to put a lot of the blame for that downfall onto Naui, though. Dying twice with gems, never a great look. It is a little bit risky taking a brawler like Crow for the mid because he has some of the lowest HP in the game, and he doesn't have that range to be able to hang with people from maximum distance and keep himself safe. So now he knows that he's got to survive with the gems a little bit here, and SK are going to be looking to try to do more of the same besides that.
Indeed, it's gonna set the moment. It's gonna set the story, right? It's gonna set the setting for us. Now Yoko is gonna go on the right hand side against Ope, and Ope does find him out a little bit. It's gonna get a lot of the charge towards super, but that is also the same for Yoko. Big Talents did a lot better in the second game because Yoko decided to put on a more aggro hat here, going up against Ope. And obviously, if you're not going to be charging up the bull is also not going to be charging you up. So, pretty good decision to pivot that strategy.
Yeah, that balance of who's feeding who on the right-hand lane is just so important for this game. In the mid, though, it seems like now he's getting the better of mine. He's just able to use that poison damage to keep his opponent weak. Ope dashes in and gets the kill once again through the bear. You think that bear would be able for you, but Bruce has not had his owner's back so far today. He's going to be able to, Ope is going to be able to dash straight through that and get that kill. The gem lead is sitting at 6-4 right now for SK. Now he's going to be quite weak, though, and he's definitely learning his lesson from last game.
Yeah, Ope has a bull once more. Super is available, but no hypercharge on his side, but there is a hypercharge for Ruffs. Now Ope threatening on the right-hand side, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem for Big Talent as they're going to be a little bit distracted, and that's going to allow SK Gaming to be a little bit more aggressive, pick up these gems, and make the game a bit closer. Now, Ope going in onto Yoko, feeding the super there. Gets taken out, unfortunately, but that has provided enough room for SK to get some gems.
Yeah, decent job clearing out space, but now there's a pretty strong push coming in from Big Talents that for Naui to deal with. He doesn't have the best DPS. Ope pops hyper, and he's not really going to connect on the stun right there. He does slow his teammate down for Yoshi, who has his hypercharge. Is he going to let it rip onto the Pam right here to try to get the gem reset? He does let it rip. It's not going to be enough to get the kill right there, though. The healing from that Pam turret's going to be solid right there. Now he's going to be trying to get the gem reset on Yoko right here. Surely they should have it. They do have it. Yoshi trying to clear out the space for Naui to get gem number 9, and now we're all tied up. The next gem should set the countdown.
Yeah, I felt like the Crow pick was going to struggle, and it is struggling, not going to lie. It does come down to both Yoshi and Ope picking up the slack. Ope going in on the right hand side, gets the stun, gets the kill, gets him. That's low enough for the kill onto Ope from Yoshi. And this is such a good game from SK Gaming. They're tied here. Big super from Yoshi, gets the kill onto Yoko as well.
Oh, Ope messes up his dash and hits the unbreakable wall, though. He still is going to be able to get away with 4 gems. That was an insane job by Yoshi to clear out that space, to stop the countdown, and to secure it for his own team. Mine is kind of on a mission on his own right here. Yoko has that hyper extra range, but it's going to expire at the worst possible time for Big Talents. Really back and forth game right there, but SK are going to be able to claw away a victory.
Yeah, that was a very contentious game. It was so back and forth. You had a lot of kills on either side. I gotta say though, I felt like the Noe Crow pick, it wasn't that it was a bad pick by any means. It was supposed to work out much better than I thought it was going to be working out. Obviously, it's facing off against the Pam, which is going to be a little bit of a problem for Crow because Pam does heal and it has a little bit longer range, and you got to be a little bit cheekier with how you play your Crow. But I feel like he overextended in a lot of situations. He was caught out by Yoko of all people, not even the Pam, Yoko, who is Anita, who suffers from a big range disparity against the opposition. So there are certain things that we need to see SK Gaming clean up, and that has been a perennial issue this year for SK Gaming. So hopefully as the sets go by, they fine-tune that gameplay a little bit better.
Yeah, to me that just seemed like a little bit of a lack of focus because you saw in game one when all the teams were like hyped up and ready, zero mistakes from the Crow. Game two, once they had already got a win under their belt and start feeling pretty good, maybe he loosened up a little bit, messed up a couple of times. And then after he realized, oh wait, we can lose this set, then he locked in again and had no more mistakes in game three. So I think that was a little bit of a focus thing right there. Obviously, with the set under our belts now, we should be able to be fully warmed up, fully ready to go, ready to lock in and get into set number two, which I believe is going to be on Super Beach Panda.
Yeah, Super Beach, pretty standard map. We've seen that in competitive for a long time. The only change that we've seen it have is the introduction of unbreaking walls, and that does allow for a few throwers being picked up, especially the last pick. It really does go around with which team baits the other one into strategies that they aren't gonna enjoy facing. So
Yeah.
I want to see how this one does play out, but we have to be cognizant of that last pick. And for people who weren't aware about the draft, the last ban that we had, which wasn't shown on the screen, was serious, and we've since updated the graphics, so it shouldn't happen going forward.
Perfect. That's good to hear. But anyway, going back to Super Beach, I feel like you kind of hit the nail on the head mentioning like the throwers here, but also with this being one of the cagier maps in the game, Brawl Ball being one of the cagier modes in general, but I feel like this map does lend itself very well to aggressive picks and of course those throwers that you mentioned because of the existence of those walls. The fact that that's kind of the meta on this map though also means that wall break is going to be really important. So brawlers
Mm.
like specifically Colonel Ruffs I think is probably the
Oh yeah.
safest wall break option. If Colonel Ruffs is banned out, then you can maybe settle for something like a Griff to break open that map. But if you're against the thrower tank comp, you definitely need that wall break. So that's definitely a little bit of rock, paper, scissors as far as picking brawlers that benefit from the walls versus brawlers that break the walls.
Yeah, there's just something about both these brawlers, Ruffs and Bell, that I have enjoyed since their introduction. I mean, I guess on when they were introduced, they were really broken, but after the subsequent initial nerfs, they've kind of been stable throughout, and they've always been a brawler that you could depend on as a pretty conventional pick here. So I like the fact that Ruffs is coming back in the meta. It just means that the meta is a little bit more stable. I feel like as soon as Ruff becomes a little bit more viable, it implies that the meta is a little bit more stable. That's just my opinion on it. But I like the wall breaks that you have. It has so many different roles that it can fill. So I really enjoy Ruffs, and I don't think that it's going to be a rare option going into the set here.
Yeah, completely agree. I like that take too. I feel like Ruffs is one of the less annoying brawlers to be meta. Like some of those brawlers, like when
Mm.
Crow is meta, he gets very frustrating. When brawlers like assassins like Stu are meta, they get really frustrating. But Ruffs, he's a chill guy. He's just a little dog hanging out here. So I like a Ruffs meta. He can be a little bit toxic with giving his teammates free hypercharges, but that's more of an issue of the hypercharges themselves being too busted. So I think he's a good pick. I think he's a great pick here. I also think that Chester is probably a pretty solid tank counter option on this map. Another brawler I
Mhm.
kind of want to highlight as we're waiting to get into this set is Willow. I feel like if you're
Mm.
going to see a thrower go off the board early on a map like this, it's definitely going to be that Willow because out of all the throwers, she's the only one who can defend against the dive brawler, and she's the only one who's like a great goal scorer with that hex.
Oh yeah, for sure. You get the ability to use your gadget, go underwater if you get pressured. Obviously, the hex is also great for a rushing bull. It completely obviates all the value that you might get with a hypercharge if you're on the other team. So these are things that we have to look out for. And as a result, it's going to be banned out. Ziggy's also going to be banned as well as Sirius. So the three throwers are out, and anti-tank in the form of Pro being removed. Shade is also taken out, as is Bull. So the Bull ban is expected, and the first
Mhm.
pick from SK Gaming going to be the Chester. And we talk about how good Chester can be, and the fact that you can cycle your supers once you get the hypercharge is such a big aspect of it. And the wall break ability of that allows Chester to be that much more viable because it has that burst damage, it has the ability to break walls, it has stun, it has heal, but you got to roll the dice for that.
Yeah, there's not that many brawlers that are more of a free win condition than a Chester with hypercharge, so I think that's a great call from SK Gaming. Kind of trying to pre-counter out any tanks. Obviously, with that first pick, you don't really want to go a tank of your own that the other team has three full opportunities to counter, so I like the idea of going with an anti-tank. Obviously, Bull's banned out, Shade's banned out, but there's still brawlers like BB, like Trunk, that could definitely be pretty menacing in this situation. Frank, of course, still too. So I think that Chester's a really good, a really safe pick. And because of that, Big Talents is going to go with the safe pick of their own, being the Spike, who does have a little bit of a matchup advantage into Chester, but mostly just because of that life plant cactus.
Ooh, we're gonna see a little bit faster stuff coming out from Big Talents here, but I'm a little bit scared about this. Right, Spike is has a lot of damage. Right, it's so good right now, but I also like the max speed. There's a reason you want to go for that. But this allows a lot of different ideas if you are big talents. But I still feel like you're gonna be a little bit outmatched right now if you're gonna go up, band for band for aggression right now.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to imagine how you can go out aggressive that, but the BB is going to be the pick. I was wondering if that was ever going to come out here. I mean, with no bull, like BB is definitely that next best tank, but it's going to be a little bit tough to close the gap on a spike once he gets that super cycle going. Max obviously has dashes to be able to get away from a BB, but at the same time, the DPS coming out from big talents might not be enough to out tank that heal gadget.
Oh, 100%. It just keeps on healing one after the other. And it just feels like BB is immortal in that moment, especially without the bull there to address the BB. It's such a good pick here. And wow, what a draft from SK Gaming. They have the wall break if they need it. They have Barley as well for control. They have BB, which is just a monster. And I wonder where Big Talent could go for it. I mean, could they go for Mo? Would Mo be an option?
I don't hate the Mo idea. I mean, it's a little bit tough into Chester, but you can definitely catch the BB and the Barley lacking with that. He's a great goal scorer as well. I kind of think that they're going to go tank anyway. I mean, they've got the max, so they might as well pair that up with something that benefits from that speed. I don't know. SK's comp is so versatile here. They've got the Chester for if the walls go down. They've got the BB and the Barley for if the walls stay up. And it seems like they need to make Panda cast an analyst here because he locked that Mo pick. And I think that's a pretty solid option for Big Talents, Panda. You are onto something.
Yo, I'm not gonna flex, but I am gonna flex. Yesterday, I pushed ranked, and I played for 2 hours. I went from silver to mythic 1. That is crazy for me because I don't actually push ranked, right? And it was a series of wins. So I'm just saying, mythic 1. I am the GOAT. I'm sorry.
W flex, much deserved flex after sniping that Mo pick, but we're firing it up, guys. Set number 2 between SK and Big Talents. SK did take set number 1, and it's going to be Nowie versus Nez in the mid here. The Chester Max matchup, honestly, not a bad matchup for Nowie. He does have the range advantage by a little bit, and he's got the spread advantage once he cycles to the second, third, and fourth shots.
Indeed. Wonder if this set is going to be the one where Big Talent is going to be able to come back here. Obviously, this is what they need, but SK Gaming want to force their advantage here, right? But it is very difficult for Ope to go up against Yoko. His biggest win condition here is if Yoko, exactly in those situations, if Yoko is overstaying the welcome, and then with the speed from the bush, Ope is able to whack them back. Now speed coming in from Ness, and all 3 members of Big Talents are in a very aggro position here. Yoko holding the line on the right-hand side, puts down the fertilize, gets the kill on Ope as well.
Yeah, really good spike super right there. I feel like SK's got to play this so patiently. Obviously, Barley, you kind of have to play patiently all the time, and then Ope just has to wait for the opportunity. That's a nice shot right there, though. And now the room is going to get cleared out a little bit more for SK, but mine dashes straight through. He gets 1, he almost gets 2, and Yoshi is going to get blasted down on the defensive line here. So really good team communication, really good team play to sneak that goal through, and they got a max hyper now to try to get another one.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like with the Big Talent comp, the longer that the game goes, it should be better for them because they have all of these utilities. But if they utilize all of them really fast, it's going to be very difficult to go up against SK. Now, mine going to go up against Ope. He gets a kill as well. Is going to go up and try to get something done onto Noe. Uses hypercharge. He has a speed. Wow. The fast break there. Big Talents with the goal. And that is going to be game number 1 for them.
It's a really smart play by mine. I thought at first that there might not be enough time, but he knew that there wasn't going to be enough time unless he popped that purple button. So a little bit of a gamble, definitely going to look silly if you get caught out there, but he knew that he had the chance to get that game-winning goal. He wanted to put it away and not give SK a chance to come back. I respect it. I think that was a really good play, and now SK is on in this Brawl set right now.
Indeed, and that's not something that we say that often. I mean, maybe this year it might be slightly, but not as much, right? We're going to go into game number 2 here of the second set. Big Talent got their first. Now, SK Gaming, it's their turn to get theirs.
Yeah, and Ope's just waiting for an opportunity here. I do see SK switching lanes, so they're trying to get Yoshi off of that mouse lane. I think that after getting jumped a couple of times, he's going to be pretty okay with that choice. Yoko's going to get that spike super down. He's going to be able to get the kill. The Barley super not able to get that trade out. So positioning on the side of Big Talents. I feel like the player to watch right here, though, is just mine. If he gets that drill, he's going to be able to take out Ope pretty freely.
I'm not gonna lie though, Yoko winning against Yoshi's lane is kind of crazy because if you look at it like 1:1, It's not an easy matchup at all for Spike to win against the Barley. The
No.
ball's going to be passed up here, and we just see them juggling. And SK have to cycle their deaths or try to get at least one death. It's not going to matter. So
Wow.
many kills coming in. Big Talents are running circles around SK Gaming.
Do you see that Mines on the other Mo gadget right there? He did the dash through to do the knockback and the wall break right there just to make sure they force that goal through. I feel like I've never seen anybody run that Mo gadget, but very interesting stuff either way. They're going to try to force it through to end the game right here, but SK is going to hold strong on defense. Ope has the ball. Good positioning. He pops the gadget, but Mine is going to be there with the hypercharge.
Wow.
And he surely is going to be able to kill now. He might even be able to get Ope as well. And that's going to be a lot of motion for the side of Big Talent. Somehow Ope holding off, though. Really good defense.
Oh, I felt like they were a little bit too egregious there, Big Talent.
Yeah.
They were feeling themselves a little too much, and
Wow.
SK Gaming immediately capitalized on that over-aggression and are able to equalize. 44 seconds left on the clock. Can Big Talent hold their nerve? That is the question.
Ooh, Mine might have a chance here, but he's going to be swiped off the face of the planet by Ope. It's got to feel bad for Big Talent. So they had that game in the palm of their hands. They got a little bit greedy and got immediately punished for it. Now they're looking at overtime with 30 seconds left until those walls come down. Ope's holding onto the ball, but there's not a whole lot that he can do with it right now, especially considering Mine has that Mo Super in pocket.
Yeah, the margins are microscopic here. You see the teams really operating at that level right now. Now, kill on Ope is massive in these dying moments of this regulation time. The wall is going to come in down, and that means doom possibly for Yoshi as he is a Barley.
Yeah, now he has Hyper, though, and that's definitely what I'm keeping my eyes peeled for. He's going to let it rip onto Spike. That's going to be enough to get the kill with the poison. Now, Nez and Mine need to buy as much time as they can, but Mine's actually going to flip the script right there, go on the aggressive. Now he with some amazing defense, and surely Mine's not going to be able to get this ball and get this goal. That was a really good Chester play.
Yeah, amazing to hold the line. He was like a brick wall, just making sure that Big Talents couldn't really penetrate through them. And 39 seconds left in the clock. They're passing the ball between each other. Hypercharge pop by Yoko. So much damage coming down from Big Talents. SK Gaming still persevering, still holding the line as much as they can. Big super from Noe, but doesn't manage to hit anybody. Now Ness, Bobby, dodging, weaving, gets the kill, but it's a little too late. Yoshi has the ball. Oh my god. Phase shifter in. Big Talents are able to equalize the score. 1 per for each set.
Dude, that was an insane finish right there. I thought SK might be able to hold off, but at the end of the day, the Barley and BB in overtime just get a little bit outmanned by all these brawlers that don't necessarily need those walls to operate. So really well played by Big Talents. Even though they got a little greedy and got punished for it, they were able to keep their heads, they were able to keep their composure, keep the mental solid, and be able to win that game in overtime once it came back into their advantage. So respect to Big Talents. That's definitely a really solid bounce back after a pretty dominant set number 1 from SK. And like you kind of expected, like we were kind of saying before the show, these European teams are a lot more even than people give them credit for. And I think Big Talents is already starting to prove that, Panda.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I would like to note this, right? When what we see between SK Gaming and Big Talents, it really boils down to this. I said that the margins are microscopic, and I feel like legitimately every pixel matters because whenever SK Gaming makes a mistake, I don't see Big Talents capitalizing on it as much. But as soon as Big Talents make one mistake, SK capitalizes and pounces on it. So there are a lot of mistakes I see from SK Gaming, but they don't get punished for it as often as the Big Talents roster gets punished for their mistakes. And I feel like most of the mistakes for Big Talents are when you start winning and then you get hungry for it and then you start getting, it's not the desperation, but you're in that moment, you kind of forget about like the thing that you need to do, which is hold the line and score. That's what matters. It's not about like just getting the goal and dying. It's about holding.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe a little bit of too much excitement on the side of Big Talents, but it was able to work out for them in Brawl Ball. And now we're going to be moving into our third set, which is Bounty Shooting Star, a game mode that definitely rewards patience a lot more than the side of like Brawl Ball and all that the aggression's going to pay off. Our bans are going to be Leon, Glowy, Mina, Jean, and Angelo, with that Byron coming out for the first pick. So if I'm not mistaken, Sirius slipped through bans here, and I have a hard time imagining he won't get drafted by Big Talents.
I think that Sirius can be an asset here, but they have to be really good at dodging a lot of the shots. I feel like he's going to take up a similar role to like most of the throwers are, right? Because he does that multi ability as well. But there are other options as well that Big Talent could go for. Noticing that a lot of the aggressive options, other than Leon, are still available on the map. I'm talking about the assassins, and Big Talent's going for a very conventional pick here. Nani, obviously, it is one of the best long range options, though it's kind of lost a little bit of the sheen once the nerf to the star power a few years ago happened, and now it's not as deathly, but it can still hold the line with its range.
Yeah, completely agree. It's really hard to get a kill with that Nani super now, but that return to sender gadget is honestly, I think, what makes her the most valuable in this bounty and knockout meta. Pierce, definitely still one of the more overpowered brawlers. I am surprised that he made it this far in the draft, but he's pretty solid. He's definitely going to be able to confirm a lot of kills if he can get that super stacked up. And if you're able to line up shots on Pierce, he's just easily the best sniper in the game. I am expecting some aggro to come out on this draft eventually. I feel like in the current meta, like you don't really see pro teams going through an entire draft without any aggression. And right on cue, the Mortis is going to come out for SK. That should be able to get them that blue star and a lot of pressure.
Oh, 100%. And we have the heals for the Mortis as well, so it's not going to be taking too much of damage. The only concern would be at the dying seconds, where Big Talent would have a lot more aggression in moments where they have their abilities. But that could be said about SK Gaming, really. I'm not 100% sure what you could go for as the next pick here, but what do you think, Duncan?
Gene is usually like what people go into Nani in situations like that, but with him being banned out, I was gonna say maybe like Mandy or Piper even, but the Gus is gonna come out instead. Makes a little bit more sense, I think, just because it synergizes with the Mortis. If you are gonna be trying to get that lead back at the very end of the game, you can just give your aggro that shield and let him go crazy with it. A little bit harder to play at range, and especially like Nani and Pierce, who do have that range advantage and that DPS advantage, but I guess they just wanted a little bit more of a support brawler in the comp.
Oh, Big Talent's going for a little bit more of some control options here. Obviously, the anti-heal is going to be pretty good to ensure that you stifle the opposition and keep them back mostly. But one other big thing is that towards the dying seconds, it seems like Crow might be able to get that hypercharge, which might be a huge win con. But I'm still going to be afraid of all of that Mortis aggression, though the gadget from Pierce is something that they could opt for, which is the knockback one. We're going to go into set number 3. SK Gaming and Big Talents have claimed one of their own. Let's see who is going to set the momentum here.
Yep, it should be OP getting that blue star for the side of SK. So Big Talent's already working from behind with this comp. They knew that they'd be working from behind though, so they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive, try to get some supers online. Yoko is going to have a tough time working in this game though, I have to assume. I mean, with the lead, it's hard to imagine OP is going to be feeding that much Crow super, and he's not going to be able to outrange Naui or Yashi, so definitely don't envy Yoko's position on the Crow here.
No, he does have that super, but this is why SK's comp is a little bit difficult to go up against, right? You have that anti-heal, which de-incentivizes you from moving up. Lots of range in the form of Noe. You can have Yoshi just hiding behind the walls, and Ope is going to be the cheeky guy, gets the blue star, and hopefully does nothing for the rest of the game if his team can hold on.
Yeah, he'll be hiding with that blue star for as long as he can. Yoko's trying to force him out right there, but now he should be able to pinch over and get a little bit of help. He's going to have to splash himself, but he chooses to save the splash. Questionable decision, in my opinion. I feel like it's definitely worth preserving that lead for Super, but he's going to choose against that. I guess maybe they just wanted to play a little bit of offense to let Ope have fun.
Yeah, and now it's actually, I don't know if that was the best decision actually for Big Talent, because Ope is going to go ham right now because he can afford to do so. He has to do so. SK Gaming have no other option. 43 seconds left though.
Yeah, the insta-poison is popped, but that's going to be a trade out there. Mine securing the kill after Ope secures the kill. The lead still sitting on the side of Big Talents. Mine has 3 stars and that blue star. Definitely the juiciest target on the board, but any singular kill will do it for SK, so they're going to try to heal up and make a concerned push as a team.
Indeed. There's another reason why I like this Mortis pick, but we can talk about that later. Ope misses his gadget there. He's not going to go in here. He's going to try to find some value. Not going to be able to do so. Gets taken out. It is still a blue star along with a 1-star lead for Big Talents. Noe is going to be taken down as well. Ope, he's too far away. He has a super. He could try to make something happen. I don't know if it's going to be possible. He tries. He's out.
Yeah, that Crow hyper damage is going to be a little bit too much with or without a Gus shield right there. I genuinely think that game just came down to the saving of the splash. I think there was no reason to save that splash. Keep yourself alive, keep the lead for your team. I know, like, at the end of the day, like, you should be able to get a kill and get a lead back if you have a Mortis on your roster, but you never want to be playing from behind in Bounty. It's just so much easier to defend from the back foot. So we'll see if they make any mistakes like that again. We're going to get off to a similar start, though. I'm sure Ope is going to be back chilling in the spawn with that blue star.
Yeah, Ope just being a little bit sassy there. He's trying to go with the kill on a Yoko, but the gadget and the insta poison is enough. And ooh, big kill from Ness on a Yoshi. This is actually pretty massive for Big Talent. 3-star lead.
Absolutely huge. Really sloppy plays from SK, in all honesty, right now. Ope is going to be getting some heals, trying to charge back up. He's going to use that combo spinner gadget, but not going to get too much value from it. And since the recent balance changes to Mortis, he no longer charges super from that. So not really a worthwhile play. Yoshi's going to get tagged down by
Wow.
Yoko. And this is looking really bad for SK Gaming. Ope is the lone remaining member of his squad. He's going to go in. He might get a kill, but not even, bro. We are going to see a 10-star lead for the side of Big Talents.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. Big Talent's playing this one really well. Okay, I might have underestimated how good this Crow pick actually is. I mean, I don't play enough for ranked, right? So I just thought that people still go for the slow. I didn't realize that insta poison was the thing because that's how much I paired in the game. It is crazy how good it actually is.
Insta poison's disgusting. One of the most rage bait gadgets in the game. It can keep you poisoned for so long, keeps the crow alive for so long. I certainly hate it as a frequent ranked player, but this is just an absolute onslaught from Big Talents right now. They are up by 13 stars. Now he's got a hyper, but Ope doesn't even have any value in pocket. Yoko's got his hyper. Going to be getting Yoshi quite weak right there. Now he's going to finally try to make a play, but the return to sender is there. And even if they do get this kill, it's just too little too late at this point. With 20 seconds left, they're going to have to make a pretty much perfect comeback.
That shield is a little too OP in my opinion as well.
Yeah.
I feel like Crow actually needs a nerf. Not gonna lie.
Yes,
I think that he does need a nerf. But considering the meta, I think it's okay. It's only because the meta is the way it is.
Nah, you can still nerf Crow. I think I'd still be okay with the Crow nerf. But mine is definitely going to be finishing that game off for his team right there. That's a really solid set from Big Talents right there.
Whoa.
I wasn't certain if their draft was going to be that good. And I still think that SK just made too many mistakes in that game.
Yeah.
With Byron not splashing himself, with Ope getting too excited on the Mortis. I feel like there's a lot of room for improvement. But Big Talents is taking advantage of some of these misplays like we were kind of talking about the other way before this.
Yeah, and the reason I was talking about Crow so much at the end is that all of the plays in which SK Gaming took the L in the matchups was only because of the Crow poison. Like every single kill, if you notice, was mostly as a result of the Crow poison and the gadget and whatnot. So I gotta say, like, that is kind of disgusting. Like it might not make sense in terms of what you might see in the stat lines because the kills might be attributed to other people or whatnot, but it's just disgusting. It is disgusting.
Yeah, the other thing about Crow is you got to take into account how long the opponents are not in the action when they're trying to recover from those poison ticks. Like if you get hit by a singular Crow shot and you want to wait to get your shield gear back, it's like about like 5 to 10 seconds at like the shortest. It's very frustrating trying to wait for that Crow poison to go away. So overall, just a really annoying brawler to have at the top of the meta. I think I am probably going to be a little bit more of a Crow hater than our friend Pan here, but yeah, he's definitely very frustrating. I think he's for sure a top 3 brawler, and I'm hoping to see him banned out a little bit more as we keep going.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I have this reaction is, like I said, I don't play ranked as much, so I haven't seen it as much. But I am planning on playing it a lot more in the future, right? Because I want to actually experience what the new metas have to offer. Because it's been a while. I felt like, you have to take a break from like different games from time to time just to get the appreciation for the game back. And I've reached a point where I'm enjoying watching comp enough that I want to start playing again. So looking forward to grinding more.
Panda to Masters very soon, guys. Panda to Masters very soon. But even sooner than that, we're going to be getting into set number 4 between SK and Big Talents. We do have Big Talents with a 2-1 set lead right now, but very shortly we're going to move into our heist set, and our map is going to be Hot Potato. Personally, I think this is my favorite heist map, so I'm really excited to see it. I feel like you can go pretty much any type of brawler on this map. It's a lot of short range, a lot of throwers, and then if you want to break open the map with like a Colt or something like that, then you can do so as well. So I think it's a pretty fun, versatile map.
I like Hot Potato because, like you said, versatility. You have a lot of different ideas that you could go for. Lots of times there are some base race aspects to this map, but it really does come down to how much you can burst down the shields. I feel like the game used to be like you base race the safe at the start, but then after they introduced the shield, it was about holding control as much as you can. But now after a year off, I feel like your first cast was when they introduced the shield, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's been a year since then. And I feel like the meta has changed so much now where it's so important to get those cracks in. And we're going to go into our draft. Your first pick from Big Talent is going to be the Crow. And now I understand and I respect it. The BB, the Bull, the Otis, the Lily, Bull, and Shade going to be banned out here. Sirius, though, has managed to survive the draft. But I think that it makes sense on a map like this.
Yeah, I think Heist is the only game mode where I'm not surprised to see him slip through the draft. I'm glad that you're on the page with Crow, the same page with Crow now. Panda has become one of those who Crow. But the Crow is going to be a really good pick. It's going to be annoying. It's going to be frustrating. He's got so much safe damage once he gets that hyper. So you just play defense, you get your hyper, and then you try to end the game at the end of it all. But the Rico is going to be a solid pick. Got a
Mhm.
lot of control on the map like this. I feel like the walls are definitely built for a brawler like Rico. Can get countered by thrower, can get countered by wall break, can get countered by assassin.
Melody.
So if you don't have anything to fully counter out the Rico, he's a menace. But otherwise, he could get a little bit finessed.
I always see this, and I don't know if it's like a thing or not, but whenever I see somebody take up a Kaze on the other side, I always see some melody coming out when a lot of the conditions which can go in the safe are taken out. So I don't know. I feel maybe a melody might come out here.
I would not be surprised about that. I looking at like
Hmm.
what aggro's are banned out, like no BB, no Bull, no Lily. I think Melody is a pretty good one. Yep.
Hey,
And
anybody
once
want to pick me
again,
up as an analyst?
this guy Panda's on an absolute heater today, man. But he snipes the Melody pick. He sniped the Mo pick last time. Last time he predicted the Mo too. It was the right pick and it got Big Talent to victory. So maybe we'll see that happening again. But SK have got to think of a last pick that can counter out this comp that Big Talents has. They've already got their control with the Rico. They've already got their aggro with the Kaze. And they're going to go with an interesting brawler here. Mina, not a super common heist pick, but her defense is decent enough. Her offense is decent enough. I suppose it could work out, but it's not my favorite.
Yeah, I feel like Mina has fallen off a little bit. It really does come down to the individual piloting the Mina. They have to be really clutch and know all of the rotations because Mina is a brawler which is easy to play, but the higher skill cap you get, the more it is harder to actually master and get it down. We're going into set number 4 between Big Talents and SK Gaming, where Big Talents have claimed 2 against SK Gaming's 1. Big Talents surely have the momentum, but can SK break them down?
It's going to be fun to see. Yoshi's going to be pretty much fully responsible for this middle lane right here. I guess Ope is going to be trying to move up, but now he is already going to set his sights towards that safe. He is going to be able to defeat the roughs on defense. That's going to be a decent amount of damage coming out from that Kaze. For whatever reason, though, they're leaving Nez on the safe, so that's going to be pretty much immediately matching all of the damage that came out in the beginning portion of this game. And now Nez is dashing around, making himself a hard target. Now he does deal with it, but that safe is already down to 66%.
Yeah, despite the fact that SK Gaming drew first blood, Big Talent are able to do a little bit of the same on the other side. Ope missing out his last shot there, which is massive actually, because he wanted to get the kill on Ines and he gets found out by Mine. And Yoko trying to get some damage on the safe and has done a pretty bang up job against Yoshi. SK Gaming trailing by almost 40%.
Yeah, they're trailing by 2 safe cracks too, which is the even more important part. I feel like this Mina pick just doesn't make sense to me. All he's done so far is really feed Nez on the melody, and it's just not working out too great for them. Now he's going to be trying to do something up here, but the safe is already ticking down to 25% with the crow poison. That might even be the final crack. Indeed, it is going to be the final crack. So this is looking a little bit unwinnable for SK, and I'm just really questioning that Mina pick when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say something that SK fans are not gonna like. So this is a double elimination tournament. So if your team does happen to fall right now, it's not over. They're still in the lower bracket. I'm just saying. That being said, SK Gaming has been in this position before where they are facing off against a match point. And it is match point for Big Talents. Don't get it twisted. Let's see if SK Gaming can come back here or Big Talents are just indomitable and unpassable.
Big Talents just have to do a little bit more of the same. I mean, they really didn't slip up at all in that last set. There was never a moment where I thought that they were going to lose that. So as long as they don't make any grievous errors, they should be in a pretty good spot. Now he is in a torturous position here with the roughs bouncing off of that lane that's pretty much built for a bounce shot brawler. Nez is going to be dealt with on the offensive side, but once again, we just see a lot of damage piling up onto the safe. Looks like now he was able to equalize that out, though. So already a much better start for SK.
It's just disgusting. He poisons and he pops a gadget. It's like, ha, Rico dead. That is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna rage. Okay, a minute 52 on the clock. It is a much even game compared to last time around. We see Noe circling the safe, getting a lot more damage on the objective, which is what they should be doing. Now Yoko on the other side, he's gonna go and try to use his super pretty soon. But I think he's just perfectly content just keeping people at bay and using the insta poison like he likes to use.
Yeah, smart play to wait for the shield pop to go down and then use his super. That's going to get them pretty close to the final shield crack. SK, on the other hand, still need to get past that 50% mark. Nez is going to pop that hypercharge, though. He's looking to go end it right here, right now. Ope misses his third kick on defense, and the tornado's not going to connect either, and there's really nothing they can do at that point with the crow hyper, with the dog, with the melody on the safe. That is going to be a decisive victory for Big Talents, and they're going to defeat SK in our upper bracket 3 sets to 1 set. That's insane.
Yeah, and it after the first set that Big Talents lost, every subsequent set has been them running through SK Gaming. And this last one, I feel like is just a consequence of the draft. The other ones were a consequence of SK Gaming making some ill-advised decisions time and time again in the set. So this last one, I gotta say, it was just basically, they were at ends and evens, odds and evens in terms of what they were going for the draft. I don't understand the Mina pick. I don't know what you would go for actually as a response. So what do you think, Duncan?
I was thinking about this. I feel like a defensive brawler, maybe like a Otis, could have been pretty solid right there. I think that I don't remember if Colt was banned or not, but I feel like Colt's always a good brawler. If you're good on a Colt, you can pretty much make him work in. I want to say like almost every map in general, but definitely every heist map. So I feel like that could have been a good call, especially with how good some of these pro players are at playing those brawlers. But in general, the Mina, it just wasn't really like a safe damage brawler or a defense brawler, and it was really just there to feed Melody. So I just feel like that made no sense to me, and I definitely have a lot of questions about that SK draft.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for SK Gaming, but they are still alive, like I mentioned when it was match point. They're going to be in the lower bracket waiting for the losers between Team Heretics and Only Realm. Now, Team Heretics is going to be facing off against Only Realm, but the winner of that is going to be taking out Big Talent in the semifinal. So this is an important match, obviously, for Team Heretics and Only Realm here. And I'm not sure if you guys know who is the Team Heretics because nobody knows who's Team Heretics. But you have IKEOS, you have Yoshi, I'm saying Yoshi. Okay, you have IKEOS, you have Subime, and you have Marco. I'm still stuck in like when it was SK. IKEOS and Yoshi. That was like 2 years ago, buddy. Like I need to. Wow. No, that wasn't
I'm
2
just
years ago.
gotta
That
hang
was
it
that
up.
was 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. Wow. Okay.
Guys, we might be getting a little old here in the caster booth, but that's the Team Heretics roster. Only Realm has Bogdan, Dompe, and Audrey. So pretty good team that's been around for a while, even though they have not been quite as high profile as our friends at SK and Team Heretics. Only Realm definitely has a solid roster here, and we already saw Big Talents take down SK, so clearly anything can happen. Clearly this tournament is going to be anybody's game, and you just got to draft well and play well, and SK definitely learned that lesson the hard way because that was not the cleanest drafting.
Yeah, I mean, Team Heretics though, if we're talking about what we're going to see next, because SK Gaming has to clean up what they have to do in the lower bracket because this performance doesn't bode well for them because we've discussed how close the teams in EMEA are. So these mistakes that they're making need to be ironed out, and it's still earlier on in the year, so they have time. But talking about Team Heretics and Only Realm, Team Heretics, they are consistently, I guess, the top four qualifier seed in Feb and March. They beat Navi 3-2 in the March qualifiers, quarterfinals. They took out Foot Esports to set five. Not took out, they took Foot Esports to set five in March in the semis before they fell to Kit Daryl kind of cheesy-ish composition from Foot Esports. But it might be cheesy, but it wins, right?
Yep.
And then they lost 1-3 in February against Foot Esports as well. So, clutch has not been working out for them under pressure, but hopefully it starts getting a little bit better. For Only Realm on the other side, they placed 17th to 24th in the March qualifiers. And like I said, they've been in the competitive scene for a long time. I feel like they've been in the scene longer than I started casting. And I started casting in 2020. Well, I started casting in 2020, but EMEA in 2022. So it's been a long time. I've seen them from those days. So they have a lot of experience. So you shouldn't expect something sub-tier, subpar, or not up to the par against Team Heretics here. I think it's going to be a close match.
Absolutely. And Team Heretics, like we've kind of alluded to, they're one of those teams that they can definitely hang with anybody. You said
Oh,
they took
yeah.
Foot Esports to set five, but on the other hand, they also can get hung with by anybody, I guess, is the way I'll phrase that. So
Mm.
even like Only Realm, honestly, is like a really good team. So like I'm not even like trying to throw shade at them, but even like some teams that shouldn't be beating Team Heretics can beat Team Heretics, while also some teams that shouldn't be losing to Team Heretics can lose to Team Heretics. Overall, very hot or cold team, definitely have the potential to win this whole thing. But if they were to choke, I wouldn't be super shocked, I guess is how I'll phrase that. So they got to make sure that they're locked in. They can't make some of the same mistakes that they saw SK making in set one.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to be looking at what the maps are going to be here. I believe it's going to be Ring of Fire, which is going to be the inaugural set, then Double Swoosh, a little bit of grassy action, Pinhole Punt, a little bit more of that, and then Hideout and Safe Zone if it requires, if we require it, right? So this is going to be a pretty star-studded event here. We have like a lot of world finalists here, along with teams that are but not there just yet, but hopefully they get to that point there. I am so weird with the way I say things.
Nah, you're all good, man. But I'm excited to see this set number 2. Starting off with our first hot zone action of the day on Ring of Fire. Definitely a classic map, but it can be a little bit tricky to work with because it's got a lot of grass, but it's not really on the point. So you want to go those brawlers that are like kind of those mid-range brawlers with a little bit more HP, like something like Pam, Lou, Finks comes to mind. But at the same time, you have to account for if you do lose control of that zone, you need something that can clear out that grass so that you don't get fully spawn trapped, because the spawn traps on this map certainly a pretty big issue, and that allows for some pretty crazy comebacks too. So Ring of Fire, definitely a really fun competitive map, and I'm excited to see how the drafts go.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like a pretty open map. You have the hot zone in the middle. Obviously, a lot of different ideas that you could go for. Lots of area denial brawlers being used for the mid here. One thing that we do see from time to time, as the last pick at least, is Lou, which comes in when you have double tank opposition here. But the only reason I mentioned that is that we've seen a lot more tanks in the recent meta. Otherwise, on a map like this, you should not ideally expect tank brawlers to be brought in, but such is the meta right now, and it's more exciting this way. I feel at least to
Yeah,
watch.
I would be shocked if there's not like a Bull pick or ban on Ring of Fire. It doesn't even matter what map it is, man. Bull is just so busted. But yeah, stuff like that's definitely going to be in the mix. I'm surprised once again that we didn't see Sirius get drafted. I haven't played up against a whole ton of Sirius since the balance changes, but I did not really think it was going to affect him that much. So seeing him get passed on, not only on the heist map where I think it makes a little bit more sense, but seeing him get passed on in Bounty was a little bit surprising to me. It's definitely a pleasant surprise. I was certainly tired of getting ran down by that guy on ladder, but I'm curious to see where he fits in the meta. I hope that we get a chance to see the new and improved Sirius.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the new and improved, or the new and
The new and worse Sirius. I don't know.
the new and tweaked series. But this is something that I guess I would also like to talk about. I guess, but because of ADHD, I have lost track of it in my mind. So yay! I'm sorry, guys.
All good, all good. Panda, what do you want to talk about Nyjah? I know that you did a little bit of work on looking at her before she came out, and now today is the day where she's available. So, what do you
Mhm.
think about this brawler? Where do you think that she'll fit in? Do you think she's fun?
So initially, when she was brought out and I tested it out in the dev build, I felt like it. She was a weird brawler, right? Like she was really strong, but in a dev build scenario where you're just playing with bots against bots, you don't have that team dynamic, right? So I think like in a team scenario, she was gonna be good, but she was a little underwhelming because of the fact that she had one ammo and it was not as I guess like they introduced other brawlers with one ammo, right? Lily on release was terrible, right? The one
Yeah.
ammo, but then afterwards, subsequently came out with two. So I feel like that could be an option. But moreover, I feel like the reload speed is a little bit of an issue. But the homing ability and the fact that you can pierce brawlers and the recent reworks to it will make her definitely an S tier brawler, or maybe not S tier, but like a very high pick, or maybe even a ban worthy brawler here in the recent meta. And we've also got the new Pro Pass. So I believe that there are some nice skins. You also got your new pins and whatnot for the newest season of the Pro Pass, which is going to be there for 4 months. So pick 3 months, 3 months. Pick that up if you haven't already.
Yeah, and if you're gonna buy that Pro Pass, guys, maybe consider using code PIN in the shop. Yes, sir. But nah, that crow skin is really sick in the Pro Pass, so I will be
Oh
picking
yeah.
up the Pro Pass with code PIN. You guys can feel free to join me if you want to, but yeah, no, overall, I really like the way that they're going with the updates, and I'm really
Mm,
excited to see how this new brawler is. I mean, I've
mhm.
already, I do have to speak on this real quick. Have you listened to the new lobby menu music, Panda? Because I have mixed feelings about this.
I haven't listened to it, but I'm gonna open up Brawl Stars just to listen to it right now
All right,
because I
perfect.
want to.
You'll have to let me know your opinions on it. I find it a little bit irritating so far, but I can definitely see it getting stuck in my head and growing on me. I feel like it's kind of similar to the melody menu music in that way for me, but I do like the vibe of Nyjah. I feel like she's a really cool looking brawler. I think that her attack mechanic is unique enough and cool enough. I do see her being very annoying with the poison mechanics. I feel like that's always one of the most frustrating things to deal with in the game, but overall, I feel like she's going to be a really strong brawler for like holding positioning. I can definitely see her being a menace in hot zone.
Mm. Oh yeah, about the music recently. So I have an opinion about this. I like the music in terms of the melodies that they have. I do not enjoy the voices because um maybe it's just me, but it distracts me from actually like enjoying the music and everything. I feel like when I'm playing a game, I don't expect like voices, at least in Brawl Stars, to not be from the brawler itself or the announcer. You get what I mean? It just feels like it's off and weird when I have like BGM with brawler voices or something like that. I don't know. It's just a me thing. Because it kind of does distract me. But anyway, we're going to our draft. Enough of the yap. I'm sorry, guys. We're sorry, but Poco, M's, Ziggy. I was gonna say GD for some reason. Ziggy, Crow, Mina, and Sirius are gonna be the bands. Not sure who's gonna be the first pick, and it's gonna be the Finks Team Heretics opting for it. And we talked about area denial brawlers, and this is one of, if not the biggest area denial brawler, especially with that hypercharge.
Yeah, it's certainly a hot zone specialist pick right there with the Finks, but I think that those mid-range brawlers that deny a lot of area and have a decent amount of HP to be able to collect that zone time are what you like to go for on this map. I think Finks is a fantastic example of that. Another interesting point, though, is that Ziggy, since his recent balance change, has actually become a menace in this meta. I was certainly sleeping on him at first, but he is borderline uncounterable if you get him with like a last pick in a good situation. So I'm definitely happy to see him banned out here, but I'm curious if we'll be able to see some Ziggy gameplay later. I know that EMEA as a region is super high on him, so I wouldn't be surprised about that. But Only Realm going to opt for their own mid-range area denial brawler with the Lu.
Dude, I am 3 for 3 for predictions. I expected the Lu, but I said the Lu is going to be a later pick. But I guess it makes sense, right? If you do have a Finks on the other side, you need to have some kind of area denial brawler. And if Poco is already banned out, then I guess Lu is a pretty good option here, right? And they're compound the Lu with a Bull pick. I don't think that's bad at all because one of the biggest counters to Bull is that super and the hypercharge. So I think they're really, really good picks from Only Realm here.
Yeah, I'm curious if they would have left the Bull, if Heretics would have still went Bull into Lu, because you're right about Lu being one of the best counters out to the Bull. So curious if they could have maybe tried to save that pick for a little bit later. But I mean, you just want to get the best brawlers on your comp. So I fully respect it. The Otis is going to come out from Heretics. Even though Finks is a decent tank counter, you definitely need more against a brawler like Bull in this meta. So I think the Otis makes a ton of sense. That Starfish can definitely save him and his teammates' butts a couple of times. So really solid draft so far. Curious if they go with a little bit of a mix-up, though, because they've got like 2 mid-range brawlers right now. They could use a little bit of aggro, but no, they're going to go with another mid-range brawler on the dog.
I like this dog pick because look at the composition that Team Heretics have. Yes,
Yeah.
the Finks doesn't have as much damage, but the amount of damage that Ruffs can do in a short burst, and also the Otis, especially with the mute, is huge. I like this because they address the composition disparity that they have, right? They don't have that aggro for brawler outright, but together with this kind of force, I think it's gonna be very difficult for Only Realm to really compete here.
Yeah, I think it's nice too because the dog should be able to feed pretty easily off of Bull. They're going to go just try to out HP them. I like that idea. I think that's really smart, honestly. I know that Otis has good damage, but there's not a ton of DPS from the Team Heretic side of things. I feel like if they get the berry set up with the Bull, it might be a little bit tough to actually take the Bull out. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. It's really going to come down to the berry's healing output versus the DPS of Heretics.
I'm not gonna lie, like I understand that they need a healer, but is Barry the best option here? I mean, Glowy is
Probably.
open, right? Glowy can still do a lot here, I think.
That's true. This is a good Glowy map. I did forget about Glowy, I'm not going to lie. But Barry, like, you would think that as a thrower you need walls, but Barry really works at his best when he's just kind of shooting the ground that he's standing on, just like we're seeing here. So I can see the Barry being good. I do think Glowy might have been better, though. I think that's a good point to call attention to.
Yeah, man. I mean, seriously, like if you guys want to get to World Finals, pick me up as an analyst, 100% for real, for real. Anyway, big kills coming in on Adompe, not really being able to, help out Audrey because he's in such an aggro position, right? That if the Barry follows suit, he's going to be found out by the 2 other brawlers in the mid from Team Heretic. So they're not really facing the best situation. Honestly, it really depends on how much the Bull gets that super. And so far, the Bull has been caught lacking and not really present.
Yeah, it really all starts with the Barry, though. When Barry dies, there's not much that Audrey can do to stay alive. So I feel like the responsibility is definitely on the horse, on Dompe's horse, to keep his teammates alive. So far, he's doing a pretty decent job just holding this mid control. Obviously, there's not going to be a whole lot of damage from the side of Only Realm right now, but as long as they can stay on this corner of the zone, that's going to be all they need. Chaos popping the hyper for the speed boost, though, not going to get a whole lot done. Marco's going to throw an aggro treat up there for the wall break. Sabine with an amazing hyper
Ooh.
charge. That's going to clear out a lot of area, and the lead is going to extend above 35% now.
Yeah, I really think that the Audrey bull pick is not working out as well as they thought it would, because you're just not seeing the synergistic attributes that you ought to see with a healer bull composition. They're just completely floundering, and they've given up as well. Team Heretics know that this is game, and I don't even think that they have a composition where they can actually contend in game number 2 Realm.
They have to keep the Barry alive. The first moment of weakness that they had this game was the first death of the Barry that caught Audrey out because he had no heals on the bull. So if they're able to get like a full control in the initial interaction, I can see it working out. Besides that, I think SK just have a much easier path to victory. So any mistake from Only Realm, I think, results in a SK victory.
Team
If
Heretics.
Only Realm get like, oh yeah, Team Heretics victory, my apologies. But yeah, they're going to have to play pretty perfect to win this. I do think that the Barry pick is looking a little bit questionable.
Yep, Audrey, he's going to be nested on the left-hand side. Just one of the worst tenants here, not even paying rent, man. What a horrible person. You get a lot of heals from Dompe. He's still going to be very much alive, and I think this is kind of what they need to do. Dompe needs to stay alive. Bogdan has to keep Chaos and Sabine back, and then Dompe also heals up Audrey, gets his hyper charge, and that's how the cycle should be going. But once the wall break for Marco is there, then there isn't really anywhere for Audrey to go. This is 34%, and this is what Realm should have done at the start in the last game.
Yeah, still a better start, but I mean, now we see the walls are going down. Chaos is already treated up, and there's another treat up there for whoever makes it up there next for Team Heretics. Audrey is going to dash in, but the rough sandbags are there. You just see all 3 team members of Heretics are just going to group up on Audrey to make sure he doesn't cook anything special. Marco's falling quite weak. He should fall to Audrey. Not going to be able to trade that out with the use of the treat, so the lead is going to continue to grow for Only Realm. This is the type of positioning they need to hold.
Yeah, 100%. Audrey has to be very aggressive. But the thing is, as soon as the walls come down, like, where does Bro go?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it seems like what the dog doing at the start, but then afterwards, it's like, what the bull doing?
What the bull doing? I like that. Marco is going to be able to get a little bit positioning here. Chaos is going to get slapped around by the Barry right there. No ice cream for him today. Marco and Sabine doing all they can, though. The hypercharged star is going to take out Audrey, but Bogdan remains on the zone. He has a hypercharged super, and that's going to be a double kill for him. Dompe is going to have to try to clear this out, but with Chaos having that super, it should be some decent chances for Heretics to come back.
I think there was some miscommunication. Audrey popped his hypercharger so early. Nobody was really there for him to capitalize as much, and that is not going to matter, though. Oh, it might 1%. Could this be a 1% game? I don't think so.
No. Not with the bull on the other team. Not with the bull on the other team.
I'm not going to lie. That seemed like a Synergy BS TikTok right there. The bull rushing at the end.
I love that. That was a good game, though. I mean, that was definitely the type of answer we were looking for from Only Realm. It really does come down to that initial positioning, so we're going to see if they can pull it off one more time. Obviously, Team Heretics know exactly what they need to do better in the first interaction. Even with Marco getting those wall breaks, though, like, if Only Realm gets set up, it's hard to push them off with those Barry heals. Chaos doing a great job with the gadget already, though. Audrey trying to work his way through those rough sandbags, but it's a tall task for a bull, and he's going to fall, as well as his wall and as well as his Barry.
Yeah, I think the task that they gave Sabeme after, Marco after the second game was break that wall as fast as possible without any other compromises. You need to do it ASAP. And once they do that, then it's pretty difficult for Realm to come back here. Now, Barry is, on defensive duty, healing up the loot, and that should never really be the case optimally. He should be on the other side with Audrey. Audrey having to deal with everything on the left-hand side himself. It's not really the best position for him to be in at all.
Yeah, he's trying to be a distraction, but he's not really even able to survive long enough to be that useful of a distraction. Chaos does have his super ready for this retake here. Audrey's going to dash in on the left-hand side, though, trying to take out Marco. Should be able to succeed in that task. He barely survives. Chaos is not going to be able to get back over in time, so we do still see the zone percentage ticking up for Team Heretics, but positioning not looking half bad for Only Realm.
100%. So Bennett has a hypercharge, could use it. Marco using his treats down on himself or his teammates. I think it's for Chaos there. A big super from Subeme. He is going to get the hypercharge. The stun as well. 37%, 39, 70% to 30% going to the side of Team Heretics. And the last time we had the Realm dominance because they had a 34% lead at the start from the get-go. And with all these walls already being broken down and no real place for the Bull to hide, I don't think this is going to go the way of Realm at all. I don't think the Bull can cycle supers fast enough just by getting hit.
Yep, I agree with you on that. He did just waste a dash over on the other side too and was quickly taken out by Marco's treat, so things are looking bad for him. He's muted by the Otis Starfish. Bogdan's the only one left, and that's going to be the final kill of the round, guys. Team Heretics are going to be able to take this zone up past 100, and they're going to come out victorious in set number 1 against Only Realm.
Yeah, I gotta say, this was a pretty fun set for me to watch because you gotta see different strategies being employed the way they ought to be working. In the first game, we saw immediately that Barry went down at the start on the right lane, and as a result, we had that entire right flank go down, and then the entirety of the team of Only Realm being pushed back, because if they don't have that consistent healing, how do they stay up, right? So the Barry needs to stay alive. It's imperative for it to stay alive. But more importantly, it's imperative for them to deny Marco that wall break. Because once that wall break comes down, Bull has nothing that he can hide behind. It's between a rock and a hard place, and there is no hard place there. This is just, Bull getting sniped by 3 brawlers at once. So it really did come down to that Ruffs getting that wall break there. And once that happened, it was smooth sailing for the side of Team Heretics, but it impinged on that Ruffs interaction. At least that's my opinion on it.
I think so too, and it's really tough for Audrey because he can't get set up without kind of feeding that Ruff's wall break, but then once he gets to that position, the Ruffs has the super, and then the position is gone. So just a tough situation. Like I kind of said before the cast, Bull, he's an amazing brawler, but you kind of give the game away when you draft a Bull early in the draft. There's a lot of counters that work into Bull. You're able to kind of shut him down with some of these tank counters like the Otis that we saw. Ruffs, obviously, with the treat is able to knock him back. So a lot of answers to Bull, even though he is absolutely a menace. You just got to be really careful when you take him early, and we kind of saw it not work out very well for Only Realm there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it was necessarily the Bull pick which did them in. I would say it's that last pick, which was the Barry pick. Yeah, the first pick from Only Realm in this set on Double Swoosh is going to be the Bull. And looking at our bans, a lot of the anti-tanks are removed here. This is going to be a little crazy set, I feel.
Yeah, it looks like Only Realm banned around the idea of getting Bull first pick. I mean, clearly if there was a lesson to be learned from last game, they are not here to hear it. They are taking that Bull no matter what. They got Gale out of the way. They got Chester out of the way. Sirius, I mean, he kind of counters everything, so I would count him as a Bull counter as well. But the Stu and the Otis is an interesting combo from Heretics. Not the best scouting comp, and Stu I just don't really think is the best brawler in general. And they also don't really have that much DPS, and Only Realm's going to try to take advantage of that with a double tank comp. All right, this is Cinema Panda. I can't wait for this set.
No. They need to go. I'm not even kidding. They need to go Rico. If they go Rico, it's a free game. I'm not even kidding. Team Heretics need to go Rico. Please, I Chaos Rico. I Chaos Rico. I Chaos Rico. Please, I'm begging,
I feel like there's
begging.
a lot of picks that could work here, man. Like, I don't know.
Terra,
makes
yeah.
sense. I feel like Griff honestly could have cooked a little bit too, but honestly, just whatever tank counter, whichever one you can pick out of all the tank counters in the game, it probably would make sense. Tara, It's going to be good. She's going to get hyper pulls, but is she going to be able to finish off those kills is the question.
That might be true, but I do like this Otis pick because, I mean, a lot of people are discounting the Otis pick a lot. The biggest reason you want to pick the Otis pick is that whenever Bull gets a hypercharge, the Otis should have the hypercharge realistically. I think it's easier to charge up the hypercharge if you are Otis, right? So that stun is so important. It's not just the fact that you're going to be able to deny the Bull walking in with your regular super. The stuns for the hypercharge is massive, and I feel like that is the biggest reason people go for that Otis pick, and why it's rated so highly right now in the current meta. We're gonna go into our first game off the second set between Team Heretics and Only Realm, and iChaos falls by the wayside right in the initial interaction.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to charge up his pull, but that was a pretty quick death for him. Bogdan is taking advantage of that grass speed. He's got a hot dog too, so he can run in with Reckless Abandon. That's what he's going to do, and this is already looking bad for Team Heretics. They are completely trapped in their spawn. The first pull from Chaos is going to be enough for a connection and a kill, though, so a little bit of breathing room for Team Heretics, but a very fun and interesting start from Only Realm.
Not gonna lie, I still like the Team Heretics composition, but the hot dog shenanigans are gonna be a big problem. The hot dog purple button shenanigans are a massive problem. Big super, big gravity, a second one as well, but there's a hot dog as well. Now Audrey gonna be stunned out, and that is one of the biggest reasons, like I said, why you want to be running that. And especially with having two brawlers that can immediately get on your face, this Team Heretics composition, I feel, really addresses what they're going up against.
Yeah, the Otis is going to have a lot of work on his plate here with triple tank, but that's what you want as an Otis, man. He's going to be able to cook pretty hard. He gets Audrey muted again. That feels like the 50th time that's happened to him in this matchup between Only Realm and Team Heretics. That death is going to be huge, though. Audrey is going to be able to recover the gems. Bogdan in a power position, but Marco has that Stu hypercharge in his pocket. Surely going to be able to use a lot of that mobility to get this 10th gem in a second.
Yeah, the biggest problem for me is that Subeme does have the super, but he doesn't have the hypercharge. And there is that purple button from Audrey. He goes in, pops the purple button. He has that super going in once more. Can he get the kill on Marco? And Marco dashing with his hypercharge. Now Audrey in a very bad position. He's going to sell. He's going to give all of the gems, and they're going to be owned by Marco. Team Heretics in such a great spot. Realm throwing this game away.
I guess you have to go for that, but that's a bad look, giving them the 10th gem. Amazon Prime delivery, no less than 24 hours right there. Marco is going to be the beneficiary. He's going to dash away. He's going to dash into Audrey for whatever reason. Bogdan's trying to pressure here. There might be time for a reset. There is. Bogdan does have the hot dog on his head too, but that's going to expire. He's going to get pulled by Chaos's hyper. Dompe trying to stall as much as he can, but now Sabim is the man with the gems, and that's probably a pretty safe bet considering he's got a Starfish on deck.
Hey, Audrey has a super too, but like you said, the Starfish is definitely a big problem here. And oh, he's actually using the other gadget, maybe? I'm not 100% sure. Audrey going in, it's not going to matter, really. Team Heretics in such a dominant position there. And I gotta say, like, the longer the game does go on, the more assets that Team Heretics have. The best way that I feel that only Realm can address what they have to go up against Team Heretics is cycling their supers, or rather, cycling the Otis supers on the enemy that you want the Otis to use the super on. Making sure that the Otis doesn't have super for the bull, but for other people. There was a moment where Subeme was on the left side of the map. There was a super with Audrey on the right side, but he had no vision, and those would have been ideal positions for him to go into. Anyway, forget about the yap. Game number 1 goes to Team Heretics. Let's go to game number 2.
Yep, and it's already looking like a pretty solid start for Only Realm. Not too much different from what we saw last game. Sabim's going to trade out Audrey on the right-hand side. But the other thing I wanted to point out is that once Chaos gets those hyper pulls, it breaks open a lot of the grass, and that just makes the life of especially Bogdan on the Rosa very, very difficult. So I think that as this game continues and the walls go down, it definitely favors Team Heretics. Only Realm kind of have to get an early taking of the gems to be able to pull this off, but they are going to have some pretty solid positioning so far. Audrey's got that super too, but Sabim has hyper.
Lots of small mistakes being made by Team Heretics there. Are they going to be addressed? And Audrey does have a hot dog, so he's going to survive. But Chaos, with his own gravity hypercharge, is able to put him down. No, he's not able to do so. Hypercharge Bogdan. He's flashing all the buttons, not able to do much. Audrey trying to get the kill on Subeme, gets taken out. Despite all of that, Realm have the 8 gems on their name, and they've actually managed to pull a few of them from Heretics.
That was close to being exactly the type of situation Only Realm needed. Oh, I think Sabim just missed his hypercharged Starfish, though. That could prove to be devastating. The 2 gems are going to drop, but Dompe still has the 6 on his dog. Audrey's going to be able to get that kill, too, and that's going to be 10 gems for Only Realm. This is the type of situation they needed. They just have to keep Doug and Bull alive, and they can walk away with this.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation which can be done for Realm, but the gravity of Chaos is a huge consideration. It is going to be used. Dompe in a bad spot, but he has a hot dog. He's not going to be taken out. That's going to be Realm stealing this from Team Heretics. They went into their house. They took their gems, and they went out. Oh my god, that's crazy.
That's an insane win right there. That's the type of situation they need, though. Like, halfway through the game, you have 5 gems, you take the other team's 5 gems, and you just never let them go. I think that was perfectly played. I feel like Chaos got a little greedy at the end with that pull, too. Maybe would have been able to get 1 of them if he aimed for 1, but he tried to get 2, ended up getting nothing. So, I mean, we've seen each team win once. We know what the win conditions are out here now. Bull is running the other Gadget Panda. Also, good note on that. I just saw it with my own eyes. But so far, Marco's just going to get a couple of gems. Sabim's going to be working towards that Starfish, and Bogdan is going to be trying to pinch in the middle.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times Chaos has been dying unnecessarily. There are moments where he goes too close to a Dompe or somebody who has recently died to a hot dog, and there's no reason for him to be this close. I feel like this should be a pretty free game for the Terra. Exactly, if he plays like that, that should be perfect. He goes in for another hypercharge and he gets double kills here. That is the value that we're looking for if we're Team Heretics.
Yeah, that was very cleanly played by Chaos. They're going to have 7 gems. They're going to have full control. This is exactly what they're looking for. Sabim with a little bit more control with the fat splatter too. Dompe gonna get pulled by Chaos, surely getting close to another hypercharged super, and I feel like that really should be all Team Heretics need to walk away with this. Sabim does have those 2 gems, but Marco should be able to grab gem number 8. He's got a hypercharge too. Gonna be tough to reset this for Only Realm.
Yeah, it's a 10-0 scoreline here. But the thing is, hypercharge on Dompe, and there's a super from Audrey. They're able to connect it. Now he's going in. He has the hot dog. Gets taken out. There's a stun, and he's still going to be alive. But I don't know if they have enough in terms of getting the kills here.
Whoa.
Lots of dashes for Marco. He's trying his best. He's still staying alive. Oh my God, Gravity. How is Marco alive in this situation? Big Chaos Gravity hypercharge, and the countdown is now for Team Heretics. They've managed to completely dispatch Rome.
I thought Marco was about to dash into his doom and despair up there, but I guess Chaos had his back. Location from Team Heretics. That was definitely a scary looking reset though. But with 4 seconds left, Marco's got his dash in hand. That's going to be enough for Team Heretics to walk away with this set. 2-0 now for the match between Heretics and Only Realm. That was a really fun finish though. I like the comp from Only Realm. It was fun. I didn't expect it to work out, but honestly, it was pretty solid. I feel like it was definitely a good show that they gave us.
Yeah, that was very entertaining as a composition. I don't necessarily think that was the best composition that they could have gone for. I understand why they opted for that. And I feel like the reason why it was as effective as it was because Team Heretics were making a lot of mistakes. Like they made a lot of mistakes. I feel like the composition that they were going up against should not have been that hard considering that they had a Terra as that pick over there. I feel like the Terra was a little bit too aggressive in some of these situations. Like I'm not even talking about situations where, the Rosa uses the gadget, the slow, and then because of the unfriendly bushes, you get slowed down. And as a result, you get caught out. He was just not even in the grass and he got caught out, say, walking in. So I feel like those small little mistakes were addressed by Only Realm, which gave them a situation where they were able to pull those crazy kind of games and get those wins in. But it's not clean by Team Heretics. They got a 2-0 scoreline, but it's not at all clean.
I would agree with that. That's the type of comp that you kind of want to bring out though to like capitalize on a team messing up. You bring out 3 aggros, you pretty much just apply pressure and then assume that out of the 30 times you push, the defense is going to mess up at least a couple of them. So that's how we saw them steal a victory right there, even though they probably did not have a comp advantage in that set. But we're going to be moving on to set number 3, Heretics. Even though we've said it's not the cleanest, they're still in prime position to sweep Only Realm and move on to our upper bracket finals. The map of choice here is going to be Brawl Ball Pinhole Punt. So Panda, what are you expecting to see here?
Well, I expect all the teams to touch grass because there's a lot of grass in this map. But in terms of what I expect, I hate you. You just had a poker face. You just didn't care. I hate you. Anyway, we're gonna go into our draft here. The first pick from Only Realm is again the bull, perennially the bull. All of the bull counters more or less out of the map here. Maybe a few here and there, but I like this. But one thing, like I mentioned, is that when a lot of the tank counters are taken out, you have to go for the Otis. And guess what? I feel like it's gonna be a Mo. I honestly think it's gonna be a Mo.
I think it's a great Mo map, and he's a pretty solid bull counter. He definitely can get the job done right there. I'm shocked by Only Realm refusing to do anything except pick bull first. It's such an interesting strategy, but they've already shown that they're going to stick with it. So I guess that Heretics got to take that into account. We've got the Otis pick coming out. I do think that they'll probably take something else decent into tank. That's exactly what they're going to settle for with the Meg here. A pretty niche pick, but Pinhole Punt has always been one of her better maps, especially with that hypercharge. That swipe can be very easy to acquire and can clear out a lot of room. So not my least favorite pick, but I feel like Meg is a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand it if the Meg pick was a little bit more respected in the meta. I feel like it has fallen off a lot. So not 100% sure about what the idea that they have is going for because Meg doesn't have that much sustain anymore. And Ziggy's going to be coming out for Only Realm. Now, there might be some shenanigans. I feel like this team likes their shenanigans, man.
That is a scary pick to see. Ziggy is terrifying, especially if you're a brawler like Otis or Meg. There's not really that much of an outplay you have unless you have fast movement speed. It's pretty impossible to dodge Ziggy shots. So I think it's a solid pick from Only Realm. He doesn't have like a lot of aggro defense, but there's only one more pick left for Team Heretics. So at most, they're only going to have one aggro that counters out the Ziggy. I think it was a pretty solid shout for them.
Yeah, I think I like the Ziggy pick too. Obviously, Ziggy suffers from the fact that he doesn't have as much good of a reload speed, so he's not going to hit as many shots. But with the gadget supplemented, and obviously the fact that you're facing off against like 3 people, the number of shots that Ziggy can hit is quite high. But more importantly, the zoning super that you can get is going to be crazy, and they're going to compound this with a Gale. So this is to make sure that Team Heretics' last pick is not going to be as dive aggro, but this is a very aggro pick. The Stu is going to be able to jump in, jump out. There isn't a way to tank a Stu shot from any of these brawlers, so that's something to think about.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the Stu picks coming out from Team Heretics. I didn't think Stu was very meta, but Heretics seem to be definitely enjoying the mobility that he has. I'm curious what gadget the Stu's going to choose to rock with too, because both of them are very effective on this map. But we're getting into set number 3. Team Heretics going to be looking to close this out in a sweep, while Only Realm are going to be looking to third times the charm with their bull first picks and see if they're going to be able to get this W here. But Bogdan's going to drop very quickly. Dompe is just looking like an absolute menace on this Ziggy already, though, but he's getting pretty thoroughly pinched.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be taken out almost guaranteed by Subema and IKEOS. On the right hand side, Audrey has to contend against Marco and IKEOS, but I don't think he's gonna be surviving this one. Bogdan holding the line, but what is the strategy for Only Realm? They can't hold on till the end of the game because in overtime they don't have the composition. They gotta make sure that this game finishes as fast as possible. But on the back lines, you already have a wall break, which Marco orchestrated. So I think that as the game does go on, it's going to be a little bit harder for Realm to really get something going, but it depends mostly on Hopper Bull there.
Yeah, it completely comes down to Audrey. They don't score unless Audrey gets a nasty bull play. So they're going to definitely just need to kind of hold the defensive line until Audrey has a chance to make a play. But Audrey's just been, they're keeping tabs on him extremely well right here. Marco's dashing around annoying him. Chaos is pinching him out with the Otis counter. And we've just seen Heretics are not losing control of this mid. And this map really does come down to mid control at the end of the day. So even if it's another minute 20, Team Heretics are not going to leave this grass.
Yeah, for sure. So much control that they've locked down here. Hypercharge by, no, was that hypercharge? No, that was a regular super by Dompe on the right hand side. Just amounts of control that he's able to exert with that super is crazy. Marco pops his hypercharge, gets a little bit of healing. Audrey rushes in, but immediately the stun from IKEOS is there, and that's going to be the ball being passed up. Tiki Taka with Team Heretics claiming the first goal.
Yeah, Only Realm has to be a little aggressive because, like we've said, they do not have the overtime comp, but their aggression definitely does not pay off there. The counterattack from Heretics is going to get them the goal, and now Marco's in a powerful position. If he's able to get a super, he might be able to go for a shot, but Dompe does a great job stalling that. Now Marco is overextended. Surely going to fall to Bogdan there, but Audrey is going to waste his dash on that. The Sabine hyper swipe is going to delete him off the face of the planet. Once again, we just see Heretics are going to hold this mid control. They don't need to do anything with 20 seconds left.
Yep, hypercharge by Dompe on the right hand side, and that's gonna not do much. I'll be honest. There's a gadget as well. They've cleared out a lot of the control, and there might be a goal scoring opportunity. Marco has to hold the line, but he can't do anything by himself. That is gonna be goal, and it was just the amount of HP that Audrey had by himself that they couldn't contend with.
Yeah, Dompe had a lot of great pressure. Even though he did fall, he distracted for long enough for Audrey to be able to sneak through there. Obviously, Marco does not have the damage to deal with that. He's going to be dashing around the hypercharge, but the Otis stun is there. The Gale hypercharge pushing Sabine back, though, and that's going to be enough for Only Realm to steal this game from under the nose of Team Heretics. They had control the entire time, but once it got to overtime, they just had a well-timed Gale hypercharge, and everything seemed to fall right into place for Only Realm.
Yeah, that was good stuff coming in from Only Realm, just holding their line and just capitalizing on the moment that they actually could get it in. I didn't think that Subeme and IKEOS would have gone down in that interaction, honestly, which is why I wasn't expecting the goal to happen when it did. We're going to go into game number 2, and Realm are starting their mark back. They have shown us signs of life here, and it's definitely showing us that they have the competency to play these bull-focused compositions.
Yep, they've definitely shown they like the bull focus compositions, but Dompe is going to be assassinated by Marco. Bogdan is there with the stun to be able to stall the goal a little bit longer. Audrey not in the greatest of positions right now. Chaos going to be pinching out there too, and Marco is using that mobility to his advantage as much as he can. He's able to get out of a really bad situation, and now surely him and his teammates are going to be able to pinch Dompe. Exactly, they are. And now it's really just depending on if they want to try to force it. Seems like they'll probably be a little bit more patient this time around.
They have to hold control, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, Team Heretics. We're just waiting for their teammate to come back into the fray here, Marco. And about a minute 32 left in the clock, and we did see that Team Heretics did concede a goal at a very late stage. Subeme, his hypercharge gets obviated because of the fact that he gets knocked back and pushed back, rather. IKEOS falling. This is not that good, but I feel like Realm are perfectly fine with this right now.
Yeah, I mean, they just need one opportunity. That's what we saw last game. If they get one chance to get a goal, they can make that happen. Marco's popping that hyper. Dompe survives on 1 HP, which has got to be a bad feeling. Audrey is the last line of defense, though. Marco's able to dash around. I feel like he had so much mobility right there, just completely destroying the entire other team. And with less than a minute left, Team Heretics take the lead. So now it's just time to see if Realm are going to be able to bring it back like they did last game.
What a clutch hypercharge from iChaos. He marked the only person that they needed to mark, not the person who was going to be going down. That completely ensured that Realm were picked off one by one. It whittled them down. And now on the other side, though, Audrey going with the hypercharge. He gets a kill on a Marco. That's going to be massive. Another super being used. He gets he's not done with him. He takes him out.
Audrey's on a tear right now. He does not want to lose this game at all. He's doing everything he can to bring them back into it, but he does fall to chaos. That Otis counter, just a little bit too much even for the best Bull players to overcome. Marco's just trying to make sure Bogdan does not get in position with this Gale super. That is a very nice goal scoring condition for the side of Only Realm. He's got the hyper now, and it's all going to come down to this final push.
Yeah, super going in by Audrey, and that is one of the classic ways that you do your first trick shot if you're a Bull. And that is going to be overtime once more. Last time in overtime, we actually saw Realm win it, but in a slightly different situation here, though. It really comes up to Heretics if they're going to be able to hold the line. Hypercharged by Marco. He's able to find Bogdan. He's going in on the hunt onto Dompe. Two members addressed. The ball being pushed back by Audrey to get a little bit in terms of control here for his team. He's going to be holding that ball, and he gets taken out, unfortunately. Has a super respawn, though.
God, Marco's playing so incredibly well right now. They're going to bait out the Gale shot, and that's going to be enough defense. Once you get that Gale Brawler out of the way, it's going to be a lot easier to score right there. Team Heretics able to stay cool, calm, and composed and get that victory. Once again, though, Only Realm are making this set so incredibly close. Every time you think it's over for Team Heretics, Only Realm pull a trick out of the bag, and we've just seen them continue to do that. So let's got to see if they got one more trick in the bag to try to extend this to set number 4, because we are on match point right now, Pin.
I'm not gonna lie, Audrey has been playing amazingly well with this Bull as well. So it's not an easy brawler to pilot by any means. Obviously, Bull is still very strong, but the skill expression with Bull has increased dramatically after the recent changes in terms of what you can and can't do. So it's interesting to see how this one's being piloted here. But good pinches coming in from Marco and Sabeme, making sure that Audrey can't get much going, but he's going to be getting his super pretty soon. There is also that super from the Ziggy there, Dompe, to zone people out, and that's exactly what's going to be happening here. Can't he find any value, though? The value that he gets is just positioning and control. Super going in. Audrey does not find the angle. He tries to thread the needle, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Double swipe. Oh my god. That was
probably a millisecond away from Audrey scoring that. Team Heretics got lucky to be able to survive that, but Audrey's gonna have to go back to the drawing board and charge up another super for them to have a real chance. We saw that Ziggy super was pretty much just used to push Team Heretics out of the middle of the map, so I feel like that's probably what Dompe is going to do if he's able to acquire another one. Marco's going to be trying to make sure that doesn't happen. He's been doing such a good job staying mobile. Audrey dashes in, but he's negated by Sabim. Marco's going to be trying to get that wall break, but the gadget of the Ziggy is going to be enough to take him out, so once again, we're kind of getting back to an even reset in the middle.
Yep, it's a lot of just survival till there is a little bit of a collapse on either side, and immediately you see both team capitalizing on it. And Dompe goes in with a hypercharge, gets taken out. His teammates are completely fallen by the wayside, and Audrey's the last one to fall. iChaos can't score this one. He goes a little too early. Oh my god, they should have just hold the line. Marco is going to be stunned. He gets taken out, and this is terrible for Team Heretics. If they just held the line a little bit longer, it might have been resulting in a goal.
I feel like he might have just been able to walk it in too. I mean, it was a Ziggy and a Gale who should have had one ammo. I feel like you can tank that damage, but nonetheless, they chose not to, and now the positioning is going to be pretty even, but Audrey has hypercharge with the ball. This is terrifying for Team Heretics. He's going to dash in with the hyper. He gets Sabim out of his mech. He dashes in again on Sabim, and now Marco needs to get the damage. He barely does. He clears the ball away, and he's able to survive, but Dompe has the super. Is he going to be able to force this goal through that super? It seems unlikely for now. Sabim is there with the defense. Really good attempt from Dompe, but this game's going to go to overtime after a stressful defense.
Yeah, that was insane for Dompe. He almost managed to get this one in, but he wasn't able to break the ankles, the walls breaking down, the grass burning away, and we are going to go into overtime here. Team Heretics on match point. Realm have their own win here. If they get this win, they are going to be forcing a set number 4, but Team Heretics are going to ensure that that is not going to be the case. At least they hope so.
Yep, they're going to be switching Audrey onto Marco too because he was getting a little bit tagged up by Sabim, so probably a smart lane switch from Only Realm. He dashes away from the Otis hypercharge. I've never seen an interaction like that. Insane reaction timing from Audrey to bait that out. Not sure if it was worth using his own super because now the teammates are falling down. There's a lot of positioning for Team Heretics. The ball is in scoring position and Sabim has that super online.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the dodge was the only thing that he could have done, but the better thing would be dodging into another enemy to get your super back. Anyway, the ball is controlled by Realm. There is that super in Bogdan, which you have to keep track of. Marco is going to be going in. I think that they're going to be playing for the draw as much as possible in Team Heretics, just being aggressive to ensure that that is the case.
Yep, that's going to be a tie, guys. After a very fun, very long game, we're going to have to rack it all back up for another match point between Team Heretics and Only Realm. That was definitely could have seen a way that Heretics were able to punch it in at the end there. I think that Only Realm made the right call cornering it when they did. I don't really think they're able to score without Audrey on the bull. So we'll see if any of these teams are able to get out the edge as we move into round number 4 of our Brawl Ball set.
Yep, and it's still match point for Team Heretics, and the fact that Realm aren't not buckling under the pressure just shows us the amount of maturity that this team has. We're gonna go and see this last possible game here. The ball is controlled by Team Heretics. They have controlled the mid as well.
Yep, and they're just going to see Audrey on the right-hand side, trying to think about where he can move to get his first super, because so far he's in between a Meg and an Otis, definitely not where you want to be. He does take enough damage to get that super online. Sabine is not going to take any chances. He goes with the swipe. Marco falling, though, probably delays this Team Heretics goal for a little bit longer. Dompe clears out a lot of room for his teammates to respawn.
Indeed, a lot of control being rested down just because of that super, and Chaos has his own super, looking to get his hypercharge. Hypercharge whacked by Subeme, gets the stun, gets the super off on Audrey. The kill as well. Now Dompe is going to be the next to be bullied by the entirety of Team Heretics, and they've routed out the opposition from their side of the map.
Yeah, they're kind of taking these kills one by one as a team, and I really like the way that they're playing that, because Audrey's tough to deal with if you don't have a lot of damage. Dompe's tough to deal with if you don't have a lot of angles. So, like the strategy, Marco goes with the wall break up there. Audrey's trying to clear out some space. He does get Sabine out of mech, but still, there's all three members up, looking pretty healthy right now for Team Heretics. The stalling is going to be enough to prevent a goal in the meantime, though, and Audrey has a hypercharge in hand now.
Yep, purple button available for Audrey. He's not going to pop it. He's a little bit low here. Ikeos also has his own purple button, which is why you see that not happening now. Bogdan has to be moved back just because of Marco being a big nuisance. I just feel like the Stu Super is so flashy, but it doesn't do all that much. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, on the right-hand side, they're pressuring Marco along onto Dompe and Audrey. And it's a very, very stifling play from Team Heretics. Realm not able to breathe.
Yeah, they have a lot of value, though. They have Bull Hyper, they have Ziggy Hyper. Like, surely they're going to be able to defend this push as long as they can use some of their resources here. Marco is going to bait out the Gale Super, and neither of those two players are going to fall down. But only 27 seconds left. Chaos going to go in. He misses it onto Audrey, but the kill is still going to be there regardless. Dompe popped his Hyper. He's going to pop that Super as well. And it's a good positioning play from Only Realm, but unlikely to see a goal before overtime.
Yep, but Audrey does have a hypercharge, doesn't have a super just yet, and Ikeos trying to find his own super to address the Audrey super, which will be impending, and Audrey finally has his complete purple button up and ready.
Audrey's going to dash in. It's not going to be a successful play, though. Marco able to dash out of that. Seems like the Stu counter into the bull was really just for that mobility, but I'm definitely learning from Marco's gameplay here. Chaos pops the fat splat onto Bogdan. Not going to be able to get any kill quite yet. The ball's in a decent enough position for Team Heretics. They could potentially try to pass it into the midfield. Marco gets a hyper in an opportune moment, though. He's going to dash in. That's going to be enough to take out Audrey. Dompe next to fall. And the super is missed by Bogdan. That's surely going to be our final goal, and that is going to be Heretics winning 3-0 against Only Realm.
Yep. That was nice coming in from Marco at the end there. Ikeos has been instrumental in the success of this team. He's been piloting the Otis in this specific map, and whenever Dompe got a super, you see the Otis being brought out. I feel like Otis is probably one of the better options into the bull, and I was saying that at the start of the day as well, because I felt like a lot of people aren't respecting it as much, but I did see in the monthly finals that whenever Humble or Foot faced a bull, they always try to make sure that they picked up an Otis just to shut that down. It's much more consistent than, say, what's the word I'm looking for? Charlie, for example, or Cordelius as well, because Otis just has that much of insane amount of damage potential that it's just not a good idea to really go into an Otis with an aggressive composition at all, unless you can stun the Otis and take it out immediately.
Yep, and nobody shuts down aggro quite to the degree that Otis does, especially with that hypercharged starfish. Literally impossible to survive if you get hit by one of those, I would like to say. I mean, I'm sure it's happened before, but in a realistic scenario,
Mhm.
it's an instant death, so it's such a good counter to brawlers with broken hypercharges like the Bull. Really like what they've got going on there, guys. But we are going to be moving into our lower bracket matchups pretty soon here. It's going to be Only Realm versus SK Gaming, who lost our
Mm.
first matchup of the day. But before we get into that, guys, we're going to take a couple minutes of break. So thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back in a couple minutes with that lower bracket.
5 minutes.
Perfect. I will be back in like 3.
Yo, how's it going, chat? Welcome back for some more EMEA action. We are the big series here, the road to challengers. I am looking forward to seeing what we have here today, but we have had two amazing matches in the upper bracket, and I feel like they've been a little bit closer than a lot of people expected, but there was one major upset which a lot of people didn't think was going to happen. Like if we show the brackets right now, it would be easier to explain. But the first game that we had was SK Gaming versus Big Talents, where Big Talents won in a 3-1 scoreline. SK Gaming won the first set, but every successive set afterwards, without a fail, was won by Big Talents without SK Gaming claiming one of their own, a game of their own even. And Team Heretics and Only Realm, where Team Heretics won in a 3-0 scoreline. We did see some very interesting matches there. It was a complete bull show by Only Realm, and I actually enjoyed how Only Realm played it, because every time I was like, how are they going to pull this off? And they did a really good job. Like, it wasn't a clear game for SK. It was still a very, very close situation for SK, despite the fact that it was only bull composition. So great stuff. Anyway, I am your host, Code Pen. This is Duncan. I can always do it right. Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm Duncan. No, great to have you guys here. I very much appreciate you guys tapping in for some amazing EMEA tournament gameplay. Like we said, though, this is a double elimination tournament. So even though SK and Only Realm both fell in that first round of the upper bracket, as you can see here, they are going to be taking place in our lower bracket matchup right here. So we'll be getting into that very shortly with SK and Only Realm. And then after that, we'll move into our upper bracket semifinal between Big Talents and Team Heretics. We did see one team that we expected to win come out on top. That was Team Heretics, of course. Maybe a less convincing match than you might have expected, even though it was a 3-0 at the end of the day. But then Big Talents taking that amazing upset. So already they're looking to try to get out of that upper bracket. There's definitely going to be a big advantage for them if they are able to manage that. But the lower bracket teams, they're certainly not out of it yet. And I'm sure SK has definitely had their fair share of tournament experience. So they're going to be trying to use that to their advantage to get a dub over Only Realm.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like I said, a lot of people don't know exactly what Only Realm is. It is a new team, but it has an acquired roster. Like it's a new org, but it's an acquired roster, right? I believe Only Realm and they have Bobby's team, which is like what Bobby, Sins, and
Patchy.
Patchy, yeah. How do I forget Patchy? What the hell? Okay, crazy.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's actually disrespectful.
That is disrespectful. I'm sorry, Patchy. Anyway, SK Only Realm, we're going to go into our draft. First pick is Ziggy, looking to ban Serious Cat. Double cat ban. Oh, layer kick. Okay. Crow, Mortis, and the Crocodile Alligator. Ali.
I am intrigued by that Ziggy first pick. I know I've been singing Ziggy's praises today. I do think he's a very broken brawler in the right situation. First pick is a tough thing to sell me on, though. I know you've got Cat banned. I know you've got Mortis and Ali banned. But at the end of the day, there's still other assassins in the game. I mean, our friend Bobby BS has made the point that they loved dropping Mythic Assassins for the longest time. So there's more Mythic Assassins where that came from. I'm very curious to see which assassin pick is going to come out for SK. Gonna start with the most broken one in the game, though, being that Leon. Not like as much of a direct counter to Ziggy, but if he's able to charge up those supers, then definitely gonna have a free matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean the amount of speed that you can see with the buffied up lollipop drop is crazy. Leon can just like zoom in and out, so it's not going to be an easy matchup for any brawler really. So yeah, you were talking about a mythic assassin, but they decided to go for the legendary, and right now Leon does feel like a legendary, and we have a Charlie coming out, which is an interesting decision. Charlie has fallen off, at least as a pick for me, so it is interesting that Charlie has been picked up by SK Gaming.
Yeah, she kind of fell off and then came back on, but I don't like it into Ziggy. You have no win condition, no outplay condition into a Ziggy, so I guess I respect that they're fearful of a more aggressive pick coming out from Only Realm. Obviously, if a Bull or BB does get picked, then the Charlie's going to be able to put that guy in a cocoon, but like even that doesn't secure a kill, so not my favorite option. Feel like you could have gone something better into Ziggy, and now we're going to see another more niche pick coming out from Only Realm. I mean, the HP is nice, the range is nice, not a lot of kill confirmation ability, but it is pretty strong into Assassin.
Yep. I do like this pan pick, right? You can use that gadget and it just makes Leon a lot less viable. Not to mention the fact that if you just have more spawnables, single target brawlers do suffer a little bit more, right? So it's going to be a bigger risk for Leon to go in because of the scouting ability, but Mama Squeeze and just in general all around. So I understand why they want to go for this. This also kind of does make sense to me because it is a very aggro brawler. You can sneak in, and being sneaky on the map like this is so important. So it can be really good, especially with the compounding it with the fan to remove a lot of the ammo from S game. It does make a little bit of sense. I don't know if I 100% agree with the composition though.
Yeah, a couple things about the Kaze. I think that it's the best brawler for getting the blue star, so they're going to be able to secure that blue star with that, secure that early lead. And it's probably the best brawler that SK could have taken to counter out the Ziggy, so I think that's why Only Realm is opting for the Kaze pick. Kenji's going to be a pretty solid consolation assassin, though. I think that's going to be pretty solid for them, so I think this game does really come down to how well the assassins are going to play, but I think that the Ziggy is going to be somebody that we got to be very scared of if you're rooting for SK in this matchup. Obviously, the Kenji's got the matchup, but Charlie and Leon, until Leon gets super, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I feel like if we didn't have the Charlie, I feel like this composition would have been a much more interesting composition for SK in the sense that it would be an easier go at it. I don't necessarily agree that Charlie was a good pick, and the blue star being picked up by Realm, despite the insane speed that you get from the lollipop drop from Rip, right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely pretty solid for them. I mean, they knew that the Kaze is going to be able to get there. The lollipop drop helps, but those dash brawlers are the kings of getting the blue star. Ope's getting a lot of value from these poke shots too, so things looking really good for him. He's already got another lollipop drop. That gadget cooldown needs to be increased. Ope's got super though. He's already choosing to pop it, and Bogdan's going to be his first target. That's going to be an easy kill, and he cycles super too, almost able to get out, but not quite.
Bogdan has his number, and that is going to be a 2-star lead for the side of Only Realm. SK on the back foot here. From the get-go, it's very hard, obviously, to get that blue star with Bogdan just having only dashes here. So SK set up on the left-hand side and just trying to cycle their supers and whatnot, but it really does come down to Ope here and Noe jumping in, getting one of those swipes and jumping out, but he just delivered them 2 more stars.
The strategy from Only Realm is very apparent now. They get Pam turret, they get the blue star with Kaze, and then they camp, they park the bus in the back, and they're just going to chill here. Dompe is not going to leave this crevice. I don't really think he's going to do anything except just spam out shots here. Maybe back away from Naui and Ope a little bit. Ope does pop that hypercharge. He gets a lot of damage, but it's not even going to be close to getting a kill with the Pam turret back there to heal up the teammates. He cycles out the super, but for what purpose? They're still down by 4 stars, and the bus is still very parked.
Indeed. I know he has to go in. He has to get a super. He does get the super. Is able to dash the gadget, avoid the gadget. Locks a kill coming down. They're able to get one more. No, he goes in just for the insult. And that's going to be a 3-star lead. 13 seconds left on the clock. Bogdan has to go in for the pursuit. The domestic violence has to happen here. But it's unfortunately might not be the case here. Noe holding them back. The kill is confirmed on Audrey. Bogdan might go down. And it's SK Gaming reversing what was at the start a very dominant game for Only Realm.
That is how you execute a comeback right there. They had all 3 teammates parked back there, but if you get a Kenji super, then grouping up no longer is beneficial on the defensive side. Really good job cycling, able to hit his shots incredibly well, cycle towards that hyper, get a full squad wipe, and a full take back of that game. That was absolutely insane, but once again, we're queuing it back up. Bogdan grabs that blue star, and Only Realm is going to try to run back the same strategy minus those last 20 seconds.
Yep, just another kill for SK Gaming to extend their lead here. But I like this composition from Realm. I definitely think that they can win this one, but they have to play this one a little bit closer to the chest here. And they're trying to do so, but Noe getting so much of value against Bogdan here, which is very unfortunate for him. But in the end, Bogdan gets the better of him.
Yep, and he's going to have that fan down too, but it's not going to be enough to protect him from Ope. He's going to have to try to escape this, but Dompe has so much utility. Ope barely able to outrun the Ziggy super. Definitely a stressful race to the finish line right there, but Ope crosses first. Really good plays by him, and now the lead is still 1 star, but it's on the side of Only Realm, and now there's the Pam turret. The situation is definitely secured for them. They've got this bus parked back in the back again.
Yeah, it was crazy. He just got that margin going. Noe going in once more. Might get taken out here. Nope, that's not going to be the case. And I feel like SK's only job right now is to cycle super if you're Noe and Ope, especially for those last second interactions, because that is your win condition.
If Naui gets a hypercharge, I'll feel really good for SK. If Naui doesn't get a hypercharge, I'll feel really good for Only Realm. I think that's kind of what we're looking at here. But they're all grouped up, so one bad dash from Naui can definitely result in him dying and transferring over 2 more stars. He's got to be careful, but at the same time, with sub 30 seconds left, he needs a hyper.
Yeah, I expect in like 15 seconds we're gonna have a hyper coming in for Dompe. No, it comes in right now. Hyper from Ope. They're trying to get some supers going. They're not gonna be able to do all that much. And unfortunately for SK, they're pushed back. They don't have that much of HP and they don't have positioning either. This is looking really, really good for Only Realm. Yoshi going in, he misses his coffin cocoon actually. And that's gonna be his coffin. No, he might get taken down. He uses his super. There is a kill on a Bogat. It's a blue star for SK Gaming. The kill
Wow.
is not confirmed. SK are able to claim this one and the set.
I don't know how Ope got that kill and how now he got out of that situation, but once again, a really good looking situation from Only Realm is going to turn really sour really quickly. That's an insane comeback, 2 games in a row. That's got to hurt if you're Only Realm. It looks like they had the advantage in both of those sets, but just the superior skill of SK, it looked like, just pulled out those micro plays in the end of the game to be able to steal those victories. Electric set, really good stuff from both teams, but SK is going to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Only Realm had exactly what they needed to do in their plan, right? Whenever Noe went in, there were moments where he might have overstayed his welcome. And in those moments, you had those gadgets from the PAM coming in. So that means he can't dash out and he gets taken out. So you had these stars going from SK to Only Realm for seemingly almost no real reason, I'll be honest. And I gotta say, the win condition though for SK was to hold on till that last second for those supers and all that. Knowing that that was what happened in game number 1, you would expect Only Realm to try to establish a lot more control in the middle to ensure that they don't get pushed back, you know, in the last 30 seconds. But they got pushed back within the first 30 seconds already. So
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, they weren't really forcing the win conditions of their compositions the way it should have been.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair way to phrase it, but they're going to have another chance. It's only one set. Obviously, they were in the driver's seat for a lot of it, so they've got to feel good about how they measure up against SK, and they just know that they got to polish up some of those endgame interactions right there. But we're going to be moving on from Layer Cake into Heist on Bridge Too Far, a map that I personally have a lot of fun watching. I feel like as far as Heist goes, it's easily the most range-heavy map, so you can see a lot of picks like Angelo, Eve, 8-Bit, Piper, Nani are definitely going to be at the top of the meta here. Obviously, stuff like Colton Crow and Spike kind of always in the picture. So just seeing those brawlers get into the fray, but as well, you got to account for stuff like Bull and BB that can defeat you by running it down. We're going to see the bans 8-Bit, Angelo, Glowy, Otis, and Crow, with SK opting for that Colt, probably the safest, most safe damage dependent brawler that they could have went with.
Yeah, for sure. And then other options that you tend to see in a map like this, considering the bans that we have, are maybe say a Kaze or a Melody as well. It just tends to be that you don't see them being picked up in the same composition, but you see them being picked up in opposing compositions. Other options that you could go for are some control options. I've seen people go for Penny as well, and that has worked out pretty well in some of the EMEA monthly finals too. So Pierce coming out for Only Realm, and they decide to go for that. And I like this pick because this is a really like standard sniper pick, right? But Pierce is just that strong right now that you can make insane plays happen.
Yeah, and you can get a lot of value out of your super, combining it with the safe and the opponents as well. I feel like the matchup into Colt is decent enough. If you're able to hit your shots on Colt, obviously you have that advantage for sure. But the movement speed that Colt has with the Slick Boot star power can make that matchup, that 1v1, a little bit tougher. So I like that for SK. It just really depends on individual skill and mechanics. The Charlie's going to come out for Only Realm. A little bit more Charlie I'm seeing today than I would have expected, Panda. I think we're in the same boat on that one. But it's not a bad pick. The safe damage can be pretty impactful if you're left alone, but realistically, you want to go that Charlie for the defense to counter out the aggro that SK chooses to go with, which is going to be a Lily. Even with Melody, even with Chuck on the board, Lily's going to be the pick for SK. I guess they like that guaranteed damage from that Vanish gadget.
Yeah, and that cycles through pretty fast and pretty consistently. Not only is it to get onto the objective, but you can also get stragglers who are not expecting you just pop out of nowhere and take them out. So the only realm that they'll see is probably down in Australia.
The only realm they'll see is the Lily Shadow realm. I love that. They got one more pick though, and they are severely outranged right now. I think Colt and Charlie have pretty similar range, but Pierce is going to be tough to contend with. They're doubling down though. They do not care about any range type of disadvantage. They're going with the Bull. They're pairing that up with the Lily. Two brawlers with very, very little range to share between the two of them, but if they get up onto the safe, it's that safe health drops very, very quickly.
Yeah, and Bull coming down with that makes so much sense. Okay, Wow, we do get the Melody. I don't have the Kazuya, but Melody makes a lot of sense here because you need to go on the objective. You have brawlers that can hold the mid and hold the line in the sense that you have Pierce and the Charlie as well. I still feel like SK Gaming can do a lot of shenanigans in terms of just getting to the objective. But if only Realm are able to hold on and control, then I feel like this is a very difficult comp for SK to win against. But honestly, when that happens, it's just about them forcing the issue with their gadgets and their supers on the other side. We're gonna go into game number 1 of this second set. SK Gaming took the first one.
Yeah, this one should be fun because SK has kind of no defense. Like, Yoshi can play defense if necessary, but I think that SK is going to be trying to dive very, very quickly onto this safe. Obviously, Yoshi, like, is going to play a little bit of defense on Audrey, but at this point, like, he's going to waste a lot of time going back for that kill, and Audrey's still going to get a lot of damage. That safe is already going to be cracked. Dompe's going to quickly deal with Naui, too, and Yoshi is still just in a losing 1v1 against Audrey, who is going to take the safe down to almost 50% immediately.
Yeah. Very good start for Realm. Once more, Bogdan going in for a lot of damage here with his hypercharge. Also makes sure that Ope can't get much going. And he's able to cycle Ope, and that means he's also going to get his super. I think he's fine with cycling Ope because if he gets his super faster than Ope, Ope really can't do all that much.
Yeah, really good help from Bogdan to clear out Audrey's lane for him, too. He's going to have free reign to go onto the safe. I do see SK cracked the safe one time, but they are down by 50%. Audrey is still alive, just being as annoying as possible back here, trying to get a little bit of cycling action. The Pierce pool gets a ton of value right there. Dompe just going to be whittling this safe down. Unlikely to be able to take it out by himself, but at this point, it might be too much for SK to come back from, even if they do get 2 people on the safe.
Yeah, I mean, Ope has to hold the line here and be on the defensive, but I'm not sure why Audrey just didn't go in when he could have gone in earlier. And now it's getting a little bit sticky for SK, but Realm holding on still.
This is comebackable for SK now. I feel like they definitely should have been able to win the game right there, but the Cocoon is going to buy them a little bit of time. That kill on Yoshi might be enough to secure the bag right here. Dompe and Bogdan clear out that defensive end, and now he is not going to be able to defend the safe. So even though it was a really good start for Only Realm, SK did a good job making it close. I still feel like Only Realm's comp just has a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, and I really think that, Only Realm made a mistake, which could have been a fatal mistake, but they were able to ensure that SK couldn't exploit that. We're going to go into game number 2 of this second set. Only Realm got the first one in a pretty dominant display, at least early on. But let's see if SK know what to do and adjust.
Yeah, Ope's kind of in a torturous matchup over here. Bogdan can just keep on retreating and spamming that auto-aim button, spamming out those green buttons with the spider. So it's a really tough matchup for Bull. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Only Realm playing pretty solid defense right here. Now he's surely not going to be able to cycle too much up there. 55% on the safe, though. This is definitely going a lot better for SK. Ope's going to be able to somehow crack the safe, too, even though he had a lot of body blocks on the side of Only Realm. So better start for SK. Audrey's going to be able to clean up that kill, though, and they might be able to even up the scoreline.
Yep, 50% is 74. Now Noe's going to go on the objective. They don't care anymore. They're not going for the mid battle. They're going directly for the objective, SK Gaming. And Ope does pop his hyper, gets a little bit of value, but that is the third pop for SK. So they have a massive lead against their opponents. And now moderation isn't the name of the game. The name of the game is unbridled oppression, which is exactly what they're doing.
Yep, they just got to get one person up to that safe, whether it's Ope, whether it's Naui. It does not really matter too much. That last safe crack was huge, even though Yoshi sacrificed his life for it. He's going to be in a losing matchup against Dompe, but Dompe's actually quite weak. He might be able to... he's going to retreat a little bit, but Audrey now dashes up with the hyper. This is their chance for damage, and the defense still looks pretty strong. Not really as much damage from the Melody Super as we expected, though, and that's probably going to be GG's for SK. They're going to tie it up in Heist.
Yeah, that's a really good change in strategy from SK Gaming. They opted in the first game just to get those kills and then go in for the objective instead of directly going for the objective. Now they're like, okay, I got the super. I'm going to go in and try to get on the safe and get as much damage as possible. So what's happening essentially is Only Realm has always been on the defensive from the get-go because they have to keep on pushing back this onslaught from SK Gaming. So maybe if Only Realm can be a little bit more conscientious about how they want to address these oppositions, they can get things better. But it is a tie, 1 per team.
Yeah, but SK is already looking to try to crack this safe. Yoshi surely close to a super. He does get the super, but he kind of wasted it a little bit up there. A little bit awkward on that interaction, but SK still have a nice lead. Ope is going to be able to dash in, but that is going to be a little bit unfortunate timing-wise. Bogdan just got his super online. The spiders are going to be there as well for a cleanup right there. Now he's wasting as much time as he can. Should be able to get a couple more shots off on this safe, but so far a pretty even scoreline. SK is on top.
I feel like now he got 3 or 4 more shots that he ought to have on that safe there, and that's going to give SK a pretty sizable lead here because they don't have an extra crack, but they might be able to do so. On the other side, the Melody is going to get some value. Hypercharge being popped by Bugdot, holding the line, got the cocoon on Ope, but he has to hold down Noe. Noe misses his super, and that's going to go through the safe. Now Noe has to pop his gadget to go into the realm, and is this the realm that only realm we're going to see? I don't know, but another safe pop at 8% on the other side. Ope has to defend, but Audrey is going to go down as a result of that defensive effort.
The next push is pretty much going to win this game. Dompe with some amazing tags right there, going to try to clean up Yoshi, and he's successful. They have free reign onto the safe right now, and surely that's going to be Only Realm taking this victory. Really back and forth heist set right there, but in game number 3, when it matters the most, Only Realm are going to clutch that up and tie it up one set apiece against SK.
Yeah, that was a really good play coming in from Only Realm. That set was, I like the fact that you had different minor adjustments coming in from both the teams, and they addressed it immediately in the next game. They identified what the problem was, and they closed that up as fast as possible. So good job from Only Realm, like, going toe-to-toe with SK Gaming and holding up against those mind games and those tactics.
Yeah, no, it was a very impressive game. I feel like the comp from SK was definitely intimidating, but they had a little bit too much of the same that got countered by the same. Like, Charlie had a very free matchup right there. Even though it's not a brawler I think is that strong in and of herself, like, if you're going to go double tank into a tank counter, it's going to be a pretty free game for them. So I feel like the comp maybe wasn't there for SK this time. The gameplay was pretty solid. They made the most out of a bad situation, but I'm going to be looking for these SK drafts to get cleaned up a little bit. I feel like they're making some of these sets closer than they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure what they could have done in the last set other than adjust faster than the other team, but like I felt like it was a losing draft for them just with the way it was played out. I'm not 100% sure what they would adjust though, but maybe I shouldn't dwell on it, and maybe we should go into Bell's Rock, which is going to be the new next set, which is a knockout set with a lot of different maps, but maybe the gameplay is going to be somewhat similar with a lot of bull action as well.
I feel like as far as all the maps we've seen today, this is probably the one I'm least expecting to see a bull on, but never say never. I mean, he's a broken brawler. You can probably pull him out wherever. I think that this is probably more of a ranged affair, but even in general, the professional meta has definitely moved more towards aggression in Bounty and Knockout. So whether it's going to be like one aggressive pick from each team, maybe only one team has an aggro, I still think that you can get a lot of value out of those brawlers. Kenji definitely comes to mind. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Kaze can be pretty decent. Ollie used to be pretty solid. I think he's fallen off a bit, but he can still work in Knockout.
You're going to go into our draft, and we have our bans, lots of assassins. Maybe not a lot, but 2 assassins at least. Mortis and the Leon being banned out. Double Brock ban, along with a Rico and Ziggy. So first pick, not 100% sure who is going to be getting the first pick. What do you think?
It's going to be an Angelo, I guess. I would not have expected Angelo. I'm not going to lie.
Wow, what a prediction.
Yeah, no, I definitely sniped that one, guys. I don't really know exactly what I would have expected. I feel like Bell is a very safe pick on this map. Angelo is probably a little bit better for confirming those kills, though, with that Pierce gadget. If he chooses to rock with it, it can be incredibly broken in Knockout just for stealing an early kill and securing that round for your team. So I do like the Angelo. Gene is going to be the answer for SK Gaming. And I feel like he's kind of fallen a little bit off recently. There's a lot of brawlers with abilities to get out of Gene pulls, including Angelo with the jump. So even though that pull can be a pretty good win condition, it's becoming increasingly tougher to hit Gene pulls as there's more brawlers with more mobility getting added.
Yeah, I feel like the Gene isn't specifically to address anything here, but for the last pick from Only Realm to say that, hey, I know that you got the last pick, but you shouldn't probably pick that thrower that you want to pick, maybe.
Yeah.
So that could be an option, right? And the fact that Gene can also get those pulls makes it a very important pick, especially in the dying seconds of a round. Sprout coming out for a map like this is also massive, right? So I like this from SK Gaming, but I still feel like both of these brawlers are very, very, very weak against aggro opposition. Obviously, Mortis and Leon are out, but there are other options still.
Yeah, like you said, they banned out the two best assassins, but there's still Kaze, there's still Kenji, there's still a lot of stuff that can give a Sprout Gene problem. So I think it's a little too early to go with two low DPS brawlers like that. We aren't going to see the Ollie coming
Hmm.
out from Only Realm. The only brawler I said fell off. Very good commentary from myself there.
It's all
But
good.
I still think it's a pretty solid pick. If you rock with that jump gadget, you can definitely catch the Sprout out. You
Mm.
can avoid Gene pulls as well. So I think that mobility might be the reason he got the edge over Kenji.
Yeah, it also might be that little bit of, well, Kenji, but that little bit of HP as well might be useful. The hypnosis in those clutch
Mhm.
moments also pretty good. But I don't know. I feel like this is a pick that most people wouldn't expect at this stage of a draft, at least now.
With the Ollie or with the Sprout?
But with the Ollie,
Yeah, I think it's fine, I guess, because like his biggest weakness is low DPS, but Gene and Sprout don't have the most HP. They don't have the most DPS. So you can kind of mess around with them a little bit longer. I like the Mina pick a lot more. A lot of mobility there. You can obviously dash out of Gene
hmm,
pulls. You can use your mobility to get away from Sprout shots and try to maneuver around Sprout walls. They've got a lot
what?
of HP for the end game, but once again, the Charlie comes out for SK. Very popular brawler today. I think it's good into Mina. I don't like it into the Ollie. The spiders are good into Angelo, but I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a pretty hectic end game, and I have to favor the HP that Only Realm has.
That's what I was saying. Like, SK Gaming have to depend right now on the gene. Like, it is so massive that the gene operates and gets those pulls in, because otherwise it's going to be hard. Because Sprout is going to be able to hold lane, as is Charlie for a long duration of the game. But the win con at the end is just too difficult for SK if they don't address at least one of these tankier options from Realm.
Yeah, they're really gonna have to work together as a team to get like one kill at a time. That's kind of how I picture SK having a win condition here, or of course Ope just getting a pull early in the game. But they're gonna have to charge up a lot of supers before that becomes relevant. Donpei did go for a pure shot off rip there, trying to catch Naui out, but that does reveal his gadget choice. So now Ope
Mm.
knows that Donpei is pullable. I think that could be pretty important for the end game. But so far, a lot of positioning for the side of Only Realm just because they got the HP advantage.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't have shown my hand. I would have shown my hand at the end of the first round, not this early or when you require it. So I'm not 100% convinced with that decision made by Only Realm. Then Ope and Audrey dancing against each other, lots of jumps coming around. They're
Wow.
able to get one kill. No, he's gonna
Wow.
fall. Ope, the lone member alive on the side of SK Gaming, and despite what I said, Realm running through SK.
Yeah, they just kind of just chose a time to jump and they all struck at the same time. That was a pretty smooth team maneuver right there. Ope, he's got a pull, so he can't be feeling too horrible about it, but really good round from Only Realm. They're using their HP to their advantage. If they push in at the same time, SK just doesn't have enough damage to take anybody out except for Dompe.
Yep, and now Ope knows that he has another option, which is he has an option which he can pull. You don't have Mina dashing away, you don't have Audrey jumping away. You have Dompe, who can't do anything other than get pulled. It's surprising though that he's still in the right lane.
Yeah, I mean, Dompe can keep his range, so I guess he's just assuming that he's not going to put himself in the position to get pulled. Audrey looks like he's trying to bait that pull out right there. You can see him kind of maneuvering out in the open, trying to dare Ope to test his reaction timing. The positioning is going to be going back, but Dompe
Ooh.
does get pulled. Really amazing max range pull from Ope. He might fall to the Angela poison, and he does. So that's going to be an even trade. Now it's the two tanks of Only Realm versus Sprout and Charlie for SK.
Yeah, no, he has to reclaim his head soon, otherwise Bogdan is going to be a big problem. I guess he doesn't want to. Maybe he's close to his next super, so deciding not to do it. Exactly, he has his super, but they need to get something going. I don't like how cagey this is for SK.
Yeah, this is if SK is gonna win this, they need Naui to play his walls perfectly, but he's gonna get quickly picked off with the Mina shield. There's nothing that Yoshi can do anymore. I mean, he's got them weak, but the positioning is just gonna tell another story. That's gonna be a clean victory from Only Realm. I feel like they had the comp advantage, but still, they executed it to perfection. Like I said, those team plays going in on the same person at the same time, that's just gonna allow you to get easy picks and knockout, and Only Realm is showing that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you have to balance out the Angelo Pierce versus the jump gadget, right? Like they probably do prioritize Angelo getting the super a little bit earlier than say jumping out of harm's way from Ope, because early on Angelo probably has those free shots which will help charge up the super and the hypercharge. So that might be one of the considerations as to why they decided not to go for that, considering they have two brawlers that can jump away. Anyway, we're gonna go into game number 2 of this third set.
Bogdan is getting super wiggly up here. He's popping that shield in the power position. He is weak, so he's going to have to escape, but the positioning for Only Realm is looking really hard to contend with. Dompe's in a weird position right here. He probably has a peer shot. I guess if he had it, he would have used it right there. Must have used it earlier. So the positioning going to falter a little bit. SK all grouped up in this mid, but Audrey is going to play very aggressively regardless. Maybe over-aggressive, and indeed it was over-aggressive. I don't really know what he thought he was cooking up there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Very ill-advised. And, I think that Novi was trying to trap Bogdan, not able to do it perfectly, but it still doesn't matter. It's a 3v2, and Dompe is going to be taken down. That's SK Gaming drawing first blood in this second game.
Yeah, it's the best chance that they've had yet, but still, I feel that that round was kind of more so lost by Audrey and Only Realm than won by SK. I don't know why Ollie was trying to 3v1 up there, but they're going to be able to rack it back up. They've got the Ollie super online already. They have an Angelo super, which is probably not super impactful, but I mean, it got a kill last time, so might as well do the same. Audrey's looking for a chance to go in. The positioning is falling back on the side of Only Realm, but now he clears out a lot of room with that hedge.
Yeah, despite the Pierce not able to get any value from that super, which is very unfortunate for Realm. That is big because look at the amount of potential that SK Gaming have right now. They just are waiting on Ope to get his pull, and then it's basically down to business.
Yeah, now he's going to clear out the middle of the map right here, trying to allow his teammates to push up a little bit. But like you said, Ope is still pull-less, and he's going to need that pull to make himself useful in this endgame. Gene does not really have a whole lot to bring to the table besides poke and pull. He has the pull now. Audrey uses a super, but he gets disrupted by the Sprout Wall. A weird-looking interaction, but regardless, goes in SK's favor. The pull is missed by Ope. Audrey's going to jump in. He does not manage to kill Yashi, though. So now Dompe is left all by himself. He does get cocooned. And that surely is going to be SK wrapping it up and taking game number 2. So in this third set, we have both teams winning the first 2 games. It's definitely going to come down to this one. This is huge for momentum.
Yeah, I know. And that was despite the fact that Ope didn't get those pulls that he wanted. There was one amazing pull in the first game, but subsequently it hasn't been all that great, right? I feel like, my Gene kind of pull-less kind of situation. But we're going to go into game number 3 of this third set. Both teams have claimed a game each and a set each. So this is one which is going to define the momentum.
Absolutely, and Only Realm are keeping that pressure up. Bogdan already getting slimy in there, popping up the shield. Audrey applying as much pressure as he can. He's going to get some decent shots towards his super, but Ope steps up too high, and Dompe capitalizes on that. That is surely going to be the advantage for this first round. Going to Only Realm, obviously it's chokeable, but SK is going to have to play perfectly to bring this one back.
Yeah, first pick was huge.
Oh, my God.
Yoshi getting sniped between the spiders. And I guess there is no arachnophobia for Realm here, as Noe is going to be taken down, surely.
I don't know why Audrey's gadgeting that. I feel like they should have tried to farm him for an Ollie super. That's personally what I would have recommended, but I guess they got a little antsy and just wanted to wrap it up right there. A little bit questionable strategy-wise. I think they could have got a lot more value, but Dompe is still dialed in. He's playing out of his mind on this Angelo in this third round, tapping up Yoshi with the poison. He's trying to hang out in this corner as much as he can. The Sprout Hedge making his life difficult, but Bogdan's going to pop up a little bit of area control. Audrey, once again, a little aggressive here.
Yeah, I feel like Audrey is a little bit out of position, but now I recognize that he is, so he's going to be moving back a little bit. Never mind. He's going in for the jump here. He does get the pull. Ope gets a pull, but he might be addressed by Bogdan. He does try. Bogdan is going to get pulled. How is SK alive here? There is no way Ope should be alive in this interaction.
That was definitely a little over-aggressive from Only Realm, but Ope saving his teammates' butts. That was an insanely good defensive play from Ope. His teammates are going to be there to clean up, but really good work on the Gene right there. Not the most impactful brawler, but if you can hit those pulls in the right times, you can completely reshape the game. That's exactly what Ope was waiting for. Really good plays.
Like I said, this composition really depends on the Gene. Honestly, with all the mobility and all the ways you can get out of these situations. So the same way that Realm is depending on Dompe, the same way SK is depending on that Gene.
Yeah, great point right there. Dompe has hypercharge too. He's been playing like a man on a mission on the Angelo in this third game of knockouts. But now he's going to be his lane partner, so it's going to be a tough thing to push up into. Obviously, now he's got these walls that he can use to his advantage, but they would like to get a little bit of motion before that, because if they have even positioning going into OT, those hedges are going to be so frustrating.
Indeed. Lots of utilities online for SK Gaming, but The one that they need is the magic hand, and he finally gets it hypercharged as well to boot. On the other side, though, we have Audrey and Bogdan really pressuring. Hypercharge being popped by Dompe. Hypercharge
Ooh.
by Open. All three hands miss, and that is a mismanagement. They don't have a handle on the situation, unfortunately, for SK Gaming. But no, they're
Oh
still
my
very
God.
much alive. They might be able to make this one, but they're hot behind
Ooh.
the wall. No! Oh my
Wow.
God! What a hedge! What a sprout hedge from Noe! And that's going to deliver SK Gaming the set win. That was just the most clutch thing I've ever seen in my life.
That is insanely well played from Naui right there. You gotta hold that till the end of the round because it is so impactful when you can push people into the smoke with your sprout hedge. He was left in a 1v2. Should have been no way he was able to win that, but just able to outlast them in the poison, hit a couple of shots where only he can hit them. That was insanely well played. That's gotta feel bad for Only Realm though. Once again, the game was kind of in their hands and they let it slip. That's gonna be a huge third set going to SK now. They only need one more to move out of this lower bracket.
Yeah, I gotta say though, like I going into today, I did not think that Only Realm would be my favorite team of the day. They've shown us some very interesting drafting. The gameplay has been very, very entertaining. I really, really like this team, and I hope they start polishing up things a bit further because these matches are really exciting. I gotta say that last second
Oh,
clutch
yeah.
from SK was no, oh my god.
We've had some pretty fun games so far today, and it's definitely looking like it should keep going, but now we've got SK up 2-1. Our next map is going to be Hot Zone Open Business, so these two teams are going to take it into the Hot Zone to see if SK is going to be able to move out of this lower bracket semi, or if Only Realm is going to be able to drag it onto a set 5, guys. It's anybody's game, as we've very clearly seen so far. Very important draft coming up ahead of us.
Yep, I mean the map says it all. It's open business, so this is a very, very big set win that SKA got because I felt like the way Realm were playing, that set would have gone to Realm. And especially that if that sprout hedge wasn't there, then obviously it would be Realm's win. So that was a really clutch one. But obviously in those moments, you have to be like very adaptable. I also saw this clip from, I believe, Terry and Novo Esports, where Terry was able to get a clutch in the knockout in, I believe, the monthly finals. And they asked him, what did he think about it at that moment? And he said that, oh, they just died in the smoke.
It's pretty much exactly what happened. I mean, whether or not you have a hedge there forcing them into the smoke, at the end of the day, it was the smoke getting the final laugh. But we're moving into open business, guys. We've got our bands in here: Sirius, Crow, Leon, Ziggy, Bull, and Poco. So a lot of different ideas coming out here with the bands. And I feel like we'll probably see something with a little bit of HP to be able to sit on that zone. Once again, Finks and Lou, two of the better brawlers that I think could come out. But we're going to see the wall break that the Colonel Ruffs has to offer instead. I like that option.
100%. This Ruffs pick is very, very good. It's going to be breaking open the remaining walls that they have, and you can opt for not breaking them if you don't want them. That's the beauty of having Ruffs, right? You dictate and you decide about how you want to terraform the map.
Yep, and taking him that early means that no matter what the other team goes, you're going to be able to formulate a strategy around it. SK going to go with a very safe pick, though. They're taking the Spike, one of the stronger, more ever-present brawlers in the meta as of 2026. I feel like he is pretty much playable on every single map, every single mode, into almost every single comp. So really safe early pick, although it doesn't directly address the Colonel Ruffs. I think it's a pretty solid option if you're still biding your time.
Oh yeah, and biding our time, we're waiting for the next pick from SK Gaming. And honestly, I like the Spike pick, but open business, we need to have a little bit more business. Spike just holds on and keeps control. We need a little bit more aggro coming down. And yes, I was gonna say that Finks might be an option because if you notice, Only Realm did ban out the Poco. So one of the biggest options against the Poco, obviously, against the Finks is obviously the Poco. Other options that Only Realm could go for in order to make sure the Poco isn't as useful could be a Lu, or obviously they could also go for a Ems because that is not going to really benefit SK Gaming's pick of this brawler, I guess.
Yeah, no, Ems is super busted into the Finks time warp, so I do like that Ems idea. I think Amber's another brawler that's really strong into Finks. Bo has a decent enough matchup, though, and I don't mind it. Even though in competitive play it is hard for the Bo mines to get that much value, they are still going to be a waste of time, and Bo still has that broken hypercharge Buffy that allows him to have 4 arrows, so he gets insane DPS, get up to 8 mines on the zone, so whether or not they get hit by them, it's going to definitely be a area denial, an area deterrent. So I think the Bo pick is solid, even though he's a little tough to pull off.
I'm gonna give the most tepid take, right? I just love how initially you're like, are they gonna break walls? Are they not gonna break walls? I don't know. And then it's like, oh, we see the spike and fix. Yeah, let's double down and break the walls, and that's
Yeah.
why they go for the bow. And obviously, SK Gaming, they have all these aggressive options, so make sure that they can't go for a tanky thing like a BB. You have the Shelly, and Shelly with her buffies is a little bit more dependable in more interactions against other brawlers that aren't specifically just the tanks.
Yeah, it's still an interesting pick to me, though. I don't think Shelly has a very winnable matchup into Fink Spike. So I guess that they are just picking her purely to make sure there's no aggro coming out from
That's
SK.
good.
The Penny pick, I think, is going to be solid. Obviously, there's a lot of wall break on Only Realm, but you got to break pretty much every wall for the Penny to have nowhere to put that turret. So I like that Penny pick a lot. I really liked Only Realm's draft until I saw that Shelly, but now I think I'm leaning SK.
I feel like that Shelly pick was just because SK baited them into that pick, because like it was very obvious with that composition that it would be an aggressive brawler, right? In an aggressive meta. I feel like it was baiting that Shelly pick to allow them to go for the Penny. Let's see how this plays out though, because it looks good on paper, but ultimately Realm has a method to their madness, and they've shown us. So I want to see if they can prove it to us once more.
We will see here, but we are into set number 4, guys. SK need to win this set to move on to the next round. Only Realm need to fight for their tournament life right here, but so far, so good for SK Gaming. They get a couple of kills. Yoshi is throwing up a little bit of BM too with the clown pin, so SK feels confident about their draft. Now it's time to see if the result's going to be as good as their confidence is.
Yep, let's see. But the early turret already for the side of SK is crazy. A kill on the right-hand side on Dompe is gonna just add a lot more pain in the caboose for Realm right now. Why is it caboose anyway?
Yeah, this is looking very difficult for them. Dompe gets a little bit of wall break. The Penny turret used to tank for Naui, and they both end up just running past each other. How do you do, sir? Interaction, but overall, the Penny turret's gone. Dompe's got good positioning, so I guess Only Realm will take that, but if you're a fan of Only Realm, you probably don't want to check the scoreboard right now because it's getting out of hand.
Oh, I just checked the scoreboard. I was like, how bad is it? I wasn't paying attention to the actual percentages. It is bad. It is terrible. This is like a nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, I can confirm that the scoreline not looking the greatest, even though the kills are starting to stack up a little bit. It's probably a little bit too little too late. They do have some bow mines out there. Ope's going to fall victim, but the Shelly's not even able to survive that hypercharge. I feel like the Shelly is getting thoroughly outmanned in this matchup right here. Yoshi's going to be throwing up yet another clown pin. Bro came into set number 4 feeling different, feeling toxic, and SK is going to be moving on to match point.
Yeah, I feel like Realm were there ready to play rock, paper, scissors, and SK was like, wait, I thought this was chess, and then it completely schooled them, and that's what happened in the draft there. I feel like there really isn't a recourse here for Realm. They have to play out their minds, and there isn't a specific matchup for Shelly to win here. I did like the fact that Noe had to use his hypercharge turret to tank the Shelly. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That was hilarious how they just ran right past each other, too. All that action, all that utility, and nobody even wanted to finish the kill, but Dompe's going to get the better of him this time around. Yoshi going to get blasted into Bogdan. So a much better start from Only Realm this time around. The bow mines getting down in a strategic location, and SK is going to have to work together to disarm these bow mines and try to get a take back.
That Dompe super that knocked back the person into the path of Bogdan was like so funny. It's like, this is me rolling out the red carpet for you sort of situation. That was so funny. But right now, so much of control being exerted on the left-hand side by Noe. The kills have been confirmed on a Bogdan. So despite the great stellar start, it is finally falling apart. Though there's skill from Dompe on an Ope, which I thought was probably not going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, Dompe's doing the best he can in this very, very unfavorable matchup. Good wall break from Bogdan, too. The further we get into this game, the more walls get broken. Hypothetically, the better Only Realm should be able to perform. So we'll see if they're able to drag this game back. So far, they are up by about 30%. Things are not looking great for SK. And I'm noticing a lack of clown pins coming out from Yoshi this game. I wonder why that could be, Panda.
I don't know, man, but there's a hypercharge that the Ruffs can use. They opted for Audrey not to use it at that point in time, but now obviously Bogdan could give it to Audrey if required. But just look at the amount of mines that we have here, and it's anything but SK's. It's only for Realm right now. SK Gaming completely out of their depth in the second one, and it seemed like I felt like Realm had no choice after the first game, but it's a
Yeah.
role reversal. It's
No, really
a
good
flip the
job to
script.
stay confident and bring that game back. I feel like the key difference was the wall breaks, both from Dompe and Bogdan. But Dompe got that initial interaction, he got the jump on the penny, and then once he broke that wall, they really never looked back. So really well played by Only Realm. Definitely still feels like an outdraft to me. SK is gonna have to lock in a little bit harder, but I feel like they showed us the way that it can work, and it really does come down to those early supers for Shelly and Ruffs.
Yeah, when you go against a composition, which obviously isn't a standard composition, you do get a little bit more. I guess the word I'm looking for is confident, right? But
Mhm.
in those moments when the opponent uses unforeseen strategies, it catches you off guard, right? And it throws you off your game. And I think that's what Realm really capitalized on. Now, Bogdan breaking the right hand wall, that's going to be pretty big, but unfortunately, it's not going to give them that much of dividends. But Dompe picking up the slack for his team there.
He's dashing in to try to take out that penny turret and barely even gets it to half HP. That's got to be a frustrating interaction. The zone percentage ticking up for SK. The bow mines are thrown out, but it's in a position where Yoshi is very easily going to be able to both find them and take them out quite simply. And that's exactly what he does. He's got a time warp on hand. Now he's got strong positioning, can surely throw his turret down on defense. And Yoshi is back, feeling toxic again. And that's got to be a good sign for SK that they're looking to bring this one home here.
Yeah, and they also have this big super from Yoshi. I mean, that just makes sure that it's very difficult to come back from here. Pops out that super, and he's able to dodge so many of these shots here repeatedly and consistently. What just happened there? He was on a time. How did he die there?
I guess he just didn't juke it. He kind of juked into it, if anything. But
Yeah.
Only Realm trying to make a final stand here. They're down by about 50%, but they have full positioning now. And like I said last game, the more the walls get broken, the better the situation is. Yoshi lucky to survive right there. Now he has his hyper turret. He's going to throw it behind this wall, but those walls could easily be broken if they disarm these bow mines. And this lead is getting slimmer and slimmer.
Bo is so strong sometimes. It's just crazy, right? Another set of bow mines coming down. Ope is going to be using his super, his hypercharge as well. Tries to zone out the people. Lots of damage being put out by Ope. And he's done a pretty bang up job of ensuring that Realm don't take as much percentage of the meat as they'd like. Ooh, Ope! He gets knocked around a little bit, just bouncing about.
Yeah, he definitely got knocked around there. Dompe popping the hypercharge, though, trying to clear out this room. They cannot afford much more zone time for SK Gaming. The kill is going to be confirmed by Naui. Yoshi gets hit by his fourth bow mine of the game, if my accounting isn't mistaken, which is pretty hilarious to see. Really good super from Bogdan, but the zone is getting close to 90%, but that's a full take back pretty much from Only Realm.
That is the third person dying from mines. This is the very Bobby BS game from SK Gaming right now. SK Gaming on match point and kind of just presenting the win to the other team. Again, Bogdan with his gadget along with all those mines makes it so hard to just walk up and juke and dodge. And somehow Roman got this one. What is going on here? Wow.
That's a really good comeback. Once they got set up, they got the bow mines in position, and they made it really hard for SK to be able to do anything. Yoshi going 0-5 after throwing up the clown pin. Definitely a tough look for SK Gaming fans, but really good win from Only Realm, bringing it back from the brink of destruction. And now we're going to be moving on to our first set 5 of the day for fighting for their lives in this lower bracket.
Yeah, that is actually crazy that we've reached this point, right? And I gotta say, Only Realm, I've said this a few times, is my favorite team of the day, right? And every time I see them play, I root for them more to win because it's always exciting and it's always these unforeseen ideas. Like I said, when you go up against teams which are obviously like objectively better than you in terms of rating and all of those type of things, unorthodox compositions and unorthodox strategies are what are gonna net you those wins, because a lot of these high caliber teams face off against other high caliber teams and a lot of the interactions are within the realm of expectations, and when you just throw up the random strategies, it just really throws a wrench in the works. But that being said, this tournament format does not have the global bans, which I guess a lot of the bigger teams are obviously operating on when they do their draft and when they do their scrims. They're running based off that assumption. So that is something to think about as well.
Yeah, definitely. Having less bans just means that some of the more broken brawlers are going to be a little bit more readily available. We've seen Only Realm take advantage of that with the Bull on more than one occasion, so definitely something to keep in mind. Brawlers like Crow going to be able to slip through brawlers like Leon a little bit more often, so I feel like that tournament format does maybe a little bit benefit the team that is less used to scrimming in this new global ban environment. And like you said, the off meta comps have definitely been something Only Realm is not scared to employ right there. They are definitely feeling pretty good about getting experimental with it. We're going to be moving into set number 5 here soon to determine which team is going to be saying goodbye to us out of this lower bracket. It's going to be on
Mhm.
Gem Grab with Deathcap Trap as the map, though, Pan.
Yeah, what a name for a map for our set number 5 here, because it is definitely going to be a death for the team that loses this set, because it is the lower bracket. Both these teams have already lost other teams in the upper bracket. SK Gaming lost against Big Talents, and Only Realm lost against Team Heretics. But it's very important to note that Only Realm hasn't lost a single set without, like, oh, never mind. They lost a set where they didn't take a win, but it doesn't matter. Every single game has been very close, and it has been down to the wire, except for one hot zone game where they were completely rolled. So I'm
Yeah.
interested in seeing how this one does play out. It just goes to showcase and illustrate how close EMEA competitive actually is.
Absolutely. I feel like this entire day of games has kind of showcased that. Obviously, with Big Talent starting us off with a banger upset over SK. But moving into our draft here now, guys, we've got Deathcap Trap as our map. Our bands Crow, Leon, Bull, Otis, Spike, and Chester. I like these bands from SK. They probably thought that Only Realm might want to draft the Bull if they get a chance to. So getting that guy out of the way, probably going to be a pretty beneficial choice for them.
BB is going to be the first pick, and it's going to go to Only Realm. So the few times that BB does escape the bans, it's usually because Bull and the other more scary oppositions are being banned out. So first pick for Only Realm being the BB, considering that it's open, makes sense. But then it also opens you up to a lot of different ideas on how to, get countered out on the other side. SK Gaming going for the Janet, and I feel like Janet hasn't been respected as much. I don't think it's a bad pick by any means, and especially on Gem Grab and this map in particular, with all of the walls that you have, you can place the drop the base gadget, and you get a lot of value from just that being there.
Yeah, both Janet gadgets have been pretty useful in this meta. She is typically only used as a gem grab mid, so assuming that's what she's going to be used for here, but she's got the best escapability out of any of those gem carriers. So if a BB runs in with Hyper, you can just kind of wait that out by taking to the skies for 7 seconds. So I think that's a pretty good ability to have against a brawler that is aggressive and is game changing as BB. The Shelly is also going to be there to shut down that BB though. So after clowning on the Shelly pick, SK is going to take the Shelly pick. We'll see if they have the same luck for it that Only Realm did.
Yep, I want to see how this works out for SK Gaming. I felt like it was still not the best pick for Only Realm. Like, they won despite the fact that the set wasn't the best draft for them. So that was really nice. I still want to talk about that other set, but anyway, Lily is going to be brought out by Only Realm, which is an interesting pick, I would say, because who are you going to go up against? Because like Janet can jump away, she can fly away. You can't really go into a Shelly, really. It just is. It's a risky option, in my opinion.
Lily's kind of the ultimate gamble because if you hit that hypercharge super on the gem carrier, you win the game. It's kind of that simple, but she can't do anything into Janet without the hypercharge super. Can't do anything into Shelly no matter what, pretty much. So it's definitely interesting. It can be really good. It certainly could win them a game, but at the same time, I can't see Lily being useful for the majority of the game time. Charlie pick is going to be a solid gem carrier. They kind of needed somebody to fill that role, so decent defense that you have. Obviously, if there's an assassin on the other team, you can cocoon them. So pretty safe Charlie pick. I'm very curious to see if SK goes another tank counter.
Yeah, I do want to see something from SK. They go for Sandy, which is, yeah, exactly. It's a pretty interesting pick. I mean, scouting out the fact that you can wall peek a little bit better than some of the opposition is good. You also have the ability, I guess, to make sure that even if a Lily does jump onto your face, you have your gadget to take her out. But the hypercharge is definitely a thing that Only Realm have as an asset. Like I said, unpredictability is the biggest thing, and gambling is what Only Realm has been doing the entirety of today with some of their picks here. So I like this Lily pick because that hypercharge is a win game situation, but if it fails, then it's basically going to be at the end of the game for Only Realm. So you got to look for it, especially the dying seconds of the game, I feel.
Yeah, I like that Only Realm is staying true to themselves, man. They love these gambling comps, and they're going to keep on gambling. They're going to keep on rolling heavy. They got Dompe already fully behind the enemy team. Yashi's going to be trying to poke around these walls. Like you said, Sandy, one of the best poke brawlers, one of the best peak brawlers. And this is a map that is definitely built for him to be very impactful. Bogdan's going to pop that gadget, run them down. That HP just feels like it never even left. He's still got a lot of HP to his name. He's going to have to back off now that Ope's got hyper.
Yeah, Opie, that is just aura, just the flash. It's like, haha. But unfortunately, all that aura kind of, that's the biggest aura loss I've seen after that knockback.
Not bigger aura loss than Yoshi throwing up Clown Pin and then walking into a bow mine, but still. Audrey's going to be holding it down here. Ope gets knocked into a gem. Not ideal for him. Bogdan's going to be able to claim that gem for his team. Now he does get hit by the Lily Hypercharge, though. The thing that we were talking about, the thing that we were waiting for, does connect. Is that going to be enough? Oh my goodness, Bogdan has no mercy up here. That's 9 gems for the side of Only Realm. They just need a little bit of a gap to get the final one. Dompe is going to be trying to clear out some room.
Yeah, and especially once BB has grass, it's so hard to get back into that position to win control, right? So Opie does have that super. He's going to be sneaking in, but that is expected. And he goes in for the super because he knows nobody's in the grass on that side there. That means he can open up that map and just make sure that Bogdan's all the way back. So yes, there is this 5-gem lead for Realm, but I feel like SK Gaming have a lot more control than that.
Yeah, but Audrey's going to whiff that cocoon. I feel like he could have been a little safer with that. Dompe, I almost forgot about Dompe. He's still behind here. Don't worry about him, guys. He's still hanging out. He's going to get blasted by Ope. He pops the gadget to survive. Going to try to refocus onto Yoshi, but he's not going to be able to do too much. He does get a little bit more damage than he probably should have had there. Either way, SK are just hanging out in this mid.
No.
Another missed cocoon, and now we're pretty much tied up at this point.
Yeah, and 10th gem being picked up. Not picked up by Bogdan. He pops his gadget, doesn't matter. And that's going to be Noe actually picking up some of these gems. And he does have a hypercharge.
Wow.
Who's going to be able to even contend against Noe with the defense from Yoshi and Ope on this right-hand side? Bogdan gets taken down. Ope just dodging these shots. I don't think he was BMing. He was just dodging.
I think it might have been a little combination of the two, but either way, some smooth moves from Ope and an unfortunate situation for Bogdan. He almost picked up that 10th gem, ended up just getting Sandy stunned and wiped off the face of the earth instead. So clearly we see the win condition for Only Realm. It's just going to be tough for them to pull it off, to get the countdown, and to keep the countdown.
Yeah, they got to pull this rabbit out of the hat. SK Gaming on match point, but they've been on match point before against this side here. Now it is up to Only Realm to get a response in kind, and they've been able to do that in the past. Now, Dompe going to be going in here. He gets a lot of value, actually, because of that double shot there. Ope getting the kill here, but on the right-hand side, he's going to be taking a lot of damage, is going to be pushed back. Lots of control being lost by SK Gaming, and Dompe just hugging that wall on this left-hand side.
Yeah, and he's got to be close to a hypercharge after all that value that he got in that first interaction. So he probably is going to be able to get multiple of them. That's a good cocoon, though. Now he's not going to be able to do too much. Dompe goes in, immediately pops the gadget into the realm. He's going to go back around for Yoshi. He's on a mission right here, and that's going to be a full squad wipe. Well played to Only Realm.
Dude, I feel like Only Realm are playing 3D pinball against SK Gaming, just knocking them back, each of them one after the other. There is this super on this right-hand side. Early control. Once more, the cocoon has been missed, and I feel like that has been the biggest problem for Realm. They've been missing these cocoons perennially.
Yeah, any one of those cocoon hits at the end of last game would have been able to get them that 10th gem. Dompe with the hyper. He hits a guy with no gems, though, so not super ideal. Bogdan with a clutch knockback. Ope dashes through. He still almost dies to the bubble. A lot of stuff happening in the middle here, and Dompe is going to just end up dying, trying to get a little bit more supercharge. SK still down by 4, but it's very winnable. Oh,
it's 100% winnable. Audrey has 2 gems to his name. Now it's going to be Dompe sneaking in, but they're going to be cognizant of that. The fact that Novi also has a super and a hypercharge is also something that I think about. Dompe, Ope is very low. He gets taken out because of those bubbles there. Hot on pursuit is Noe with the hypercharge. He's going to get a lot of value onto Bogdan, but the gem countdown is there for Only Realm, but oh my god, the most clutch super of all time is available. It doesn't get it does get the reset though for a second.
Okay, the cocoon gadget's going to keep Charlie a little bit safe back there. SK need to get back and try to get a kill, but Dompe's hyper is going to shut that idea down. Ope's the lone member remaining, and it's not going to be enough. We're going to move on to double match point between SK and Only Realm. The winner of this stays alive in our losers bracket, and the loser of this is going to be our first team eliminated from our Day 2 online final. So this is the highest that the stakes are going to get, guys. These teams need to lock in, and they need to lock in ASAP. SK is on the ropes right now.
Yeah, you can't rest on your laurels. You got the first win easy, yes, but only Rome is a team which has kept on adjusting and managing to, come back from whatever you're trying to put out if you're SK Gaming. So they have to be careful about this one. And they're playing like a unit right now. If they realize if they play as a unit, it's going to be harder for both Bogdan and Dompe to get in. And they're also dancing around the perimeter of Bogdan as much as possible. Bogdan gets a little bit of value, but not all that much.
Such an interesting strategy from SK. Like you said, they are literally all just standing on top of each other and moving around as one. So it definitely makes the life of the Lily and the BB a little bit harder. But if they do get a hit off, it's going to be an extra valuable hit. So once again, a little bit of a gamble from the side of SK. So far, so good, though. They've got 7 gems all on their gem carrier. Now he's going to be able to escape from any bad situation.
Yeah, and this is a reversal of what we saw in the first and second game. SK Gaming, very strong start from the get-go. Dompe being pursued by Ope, gets taken out despite the super. There's a hypercharge for Audrey, but he's going to be very low. No, Bogdan gets taken out. There is a hypercharge for Audrey. They only have the 1 gem on their side. Yoshi can pick up another one. Finally, Audrey making a connection with that cocoon, but nobody seemingly there to utilize and make use of it.
Yeah, and now the hypercharged Sandy Super coming down. Full position for the side of SK. They've got 10 gems. It's on top of the Janet. It looks like this might be the end of Only Realm's legendary run in this tournament, but they got 10 seconds. But yeah, with only a couple more seconds for Naui to be able to run out the clock, that's going to be GG's for SK. Really good response in that third game. The strategy switch up to play as a unit ended up resulting in a really good beginning to that game. They never looked back from that positioning.
Yeah, I really like this, right? This is one of the things I like about SK Gaming, these minor adjustments that they did. They realized that if they group up together and are sufficiently far away from both the Shelly and the Lily, not only does the Lily not charge up the super, the Shelly, even with her projectiles, doesn't charge up the super as much. So they deny value from both sides, obviously making sure that both of those aggressive options are a little scared about, going for the engage, and they're basically feeling out people. And when they're together as a unit, they have that massive HP, and additionally, they also have all of that firepower.
Yeah, and that was definitely what they utilized to be able to pull that one out. But we're going to see SK moving on to the lower bracket semifinals, where they will run into the loser of our next game, our upper bracket semifinal, Big Talents and Team Heretics.
Indeed. And we're going to take a break of about 3 to 4 minutes before we come back for the next game. So we'll see you guys then. That is the opposite of what we said. We'll be back we'll be having a break. This is awkward. This is very awkward. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we're going to be going for a break, but the next match is going to be the upper bracket finals. We're going to have Team Heretics versus, I believe, Big Talents is the next match. So we'll see you guys hopefully then. Please. Hey everybody, welcome back to some esports action in EMEA, and it has lived up to the hype. I mean, we've had some really close games, and unfortunately, we do say goodbye to one of our teams today, and that is painful for me because I really enjoyed what they brought to the table. Nice, interesting drafts, very creative ways to actually employ them, and the communication between the team is just impeccable. I just love what I saw, and I want to see more of them in the future. And I'm sure that Dunky also agrees. But forget that. I am Penn, and this is Duncan. How are you doing today, Duncan?
I'm doing amazing, man. Like you've said, we've had some awesome games so far. We had an upset with Big Talents over SK. We had SK bouncing back against Only Realm in the lower bracket to be able to continue to move on. Heretics just showing some pretty dominant gameplay so far. So we are going to move on to our upper bracket semis. It's going to be Team Heretics, iChaos, Marco, and Sabim versus Big Talents, Nez, Zimone, and Mine, who did, like I said, take out SK in that first round of this tournament. So definitely some really good stuff that we've seen from Big Talents. A lesser known team, of course, when compared to that of SK and Heretics. But regardless, they've shown that they're able to hang with the best of the best, and they're going to be trying to continue to prove that as they take on Heretics.
Yep, and we're gonna go into our draft. It's gonna be Sneaky Feels for set number 1. Our bands are Crow, Sirius, M's, Nita, Spike, and the Shelly. Ooh, Shelly bands, interesting, because they want to make sure that they can use the bull. Just see the laundry list of bands from Heretics, and obviously with all of the, anti-tank bands, just to make sense that you want to first pick the bull, because how are you gonna run against the bull?
Yeah, very clear strategy there with the bans in the first pick for Team Heretics. They want a free bull game, and they're going to make as much of a free path for that as they can. Unfortunately, you can't ban all of them. Otis still slips through. He's going to be the first pick for Big Talents. We've seen the Otis into bull matchup definitely favor the Otis throughout our first couple of games today, but I don't know. Team Heretics definitely had something in mind with this draft, so surely they kind of anticipated that there would be a tank counter out there somewhere. They're going to add the Rico into the mix too, so a lot of good vision gear brawlers that can keep tabs on bull as well.
Yeah, and just the amount of damage that Rico outputs now after the buffs that he got a few months ago is just kind of crazy, which is why he's being picked up a lot. But there are so many stronger brawlers. It's just crazy to me that. But anyway, Rico is still really good. Lots of good angles on this map, and the fact that you can just scout out people on this map with that Rico just makes sense, right? And then we've talked about how Otis is probably one of the best counters to that bull pick, and Team Heretics opting for the roughs that allows them to break walls if they want to, and I think that they might opt to do that just because it makes sure that the Rico isn't, a Rico is just a Colt, and it's not as lethal, I guess.
Yeah, definitely going to take a long time to get as many walls down as I'm sure they would like to against that Rico, but I do like the wall breaks. It's going to be tough for the roughs to charge super against the Otis Rico, though, I have to imagine. The alley pick, I'm a big fan of that. You can certainly outplay like an Otis Starfish, which is pretty rare to be able to say as an assassin, but Allie just jumps so quickly that you're able to really catch even some of the best players lacking with her. So big fan of that pick from Heretics. They've got 2 aggressive brawlers, and Big Talents have really nobody that can force a goal through right now, but they might even have to play more defensive. They are, and it's going to be a Gale.
I'm going to talk about Heretics for a little bit, right? I like this iteration of iChaos' team. I've been a big iChaos fan since 2019. I've been following him since Team Clash when they qualified for Worlds and got disqualified and all that stuff, and I felt that they were robbed, whatever. But I feel like this, after the him joining SK Gaming, his playstyle significantly changed, and I felt like the meta also significantly changed. But now we've reached a meta where we can have all 3 players play a little bit more aggressively, and the team is actually allowing Chaos to play those sort of roles, and I like that. I might be a little bit of a Chaos Blazer, but I just like this iteration of Chaos' team. Anyway, we're gonna go into our first set between Big Talents and Team Heretics. Let's see what is gonna be brought out by both these teams. Both stellar-sided casts. Wonder what's going to happen here, Donkey.
Yeah, so far Marco's trying to get a little bit of pressure, but he's been getting tagged up at every opportunity by Big Talents right here. Really good start for them. Yoko's doing a great job holding down this left-hand lane right here too. Chaos going to use those bags to try to clear out a little bit of space. He does get his first wall break, opting to break that wall right in front of him, allowing his teammates easier access into mid. But now Marco and Sabine left in a little bit of an unfavorable situation. That Tornado and the Otis Starfish going to combine for a beautiful kill.
Yep, great start coming in from Big Talents. It was a little bit testy in a little bit, but now they're in a bit better of a spot. I don't know, words escape me. I'm supposedly a caster, right? Anyway, lots of jumps coming in from Marco. He's surely going to be going down. No, they don't address him immediately,
Wow.
but these kills by Yoko, and this is why you run the Rico.
Yeah, once you get in a good position with Rico on any map with this many walls, he's going to be a problem, and Yoko is demonstrating that extremely well. I'm sure Chaos was hurting at that. He probably wanted the Rico for himself, but Yoko definitely capitalizing on this opportunity. Sabine with the Hyper gets stunned out by Nez, though. Not really going to be able to get too much more than that out of that interaction. The defense is going to be strong for Big Talents, and they're just probably going to be biding their time throwing this ball in the corner with a minute left.
Yep, they just want to open up the map on the back end, just make it a little bit better to ensure that the Rico can't be as oppressive as it was earlier on. And this is because Team Heretics is still playing the long game. They haven't capitulated by any means.
Yeah, but with a Hypercharge sitting on the Gale, a Hypercharge sitting on the Otis, it's going to be tough for Ali and Bull to make a play here. I feel like a mistake from Big Talents is kind of what they're counting on here. Marco is going to get blasted by Yoko with the use of that Bouncy Castle healing gadget. Really nice use of the utility that Rico has. Sabine is left all by himself, surely going to be the next to fall. Once again, though, that ball's not leaving this corner. They are going to be very satisfied running at this clock.
No, this composition by Big Talent is really good. I don't see a world really where Team Heretics can do all that much unless Marco himself has some insane gamer moments right now. 19 seconds left, and I feel like this one's pretty much done.
Yeah, no insane gamer moment to speak of quite yet. That's going to be a nice 10 seconds of pain for Team Heretics as they walk towards the inevitable. Marco trying his hardest, Sabine trying his hardest, but there's no chance that Team Heretics are going to be able to claw back in this one. So really good comp, really good start, really good gameplay from Big Talents. They are off to a 1-game lead.
Yeah, that was very well played. I mean, all the wall break that IKEOS could do, it doesn't really make all that sense. All that much sense for his team. I mean, why would you break your own walls? You would rather break the walls on the other side, right? So opening up the map isn't really the best decision. And I feel like they have to play despite their composition because all three brawlers can address the bull aggression in their own different ways. So I think that Big Talents just have that check mark in terms of covering all their bases. Their composition addresses the bull, and it's also good for the map, I guess.
Yeah, I think that the only weakness that their comp has is it's tough for them to score a goal. We saw they had to get a full squad wipe with that Rico Super to be able to secure a goal, but they don't have a tanky brawler, a movement brawler that can kind of force it through on their own. So it's going to have to be another like team wipe like they had in the first game here, but they showed that they can do it if they get the Rico Super, if they get the Gale Super in an opportune moment. So I feel like that's their only weakness. Besides that, it's just really hard for these tanks to make anything happen, but it looks like we're coming in late. And I guess Team Heretics scored.
Yeah, that's I mean, I would expect them to score with a composition like this. It is an earlier composition for them to really capitalize because once you start going with Big Talent's composition, it's a little bit harder to do. Now, Marco going in for the kill here onto mine, but he's not going to be able to take it, and that's unfortunate. Yoko caught in the left-hand side and has nested himself there, in fact, and Subebe la Radio on the right-hand side, just, you know, making sure that they keep people back. And I think that Heretics are okay with the position, not all that good. They probably want Marco to get a kill here or there, but that involves Big Talents, you know, over-aggressing.
Yeah, he's going to try to get Yoko, and he does succeed in that. Nez has the super, though. The stun is there, but not the goal quite yet. Sabine still in a bad spot. The tornado knockback allows him to shoot it through Sabine. Incredible Gale tech right there. And that's going to be the game-tying goal. Wow, that's quite the play.
It wasn't just that. Mine had a super. So when Marco jumped on him, he used a super to mute out Marco so he couldn't get that last stash he needed. That was just perfect. That was amazing coming in from Big Talents. Yoko holding the line. He is going to be taken out, but he's done so much in terms of keep Heretics back. IKEOS falls down, and now it's not looking that good as Mine is also going to go down. Unfortunately for him, the ball has been cornered, so there isn't that much that Ness can do, but he has Tornado to waste Sabine, but Sabine is still alive.
Yeah, he wasted his super there too, so gonna have to work hard to get that back in his arsenal. Definitely a little bit of a misplay, but I can't blame them for getting excited up there. They had a chance to maybe put the game away, but we are 10 seconds from the inevitable overtime in which Marco is gonna have a very hard time making himself useful, so they're trying to cap it off before that even. The positioning is looking fantastic for Team Heretics. Nez is gonna have to hold this back line on defense. A super would go a long way for this defense, and it's gonna be there. Double connection right there. Mine's gonna get the cleanup and barely be able to swing that ball out.
I mean, there is a play that Team Heretics can make, which involves passing and going in, and they're trying it, but the clutch twister. I mean, the clutch pushback from Nez.
Yeah, he's been getting that super at the most clutch moment, it seems like, every single time. Marco's making the most out of his situation. No walls or no grass
Oh,
means that the alley situation's not great. But Sabim as Hyper, he goes in, he uses that heal gadget to get up a little bit. He barely dies right there. And the mute from
oh.
Mine is going to definitely make sure Chaos stays back.
What a series, what a series. Marco going in with his gadget, his super as well, but he gets found out. All three Twister are able to collapse onto him. Now Subebe being pushed back. Hypercharge by Mine is available.
Oh.
He's going to go for the goal directly,
Wow.
despite their dash. That is going to be game.
That's a tough overtime for Team Heretics to work with, but they weren't able to bring out the goal when they needed it, and at that point, once they're on defense with a comp like that, it's going to be tough to bring it back. So, well played by Big Talents to not choke the favorable overtime. Well played by Team Heretics to make that one close, though. I was not a huge fan of the draft, and they definitely had the gameplay to make it somewhat winnable, so fair enough to them, but Big Talent's going to walk away with yet another set win, and they're playing like the best team in this tournament, even though I'm sure a lot of us would have not expected that.
Yeah, that was. I'm at a loss for words. That was beautiful to watch, honestly.
Yeah.
And okay. So any tournament organizer, please make a Brawl Ball only tournament for EMEA teams. I want to see. Please, it would be so awesome. I would love it. Please. Anyway, we're gonna go into Bounty, which is the next set, and it's gonna be on Shooting Star.
Yeah, Shooting Star should be a pretty fun map to watch these two teams tee off. We saw a lot of aggression in that last set. Now we're going to have to see the patience game. Obviously, like, there is still a couple of assassins that can sneak their way into the mix, like Mortis, like Kaze. But overall, the ranged affair is definitely going to be what we're in store for here. So which team is going to be able to hit more of those shots? Which team's going to be able to play their life better?
Yeah, it really does come down to that, and all the chips are on the table here. We do have our bands going into Shooting Star. It's gonna be Angelo, Leon, Gene, Jay Young. I was gonna say Spen LC for some reason. Pierce and Mortis.
The Jae Young ban is not something we've seen in a while, but on these more open maps where you can get against single shot snipers, the Jae can definitely outplay, so I don't mind it being a consideration. The Nani's going to be the first pick, very safe option. Counters Piper, counters Mandy, counters pretty much any other long-range brawler here, so I think it's a pretty solid pick. It's not really as great for confirming kills as it once was, but you can't really push into a Nani without getting clapped for 3K.
Yep, and Byron coming out for Big Talents. You can't go wrong with Byron. Anti-heal, just the amount of damage you can output with the gadgets and the supers and whatnot. But the thing is, Crow is still very much open. And I saw Noe, I believe, from SK dying to Crow with the insta poison. That was beautiful to watch because I was like, I've never seen that interaction before because I actually never did.
Yeah.
And there is Kaze coming out for Big Talents as well. But like I said, Crow is an option, and I feel like Team Heretics can't take it.
I'm right there with you. It's been suspiciously long since we've seen the Crow. I know he's been banned out a lot, as he should be, of course, but that Blue Star acquiring that Kaze has to offer for Big Talents is definitely going to get them off to a good start. Heretics now pretty much know they're going to have to play from a 1-star deficit, so they're going to try to get some people that can play at range, get some of those bounces going with the bell shot there, and then if they do get the lead, the bell traps are going to be massively, massively impactful, especially with the Kaze on the other team. So I like the bell. It's a safe pick, but obviously they're going to be down 1-0 to start, so they got to account for that.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned this in the start. What? Okay, we have that is interesting. I mean, I feel like in this meta, having an Ollie on Shooting Star is an interesting choice, considering the fact that you don't have any heal for that Ollie, and you have heal on the other side. More importantly, you have anti-heal. So I don't know if the Ollie pick is the best decision, but it's probably there just to make sure that the Kaze can't dash in because you're going to be jumping in with your gadgets or whatever to get those hypnotizers. But still, I don't know if I agree with that. I would have gone for the Crow, honestly.
Yeah, I don't like the Ollie pick. I mean, the All Eyes on Me gadget is a hard counter to the Kaze. If she dashes in, you can fully pull her out of that and take her out with your teammates. But Kaze's going to know that. She's probably going to choose her targets a little bit more carefully. I think Crow is definitely an amazing brawler to leave on the board for the last pick. I feel like Heretics might have fallen into a trap of saying something along the lines of like, we need aggro in this draft. We can't go in a game with no aggro, but if the aggro is Ollie and it doesn't make that much sense, I feel like you don't necessarily need to force it right there. I'm a little concerned for them.
Yeah, let's see if our concerns are going to be translating into actual L's for them or not. But we're going to go into game number 1 of the second set between Big Talents and Team Heretics. Big Talents won the first one in a very close match. Let's see if this is going to be a close affair, if Team Heretics can claw one back, or if Big Talents are going to extend their lead that they already have.
Yeah, they're certainly making a name for themselves in the EMEA region today, but so far, so good for them. They get that blue star guaranteed with the Kaze, and they are going to be playing quite carefully. We saw earlier today, I believe it was Team Heretics actually, when they got the blue star, they got a little too excited with it. Actually, I think it might have been SK, but Mine is going to be doing the opposite here. He has been playing a very, very cautious Kaze game so far. Sabim is just trying to do what he can here, but he's not taking very much damage or getting very many hits, so probably not that close to a super quite yet.
Yep. It's still, though, about a minute in, and the blue star is with Big Talents. But the unfortunate problem with the situation that they're in is that you don't want to be pushed back to your spawn so early in the game. I don't know why I'm talking so slowly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, Mine almost got caught out there. Sabim hit him with the all eyes on me gadget. He was able to get away with it, but that was a win condition for Heretics if they were able to get that kill for sure. Mine does have his super. Nez is marked up too, so he's got to watch out here. Almost gets tapped up by Marco. He does get tapped again, but he survives on very low HP. Stressful situation, and Sabim is going to come make it even harder. Mine's going to have to play that Fan Storm for pressure. But the naughty head connects on Yoko. Now the lead's back with Heretics.
Yep, 29 seconds. This is a great spot for Heretics. And just look at the number of mines there. Marco, he's able to get two. He's able to get one kill and even able to mark up Yoko. The kill is confirmed on a mine. There are 19 seconds. 5 stars differentiate these teams. But there really isn't a win condition right now for Big Talents. There is that super for mine, and they put down the fan. Maybe they can get Chaos. They're trying. They find the kill on the Chaos. They need one more, though. Unfortunately, 5 seconds left. Super from Yoko. Can he find the kill? They're able to but no, a last second turnaround. Yoko gets taken down, and that is Team Heretics taking game number 1 of the second set.
That was an insane finish. I thought both teams were going to win that like multiple different times throughout the last 10 seconds of that game. I thought a Bell Trap might have got the game-winning kill for a second right there, but really clutch finish to that one. That was all over the place. I don't even know how you commentated over that. There was so much happening, but we're going to cue it back up. Team Heretics came out on top barely. Definitely a little bit of a stressful game for sure, but once again, Big Talent's going to take that blue star, and I guess we'll have to wait for the last 30 seconds for anything else to happen.
That was just crazy. I enjoyed watching that. I'm telling you, I've been telling Duncan and DMs, bro, this is so fun. I love casting these tournaments when they're so close. Anyway, we have about 90 seconds left. Blue Star has been claimed from Big Talents, and this does make sense in terms of their position. They aren't pushed back that much because last time around, they were pushed back in a stranglehold, a chokehold even.
Yeah, they're doing a much better job trying to be purposeful about taking positioning back here. Nez is wiggling, and he is getting some good taps in too, so he's doing a really good job keeping the bell back so far, getting another tap here or there. He's got a splash. He's going to use it on Sabim. Obviously, not going to take him out or anything, but with that melee star power, it's going to make it a little bit more frustrating for him to heal back up.
Super coming in here. Yoko almost gets taken out, but there is the heals. Big super. Mine is able to find one. He's able to dash out as well. That is clean. Bro just meant business.
So smart to know how much hits you need to get to cycle out of there and escape with your life. Mine definitely a master of that Kaze brawler, but the pressure is going to be on the side of Team Heretics. Big Talents backing up into their spawn. Nez barely able to survive. Really smart to splash himself. Mine does get hit, but the Byron heals might keep him alive for a little bit longer. He's going to be able to stay up. Nez is going to be able to stay up. Big Talents have so much pressure against them, but they're hanging on.
I'm gonna say this is like crazy Byron gameplay, right? Like the fact that he's able to stay alive is disgusting here. Mine has to change forms, but he's gonna be marked up. Now he's gonna be a very squishy target. Hypercharge coming in, but the kill on Nez is confirmed. They need one more. Yoko has a super, but no, the hypnotize is there. There is no way forward for Big Talents. They're trying. They're gonna be marked up. 2 seconds left, and that is Team Heretics stealing that one, pickpocketing, pilfering Big Talents to take this one to a tie.
That might have been a little bit of miscommunication for the side of Big Talents there. I think Yoko thought that he needed to stay up there to get the final kill. His teammates ended up getting the kill for him, and then he got caught off in a bad spot where he ends up giving the lead right back. But overall, that was a very, very close set. I like the strategy from both teams. Heretics just executed it a little bit cleaner in the end game specifically. I feel like a lot of these bounty sets in the competitive do come down to the final interaction, and we saw Heretics come out on top of both of those. So that experience, that calm, composed mentality coming up pretty clutch for them there.
Dude, I gotta say, Big Talents really living up to their name. Like, really living up to their name. Only Realm is also amazing. Like, I am very excited for EMEA. It's not just the top teams, even the teams which are, not considered the cream of the crop are able to take the cream of the crop to like insane depths of like talent that we've never seen before. I'm just happy that I live in a time that I get to watch esports and Brawl Stars. I know that's corny, and I am a cornball, so
Nah, I mean, I completely echo that, dude. It's been such an amazing tournament so far, and we got a lot more where that came from, guys. We are not out of the water yet in this final winners bracket matchup here. We've got set number 3 coming up here, which is going to be hot potatoes. So we have Heretics with 1 set, Big Talents with 1 set. This third set going to be so big for momentum. So we're going to have to see which team comes out on top in Heist.
yep. We have our bands. They're going to be a lot of the usual bands. We have Bull, Lily, Shade, Otis, along with Nita and Crow. First pick going to be the Rough. So I like the dog pick, obviously, because you can break walls. You can just do a lot of different things, ricochet shots as well. The hypercharge is basically the biggest aspect, right? You have a dive brawler going in, it uses hypercharge, and then hey, you have the Rough's hyper snacks, and then you have another hypercharge to go in. And so that cycling towards the end of the game is one of the biggest aspects why you want to run Rico in conjunction with a strong brawler. Now, considering all the bans that we have, it just makes it that much more evident that BB is going to be picked up, right? Her biggest counters are taken out of the situation. So
yeah, no, I think that is pretty clear. I mean, the Bull, Lily, Shade all getting banned out. There's not that many aggros that are super popular on this map left, so BB feels like a pretty clear choice. Chuck and Melody both available as well. Could not be less surprised if I saw one of those come off the board. Probably not right here for Heretics, but I think they'll probably go for a little bit more of a defensive option. Indeed, they do. It's going to be the Spike. It's a fair enough matchup into the Colonel Ruffs. I think that the wall break Ruffs is definitely going to be a little bit more, he's going to have a little bit more utility, I guess you could say. But Spike is still really good for both getting safe damage if you get left alone and defending.
Yeah, Spike does that. You also have the cactus thingy. I forget the name of the thingy. Not popping pincushion.
The
life plant. Yeah. You can put the life plant. It's good for scouting out where people are as well and all of that stuff. So, all around, I think that Spike has never really fallen off as a dependable brawler since its inclusion, which is insane considering the game has been out for almost 10 years now. Melody's coming out for Big Talent, and yeah, Melody does make sense because you can get onto the objective on the other side. So if you're BB and you're trying to be very aggressive, well, you got to defend with the fact that you gotta go up with the fact that Melody's going to do the same thing on the other side. Now we have Big Talents going for a very defensive pick in the Cordelius, and that just makes sure that I guess most need to waste hypercharges into just to keep the tankier oppositions off the safe.
Yeah, the Melody pick, even though it does struggle into Spike a little bit, you need some type of aggro in Heist. You can't win a Heist game more times than not without some type of dive brawler. So Melody makes sense for that. Cord makes sense for the BB. And there are some nice outplays you can do with Cordelius too. If you take somebody low DPS to the Realm, then you can just run up all the way to the opposing safe. So could definitely see that strategy being employed by Big Talents. Team Heretics opting for an Amber last pick. With that spinny gadget, it can be a very good defense into a brawler like Melody. So I think that's what they're taking it for. Definitely won't hurt to have a little bit of vision in the mid grass.
Yeah, you already kind of get the idea of the roles in everybody in Team Heretics. Spike is, just hold the line and all of that. Amber as well, just this the same thing to address the Melody, and the whole objective of BB is to go down and go on to the objective. Similar ideas on the other side. You have clearly defined roles of what people have to keep doing. As we go into our third set between Big Talents and Team Heretics, both teams have taken a set each, and this one is going to define who takes over control of this battle.
Yeah, we've had an evenly matched bout so far, but Sabine is going to be trying to do what he can on the left-hand side. Caught in between a Ruffs gadget and a Ruffs and a Cordelius, though. It's going to make his life difficult. The trade is barely going to be there for Yoko. Pretty clutch, all things considered. Mine does hit that realm as well. He's going to pick up the dog treat, and Nez is going to take the lead for Big Talents, albeit it was only 2%.
Yep, and we still get that fire damage. That's another thing that Amber does, right? Burn down that grass and makes it harder to be a sneaky sneak. And now Nez is contending against the Spike on the other side. That's also going to be Nez going in on the objective, and it takes 2 brawlers to really address that Melody. Another super just to zone people out, and that's what you're going to have repeatedly. You're going to have Spike and Amber holding the lane. On the other side, you're going to have Cordelius and Ruffs holding the lane. It's going to be really around both Nez and the BB on the other side, just to make sure that you get some damage on the objective.
Yeah, really good plays from Yoko and Nez to be able to get that kill there. I think Nez should have a super coming out of respawn too. Yoko is just going to take his own hypercharge streak, say, I will definitely take another, sir. Thank you very much for that. They're going to move up the middle on the side of Heretics, though. Marco trying to get a little bit of spray down. Not a whole lot of damage to be said for either team so far, but we're both going to be around 80%. Sabim taken to the realm, and now the damage coming in from Nez with that hypercharge. He's going to get it down to that first safe crack. Not going to be able to get any more than that, though. Yoko going to try to follow up with some damage.
Yeah, and guess who gets the hypercharge once more? It's Nez! Oh my god, who would have thought this? Oh my god. Anyway, it is a pretty close game, though. A pop advantage for Team Heretics vis-a-vis Big Talent Super coming in once more for Team Heretics. It adds a little bit more value, and there is a hypercharge for Marco, but on the other side, it's obviated and immediately negated by Mine.
A lot of damage coming in from Big Talents, but they're leaving BB on the safe. This is a calculated risk, and I guess they're willing to take it for now. Pretty much tied up, but a little bit of a lead sitting here. Nez is going to be trying to extend that lead right now with that hypercharge super. He gets the final crack down to 25%, and now things are starting to fall into place for Big Talents. Team Heretics need to get a safe crack here.
Yeah, 50 seconds left, and it is now a competition. If Sabim is able to get a few shots towards his super, that is going to help out a lot. If Marco can get one super off, or iChaos. No, iChaos dies at the wrong time. That is unfortunate for Team Heretics, as Big Talents are able to lock this one down and take an advantage here. Another game is going to give them the advantage against Team Heretics in the set score. This is really, really good. Lots of back and forth, and it really is revolving around the dive brawlers.
Yeah, they definitely took a risk leaving the BB on the safe. Big Talents did, and it ended up working out. They decided that the three of them can outdamage one singular BB, so plays like that definitely are part of what make Heist such a strategic game mode, but loved what I saw from Big Talents right there. Sabim was never really able to get up onto the safe except for when he was allowed to, so he's going to have to be a little bit slimier, get a little bit more damage on his own, and he's off to a great start so far.
Ooh, Nez, he gets a kill in a Chaos. He walks right in Chaos and says bye-bye, and he doesn't bother to Sibebe. So, like, a complete team wipe specifically from Nez, but, like, it's just him picking off people. Still, though,
he's got a super, so he should be able to get up onto the safe relatively soon. Curious if Sabim's going to choose to defend him or if they're going to allow each other to get up onto the safe. Looks like Nez is going to be the one choosing to play some defense here. Mine getting back into position, but still no damage on the safe of Team Heretics so far. They've got a nice healthy lead here, and it's going to probably fall close to 50% after Sabim is done.
that was one of the best knockbacks that Team Heretics could have had. That knockback ensured that Nez couldn't use his super to get away. He tried to use a super, immediately got knocked back, and as a result, couldn't get onto the safe, which allowed for Heretics to, move up and get 75% on the other objective. So really great stuff. Now, Nez is going to try to force the issue, but 3 members of Team Heretics can collapse on the safe almost instantaneously. So that is going to be game for Heretics, and now we're back in a dead heat.
Yeah, when you get off to that good of a start, you can kind of neglect defense and just send everybody to the safe to wrap it up just like that. Really well played by Heretics. Not really too sure why the start was so much worse for Big Talents this time, but they got to replicate more of what we saw in game number 1 because they got pretty thoroughly walked over in that one.
Gonna go into game number 3, and Subim pops his gadget as he should. Gonna go and get some damage on the objective. Not too much, but Heretics win 5%, but at the cost of all 3 members going down and taking a lot more damage. So I feel like this interaction probably was better for Big Talents in the long run, though we have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of the grass is going to burn, and there's a small sliver that you can see through it. Now, Subim is caught between a rock and a hard place, the hard place being, I don't actually care, and he just walks and steamrolls in.
Yeah, it was a really good job by Sabim to get out of that bad situation. It was a better start for Big Talents, but that's already been negated pretty much. They are going to have Nez get sent up to the safe, though, getting a couple of kills on defense, too, so they might have a chance to clear up a little bit of the safe, might even be able to get that 75% crack. That is a huge milestone to get to, and they're not going to have it quite yet, so that's going to be a little bit frustrating for Big Talents. Mine trying to do his cleanup duty on Sabim right here. It's going to be tough with the wall right there. The jump is going to be there, but the crack finally follows after a good amount of body blocking from Heretics.
Yeah, this time we're seeing a lot more aggressive off a Cordelius role coming in from Big Talents, so the adaptability is big, but big bubble actually coming in from Subib, and another hypercharge that's going to get 2 people burnt down, a kill as well. And this is no time for Big Talents to be sleeping, as they're going to be taking a hammering on that safe, and it is going to be eviscerated. The safe was barely breathing, and it breached at the end for Team Heretics.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and when it started raining on Big Talent safe, it was over for them. Heretics just piled on so much damage at the end of both of those game 2 and game 3. Once they got a little bit of a look, they weren't looking back right there. They had a comp that was able to pile on a lot of damage, so when they got a chance to rip the Band-Aid off, they definitely went for it. So really solidly played to Team Heretics. They're going to be taking a nice little lead here. Definitely nothing too special, but up 2-1. That's where you want to be in a matchup like this. We're going to have set number 4 coming up soon, which is out in the open.
Yep, and it's good for Team Heretics, because obviously, like, they started it off with an L, I guess, right, in the first set, where they took 2-0 in Sneaky Fields. But ever since then, it has been a little bit more dominance coming in from Team Heretics. Though, that being said, it has been a very close affair. I feel like it's been a coin flip in regards to who's going to be winning each game. I'm not 100% sure going into each game who's going to be winning it.
Yeah, I feel like Heretics has made like all of these sets really close, even though they've come out on top of a lot more than they haven't. It's definitely not been stress-free for them. I'm sure the cortisol levels in the Team Heretics house are spiking a little bit today, but they've been proven that they can come out on top in these clutch situations. They're going to have to try to do it again, though. Big Talents are not a team that you want to let hang within arm's reach.
Yep, and that means we're going to be going into set number 4. It is out in the open, and we have our draft here, or bands. It'll be Leon, Gene, Glowy. Ooh, I haven't seen Glowy band for a while. Eve, Meeple, and Gus. First pick from Team Heretics going to be the Crow, and I can't say that it's a bad pick anymore, can I, huh?
Nope, it's a good pick. Unfortunately, it's a good pick. I'm intrigued by these Team Heretics bands, though. I think that all 3 of these brawlers are good enough on this map, but seeing them banned out is interesting. I'm curious, like, what type of strategy they have in mind for that. Obviously, like, Gus is sturdy, but like, I've never seen him as that much of a bannable brawler. So with the Crow, they're already probably going to have a little bit of a range disadvantage. Big Talent's going to capitalize on that, taking Byron, but a brawler like Bell, a brawler like Nani can definitely outrange that Crow. So I feel like they're probably just going that to dissuade any aggro. So we'll see if Big Talents is going to bite.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, the obvious Brock pick is also there for the wall break, but then you also have the Angelo, which is still open. So I'm interested to see which team opts for the Angelo here. I feel like it should be Heretics, right?
I would think so too. I mean, banning out Eve and leaving Angelo is always interesting to me. I see Angelo as kind of the better version of Eve, but I also think that Eve has a little bit of a better matchup into Crow, so maybe they were picking with that in mind. The Angelo does come off the board here with pretty much no time after you said it. They got that paired up with the Byron. They pack a pretty big punch from a pretty far distance. I feel like if you're able to avoid them, though, the end game is not fantastic.
Ladies and gents, if you want an analyst, right, and you want to get the World Finals, pick me up. I'm awesome. Anyway, Mina coming out for Team Heretics, and Spen LC is also going to be picked up. So that is an interesting pick. I haven't seen Spen coming out in competitive for a while here.
Yeah, it's nice to get him out of retirement, though. Shout out to everybody's favorite Unk. Pairing it up with the Mina makes sense, too. Able to get her into the mid a little bit faster. Not that Crow needed any more movement speed, but now he's got the help of the Jae Yong. So pretty good synergy on the comp from Team Heretics. I'd like their endgame prospects a lot with the 3 brawlers that they have out here. So if Big Talents is going to win this, they're going to have to get a pick early. They add a spike into the mix, but I'm watching Angelo to try to get these early kills.
Oh, yeah, for sure, because you get so much more control right off rip with that Angelo. So that is something. But the thing that I'm concerned about is how well the Mina plays, because I feel like it's an unpredictable brawler because the skill ceiling is that high and the possibility of making mistakes is also that high, right? So it could either be a boon or it could be a bust. So I don't know what it's going to be as we go into set number 4. But Team Heretics leading the charge with a 2-1 lead against Big Talents.
Big Talents have played up to their name the entirety of today's games, but they've got their work cut out for them here. The comp is looking pretty solid for Heretics, and the positioning is looking pretty good for them too. Marco and Sabia moving as a unit here. Giving that tank that extra speed is going to be just so impactful. He's already got set up in the opposing bush. Nez not able to shoot through that force field, but either way, Sabim's going to fall back a little bit. The pressure is getting relieved, and both teams are going to kind of reset in the middle here.
Yep. Lots of control actually being exerted by Team Heretics, and I guess it does make sense that Supreme is going to go up against the Angelo, right? Because the Angelo has that apparently free lane of water, but then like it's going to be hard to hit those shots, and you gotta wait for a long time, and then it's very easy to dodge the Angelo shots if you are a Mina. So I like how Team Heretics is playing this one.
Yeah, it was an interesting use of the life plant cactus from mine right there, just to kind of scout out Marco instead of actually try to get any damage. Sabim a little late with the gadget, so he does take that poison damage from Nez. Yoko's in a little bit of a compromised position, but Big Talents need to force their way out of spawn. Mine gonna throw an aggressive super, but he's so weak. The Byron heals are gonna negate a lot of that damage, though.
Oh
Yoko in a
no!
tough spot. Sabim is there with the tornado. He missed Nez, though. It's not over quite yet, but mine is the last man remaining. He's gonna fall to the smoke. And that endgame comp that Heretics has, that HP that they have, the Jaeyong heals, it's going to be tough to beat when the smoke is that close.
Yeah, 100%, and it's obviously very difficult for Yoko to go up against Mina, so they're forcing that matchup, and I think that has been the crux of the reason why Team Heretics are taking the dub here.
Yes, the Beam's movement has been absolutely fantastic, but as I say that, he does get 4K'd and he falls very weak. He got lucky for his teammate Jaeyong to have that heal ready for him. But Yoko's in a compromised position here. He's going to have to escape out with the jump gadget. And once again, Big Talents are just kind of trapped in their spawn here. There's not really a whole lot they can do unless they land consistent shots on Tamina.
Oh, that was probably an opportunity that they could have got the kill on the Crow, but unfortunately, Yoko obviously couldn't see that situation happen. So Beam is going to be taking a few shots, but Marco being the cleric ensures that it's not going to be too much. But Yoko still managing to connect a few shots off on his beam is important here. Nez might get taken out by Chaos, but actually gets the better of Chaos for a little bit.
Surprised that Chaos is able to survive that long. Crow is so frustrating, but Marco's trying to clutch up in the 1v2. He's got them both weak. Not going to be enough to end up taking that round, but all things considered, he made that pretty close. So some impressive Jaeyong gameplay. Either way, both teams have one round, and this is a huge game for the momentum. If Team Heretics win this, they'll be on match point.
Yeah, there's a big win con for a Big Talent because they can take out one person if, you know, Yoko hits the shot, but the prospect of hitting it is very, very difficult here. You also have the fact that Jaeyong is, you know, pretty speedy, pretty good at healing up both the side lanes. It has a lot of sustain compared to what we have for Big Talents here. I mean, I know that Byron is a good brawler, but I think that into what it's facing, it's not going to be an easy proposition.
Yeah, these snipers on Big Talents have their work cut out for them with all the speed and the mobility that Mina has to offer. I definitely do not envy them. It's pretty tough to hit shots against these guys, but Marco is doing what he can. He's going to try to slide in there. Yoko pops the hyper. Really good taps from him. Marco's going to be really weak, and all of the positioning is going to fall out of the wayside for Team Heretics. Nez hits the hyper splash as well. Marco is just too weak to be able to do that much. They're relying on Sabim to clear them out. But Marco is one shot. Sabim falls. Chaos with the hyper shouldn't be enough. He's getting as wiggly as he can, but that's going to be Big Talents picking off Marco to take game number one.
Dude, I gotta say, Yoko has been kind of crazy with this in the last round. The last few rounds, he's been kind of insane with the Angelo. In the first two rounds, it felt like, you know, Team Heretics had everything figured out, but then slowly we saw Big Talents kind of resurging. So let's see what happens in game number two. But I like what I saw with Big Talent.
Yeah, like I said, it's a tough matchup for an Angelo, and he is getting a lot of value. I mean, that's what these best players do on these sharpshooters, but already hitting a big shot onto Marco, going to keep Marco a little bit out of the way. He can't really spam out those speed arrows when he has to worry about healing up, so mine's going to have a little bit more room to work. Yoko's going to have a little bit more room to work. They're trying to pick off iChaos here, but because of that, Yoko gives up a little bit of positioning. Not really any sweat off his back, though, since he can go over the water.
Yeah, but this positioning is exactly what Team Heretics needs most of the time, though. But the thing is, the right flank being pushed back immediately makes sure that Sabim is also pushed back a little bit. So you're seeing these ebbs and flows, and the question is who makes the first check, which actually leads to a fatal mistake. And I feel like right now it's not really favoring the side of Team Heretics, though Sabim almost loves it.
Yeah, that was a little bit close. Yoko, I feel like he's been like 1 millisecond late with his gadget a couple of times, but Chaos falls. That is not what Team Heretics needed right here. Sabim is going to be trying to stay aggressive, force the issue a little bit. Obviously, they're in a disadvantage, so if you can force the kill, it works. If you can't, it is what it is, and it's going to be the latter in that situation. Marco falls to the smoke as well, and now Big Talents are one round away from taking us to a set 5 here.
What amazing gameplay coming in from Big Talents. I like the way that they're picking up the slack for each other, and lots of cross-firing, cross-lane support, and they're just switching up their way that they're playing it, but keeping it very clean, all things considered.
Yeah, and now they've got absolutely spectacular positioning. The worst positioning
Wow.
we've seen from Heretics in any round so far. Sabine and Marco are going to try to force their way out of the left-hand side, but it's really going to be on Sabine's back here. He does clear out some space, and just like that, Team Heretics is back into the mid. It's actually insane how mobile this Mina Jaeyoung combo is.
Yeah, it is insane, right? Because I feel like Angelo isn't that good against a brawler that it can't hit consistently,
Ooh.
right? And Mina is definitely one of those conditions. Ooh, big kill on a chaos. That's gonna be big for big talents. And oh no, Mina goes down. It is also up to Marco to do something, but he's gonna be taken out, and that is big talents taking this game and the set and forcing us at number 5.
That was tough for iChaos. He got caught in a really bad position when Mine popped that spike hypercharge, so he's going to get slimed out a little bit there. After you lose one member in knockout, very easy to lose the rest of your team too. So unfortunate for Team Heretics, but we're going to be moving on to a set number 5 in our winners bracket right here. The map is going to be Dueling Beetles, and Big Talents are going to try to keep up this Cinderella story. They've been playing so incredibly well today, even with their backs against the wall against Team Heretics. They're able to lock it in set number 4, so can they do it for one more set and advance to the grand finals? Let's find out.
Yep, and we're gonna go into Dueling Beetles, which is the hot zone set, and this is a very cagey map with lots of unbreakable walls, and it really it's notorious with this meta in particular. I feel like with so many aggressive brawlers the way it is, I think it's definitely going to be an interesting map to see. Interesting because you might either have a lot of tanks being brought out, or is this going to be a poke battle? And I'm interested either way because both these teams are playing insane.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that we will probably see some aggro here. We've seen a lot of Bull today. We've seen more Ollie than I would have expected to see today, but like BB obviously is going to be in the
Mm.
mix on a map like this. I feel like some heal comps also could be interesting. We haven't seen a Poco pick, but we've seen a couple Poco bans. He's also one of the
Mm.
stronger counters to Finks in the game. So if you ban out the Crow and take the Poco, I could see that definitely being a pretty useful situation for him. Obviously, pairing that up with an aggro is going to make that aggro even better. So definitely a lot of different ways you can go. I do think that the balance between aggression and defense is going to be kind of what these drafts are about.
Yeah, and I gotta say I like the way that Big Talents is like really stepping it up and showing us what they're made of. We're gonna go into set number 5, and we have our bands here. It's gonna be Ziggy, Chester, Bull, Ems, Pro, and Sirius. First pick for Big Talent. It's gonna be the uh the Finks, but I feel like the obvious answer into this is the Poco, right?
Yeah, now kind of exactly what we were just talking about. I feel like Poco would make a ton of sense right here. With or without a Bull, there is still BB open. There is still a lot of
Mhm.
other tanks, including Kenji, I think is one of my favorite picks, one of my favorite
Mm.
aggro picks on a map like this. So I think that the Poco is a little bit of a no-brainer. You wouldn't be shocked if we see like a maybe like a Pam, Meg, or a Lou to come out into that Finks also, but still, like you can't go Lou and then leave Poco. So
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely an option. You could also go for a Lou, but I feel like Poco allows you to synergize well with a lot of different compositions, whereas Lou is a lot of the area denial, so you have to take compositions which do similar actions on the other side. It's not something that necessarily would benefit an individual brawler, but they go for Spike, which is certainly interesting. I feel like Spike has a chokehold in at least one lane. So
yeah, now the spike pick, once again, it's just it's a valuable pick. It's a versatile pick. It kind of always works, but it doesn't do anything like super particularly great. So he's a pretty safe option. I like the Leon a lot too. It's a great map for that lollipop drop gadget, which is so broken now with the buffies. Obviously,
mm.
if you're able to get that super, that hypercharge, you can get some sneaky assassination, put your team set up behind enemy lines. But overall, not really a ton of HP on the side of Heretics. So, yep, we see a little bit of aggro coming out. Big talents take that Mortis.
Hmm. Yeah, and I feel like another reason why you would take the Spike with that early on, along with the Leon, is because I feel like Spike addresses the Leon pretty decently, right? So if you take the Leon, then the Spike has less scary options to go into as much. So maybe that's also a consideration there. But
Yeah.
yes, Mortis is definitely a really good option for big talents because you're gonna have so much of aggression and lots of distractions, and this Rust pick is also going to help them hold the line, though an open map for this composition. I don't know if it's definitely certainly going to help out big talents or not.
Yeah, it would be nice to like remove the area for Leon to place the gadget, but besides that, I don't really see it being that helpful for them either. The Mortis pick is interesting to me still. I do like having some aggression. I think he's good into Spike, but like Spike has a gadget that can deal with that. If Leon saves his ammo, he can deal with that. So I wouldn't be shocked if the Mortis has a lot of deaths, but also if you cycle a couple deaths and then get that one game-winning kill, that could be pretty impactful. The
Hmm.
Poco finally comes out, vindicating all of our commentary. That feels good.
Yeah, the Poco makes more sense actually now in a way if you try to run sandbags, right? Considering you're up against single target brawlers. So now you're forced to run the aerial support instead of the sandbags because, you know, obviously it's not going to give you any value, but this
Yep.
is going to give you some value. So I like this from Team Heretics, but I also understand what Big Talents might be going for. Let's see what happens in this set number 5. This one is for all the marbles. Teams are going to be going either to the grand finals or to the lower bracket. I do understand another reason to have the Rust pick, right? Like obviously Mortis is going to be very aggressive trying to cycle the supers, trying to get the hypercharge, and after it gets the hypercharge, mine's going to obviously help him out with another hypercharge. So you know that cycling ability is another asset of why you'd want to run the roughs.
Yeah, really solid combination. And Sabim is having some really solid movement right here. He is kind of a barbecue chicken to Nez every time that they have that one-on-one right there, but still pretty decent zone percentage. We're going to see that Big Talents is going to take a 10% lead right here. Nez somehow able to survive that for a little longer than he should have. Sabim does clean up, and that is going to be Heretic stepping back off on the zone. It seems like each team can only get about 10% of the time, but now Marco's coming in. He doesn't get the kill on mine, which is a little bit surprising, honestly, but now Nez with Hyper, it's going to be a lot of value right there. Whether or not he kills Marco, that's an amazing play.
Oh, wow. Okay, he gets a kill on Marco as well, and that's going to clear out the entirety of Team Heretics. They have to be they have to try really hard to win back control of the mid. It's not an easy one to do. Now Marco has to go down, but they do still run sandbags though, despite that fact, because you know I guess they're still afraid of the Leon, huh?
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it makes sense just for the assassination plays that Leon has to offer. Nez is going to be dealt with by Marco, though. Like I said, if Marco holds his ammo, there's not a whole lot Mortis can do. The Hyper is popped too, but it doesn't get a ton of value. Luckily for him, Chaos is going to be able to clean up with the curveball right there, but the zone percentage is looking fantastic for Big Talents. Nez is cycling Hyper. He almost gets another super, not going to quite happen.
That is crazy. Hypercharge being popped by Yoko. The whole mid is completely under control of Big Talents. They have a huge lead as well. This is definitely going to go the way of Big Talents. I feel like they also have a pretty decent composition because Ruffs and Mortis can go in very aggressively, and it pays for them to be aggressive because they get the supers, they get the hypercharge, they're able to cycle a lot more. So they have to be aggressive. They can't be passive with this composition. They're playing this one really well. I want to see what adjustments Heretics make in this next game.
Yeah, it seems like Nez just kind of played with reckless abandon that game, but once he got a hypercharge, it was kind of over from that point on. He's going to go straight into the middle here, trying to get onto that Poco matchup. The easiest to feed off, the easiest to kill, the easiest to survive with. His teammates are going to be there to help him out, but Nez comes back and he does get his kill. Marco gets his kill as well, but Yoko is going to be able to finesse around iChaos with the use of that time warp. Really good plays to Big Talents and a lead.
Yep, and Yoko also has a hard time getting his super compared to the other two, but I feel like with the amount of interference that Nez is running, they get forced into positions where they have to take damage. Anyway, Nez finally does fall, but I don't think he minds all that much. Now, Marco cycling his own super, but he's not able to get as much value as Nez is, unfortunately.
Yeah, Nez is still just being as annoying as possible. There are two kills with the bats. Sabim is left on his own, and that really shouldn't be very optimal for Team Heretics. They're getting somehow a little bit more zone time than they probably should in this situation. Nez has his hyper ready to go now, just juking as much as he can, but overall, I mean, it's just looking a little bit rough for Team Heretics, down 30%. Nez pops that hyper, doesn't really do the most with it, so they catch a little bit of a break there.
Yeah, that was pretty big actually for Team Heretics. The kill though was confirmed onto them, but it doesn't matter. I feel like that interaction definitely served their purposes a lot better. Nice angles for mine here once more. Oh, the Mortis is there. Oh, missed bats, missed everything.
That is a really unfortunate miss. I feel like that would have definitely been GG's if he connects those bats, but he doesn't. The lead is getting smaller. Yoko is going to get assassinated.
No
and
way.
Marco is barely going to waste his super. It looks like that is a really unfortunate if true. But Nez is going to have to try to get this lead back. They're only up by about 5% now. Team Heretics are forming strong on the zone, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get him out unless Nez gets the bat cycle. He gets one kill. 86%. Sabine is going to try to finish this one off.
Oh, this is so good for Big Talents. They have the lead, they have the control. It's basically over unless there's a miracle. Is there a miracle for Team Heretics? It doesn't seem like it, and it is going to be all she wrote as Team
Wow.
Heretics gets pushed down to the lower brackets. Big Talent, with a second major upset of the day, are going to be moving on to the grand finals. That I didn't think I had to be saying.
That's our dark horse team right there, man. And they are
Exactly.
popping off today. They beat SK Gaming. They beat Team Heretics. All these teams that are mainstays in the EMEA monthly finals, semifinals, and finals, they're just getting dealt with handily by Big Talents right now. Some really impressive gameplay we've seen from them. And they're going to be moving on to finals where they will face the winner of our next game, which is going to be SK versus Team Heretics, which I believe we're going to be getting into soon, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. That is a lower bracket finals for SK Gaming and Team Heretics. That means that we're going to say bye to one of these teams before we actually make it to the grand finals. We were expecting these teams to at least face off at least 2 to 3 times today, but we only get the one. We only get the one time.
Yeah, and Big Talents are going to be the ones sliding straight through to that finals, man. Definitely not what I would have expected. Definitely not what I'm sure a lot of you guys at home were expecting. But yeah, SK and Heretics are going to have to fight for the honor to face against Big Talents. So that's a pretty fun switch up for them. But we'll be getting into that matchup shortly. The maps that we'll have for SK versus Heretics are Hideout, Safe Zone, Gold Arm Gulch, Ring of Fire, and Hard Rock Mine. Obviously, Bridge, Ring of Fire, and Hard Rock Mine only if necessary.
And we do have this amazing Cinderella story for Big Talents, but it is nightmares for both SK Gaming and Team Heretics because I feel like neither team expected themselves to be in this position today. So unfortunate for them, but that is how the cookie crumbles, right? I mean, you gotta beat the best to be the best, and that is exactly what Big Talent's doing. But now it is up to Team Heretics and SK Gaming to prove their mettle in this lower bracket final that we have.
Yeah, surely a matchup I expected in the upper bracket final, but both of these teams have kind of been going through it today. I mean, SK we've seen just losing in the first game that they played today. Obviously, now that Heretics has lost to Big Talents as well, I guess it's not quite as much of a stain on their record. But both of these teams losing to a team that they probably think that they should be beating. They probably think that they're better than them, and they're going to be trying to work for the opportunity to prove it. But they've got to get past each other. These are two teams that I'm sure are very familiar with each other through monthly finals, through scrims, and all of that stuff. So I'm sure that they know exactly what they're getting into here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think, if you're the top team, it's like a free lunch or something. But it goes to show that you got to prove yourself every single day in and day out in all these different tournaments. Otherwise, it's not just the aura loss; you lose your edge as well. So, it's nice to see how close EMEA actually is and how competitive it actually is.
Yeah, it's been nothing but banger matchups today, man. I mean, just from the first game alone, I can tell we were in for a good day, and we have definitely been in for a good day. We've had set fives, we've had comebacks, we haven't had a full reverse sweep yet, but maybe we'll be due for one of those. Yeah, I'm definitely fired up to see who's going to make it out of the lower bracket.
Yep. And right now it's a decider match to see who's going to be third place, right? So the team that loses this is going to get 400 euros. The team that comes in, wins is going to get a chance to fight for 1,200 euros. But more importantly, a ticket to the Gamers Assembly tournament, which is going to be happening soon.
Yep, and I'm sure that ticket is going to be coveted. That money is going to be coveted. The bragging rights are going to be coveted. Any type of momentum in the 2026 esports season is definitely what these teams are looking for at this point. We've already had a couple of months under our belts now. These teams are getting more solidified in their rosters, more familiar with their teammates as well as their competition, of course. Some of the drafting stuff, some of the role allocation that these teams have is starting to get set in stone a little bit more. So it's really interesting to see like which teams really start to gel together at this point in the season. Seems like Big Talents might be one of those sleepers to look out for in the next couple months.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, if you think about it, Big Talents right now kind of remind me at least like of what Novo's team was before they were Novo last year. I forget which team was they a part of. Eclipsar, I believe. Yeah, Eclipsar
Yeah.
Esport. So it kind of gives you the same vibes, right? I like to support these underdog teams, but it doesn't matter. Right now we have SK Gaming Heretics, and Bounty is going to be the first set Hideout. And with Hideout, we haven't seen Hideout today at all, I think, right?
I don't
No.
think so, no. But it's an interesting map as far as bounty goes. Where there's a little bit more closed off. Obviously, Layer Cake's probably the most closed off bounty map, but compared to something like Shooting Star, something like Dry Season, Hideout has a little bit more potential for some of those aggro picks. If you get something like a Kenji, something like a Ollie on your team, you can kind of hide it in that pocket and wait for your opportunity. That also means that wall break is going to be a pretty impactful thing in the game, though. So Hideout brings a lot to the table. Not really a great thrower map, but you can still pull it off. I feel like it's one of those bounty maps where a lot of different ideas work.
Just waiting for the teams to go into their draft right now, and I mean, I do want to see how it plays out in Hideout. It is a very different map. The way it's played is different, like you mentioned, and the brawler set that you can use is still, I guess, similar to how you do have it in Shooting Star, though it's more friendly to assassins than say Shooting Star is, and less so than Layer Cake. So I think you're gonna have like a nice mix of lots of aggression. I think there isn't gonna be a mix. Is this gonna be aggression? Is this gonna be a
Yeah.
lot of aggression? Yeah.
Yeah, Kaze, Mortis, some of those blue star grabbing warriors, I think could definitely be pretty impactful. And maybe we'll see a bull. I mean, it seems like whenever you least expect it, there's always just going to be a bull popping out right at you. So definitely wouldn't be shocked about that. Still haven't seen Sirius at all today, but we finally got our bans pulled up here, guys. Lower bracket finals, Team Heretics versus SK. Bans are going to be G and Leon, Mortis, Glowy, Spike, and Jay Young. We're going to see the first pick coming through here. It's going to be a Nani for the side of SK Gaming. So taking one of the better snipers in this situation, feel like it's a pretty solid idea for them. Counters out Piper, counters out Brock, some of the more popular picks on this map. One of the things that does counter out Nani is the Gene, but with that being banned out, it's not going to be an option that Team Heretics are able to employ here. They're going to go with the Byron instead. That poison damage does lend itself pretty well into Nani. The return to sender gadget doesn't pack quite as much of a punch unless you're able to time it up with that Byron splash. So also, in addition, Byron has good range. He pairs up really well with aggression. So if Team Heretics want to bring out a Bull, an Ollie, a Kenji, a BB, any of these aggressive picks that could work out and knock out, the Byron's definitely going to be a nice guy to have on your team with that. We'll see if they're going to add a tank into the mix here. Maybe a blue star brawler. That is exactly what they do with the Kaze right here. So Team Heretics wanted to secure that early lead. They'll be up 1-0 after the Kaze uses the dash mobility to grab that blue star. So now SK know that they're going to be playing from behind, have to go with a brawler that can make that work.
This Kaze pick is like super aggressive, right? I like it, and you have the ability for the fence just to deny the ammo dash in or whatever, dash out. Actually, we saw from some of the teams today with the Kaze pick. So
yeah,
I am quite excited, honestly. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I just know that I'm gonna be entertained, and that's good enough for me.
yeah, we've had some crazy finishes in Bounty the last time we saw it played in this tournament. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more of that action right here. SK taking their time with this draft pick though, trying to figure out what they're going to go into the Kaze, and it's going to be a very broken brawler hitting the mix. It's going to be the Crow. So, I mean, they're just trying to keep that range on the Kaze. They got the anti-heal for the Byron. They've got the jump for the end game. Really can't go wrong with the Crow.
Yeah, that insta poison. My hatred for crows just seems to be growing by the moment. Anyway, Gray is gonna be coming out for SK Gaming, and I like this because you get the sneak ability with the walking cane, and obviously your teleporters as well. Very good assassin brawler to have, and just a lot of different ideas that you can go around with this. But still, though, they're a little bit susceptible to that Kaze pick if she can get into those near quarters and they aren't too careful. But I still like the insta poison in the Kaze. There is that rough stitches coming out for Team Heretics, which is going to be an interesting pick here.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. The bags are good into all three members of SK Gaming, but it's going to be tough for the Ruffs to confirm a kill by himself. I do like the idea of getting the hypercharge to your Kaze, but overall, I am very happy to see a Gray pick here. I feel like he's been an underrated brawler for a while now and doesn't get used quite as much as he used to, but that ability to break the wall, if you're able to pull the Kaze through, is definitely going to be impactful. We'll see how impactful, though, as we get into set number 1 of our lower bracket finals, Team Heretics and SK Gaming. Sabine grabs that blue star as expected, and we are underway.
Indeed. An expected start coming in from Team Heretics, but they have given up a little bit too much control on the left-hand side, though it is expected considering the fact that, dog doesn't do much against Burb. Anyway, Sabine gets pulled through, but you know, Blue Star still very much on their end, and I think that they're not going to be too pressured for now.
Yeah, it's not going to be a ton of pressure until Gray gets a teleport. Obviously, once Gray has that teleport, he's able to have the long pull trick at his necessity, or he's able to have that in his bag. He's able to save it for a dive in at the end of the game, especially if Chaos or Marco gets a little bit weak. He can try to confirm that kill. So really all eyes on Yoshi as he tries to charge up the super. Sabine is being as annoying as possible, though, dodging out of that Gray hook too. Really good plays on the Kaze, just causing as much pressure with his mobility as he can.
Yep, and it's not easy to land that walking cane. It is a little bit slower, right? So there are possibilities. Obviously, also the dashes and all those things are things to be considered. But Chaos has to hold this line and ensure that he keeps on healing up Sabine. Sabine, dancing around that peep there.
Yeah, unfortunate miss for Ope right there. Probably not the best call to go for Kaze with a Nani head. Got to be the hardest brawler to hit out of all three of them, as well as the hardest to kill with the most HP. But Sabine, once again, just trying to stall, distract, all of the above. Still a 1-0 lead for his team. He knows that he cannot be the one to die for sure. But the positioning for Team Heretics is looking a little bit dire in the last 20 seconds.
Indeed. About 17 seconds left, and the Blue Star is the only thing that separates these teams. Yoshi has a pull. He goes in. He manages to hit the pole. Chaos goes down. It's up to Sabine. Can Sabine find it? He's not going to be able to do so. Noe has that poison as well. He also has the insta poison. If he needs to use it, he goes in for that super to jump out of harm's way. Just a little bit of teasing, I feel, from SK Gaming. But that is going to be game number 1.
I'm not gonna lie, that one got me fired up. I love Gray long pulls, and it makes me so mad that pro players don't go for them as often as like even ranked randoms do. I feel like they think it's a little bit too much of a gamble, but if you get good with it, it's not that hard to hit, and it is such an easy kill to confirm. So I love that play. Absolutely textbook from Yoshi on the Gray right there, and that's gonna pretty much solo win his team the game in the end.
Yep, I mean, that's what you're probably trying to play for. Try to get that portal and make it impossible to get out of harm's way. Honestly, though Sabine may not be the best target, but you know, a target is better than no target, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Nani's already got a head here, though, so she's just going to go for the wall break. I like that decision from Nani.
Yeah.
Makes Sabine's life a lot harder, and I mean, just being able to keep him out of that pocket is going to be so impactful. He's trying to get a couple of hits towards his super off Yoshi, not going to work out quite yet, and Sabine is in a tough position where he's getting pinched between Crow and Nani.
Yep, and obviously, nice pull coming in onto Sabine. I mean, very difficult pull to go for. Again, I'm not understanding the decision making for the peep for this time. I mean, the last one makes sense for the wall break, but this time, I don't know.
I mean, they've got them fully pushed back against the back wall, so I guess the more walls they break, the further back Team Heretics line falls, but Sabine is taking an opportunity here, taking a ton of free positioning. Not able to get too many tickles in here, but Ope is going to be a little bit weak enough to have to think about it at least. The pull is there, the wall is broken, but Chaos is going to stay nice and healthy. 40 seconds left, still 1-0 for Heretics.
Yeah, this is actually not too good of a wall situation for Team Heretics. Obviously favors SK Gaming a lot more here, but Team Heretics have the lead right now, so it's up to SK Gaming to get all of their utilities online in the next 15 seconds if they want to make a push. Team Heretics need to hold it down and hunker down this position and ensure that SK can move up.
It's going to be tough, though. There's one singular set of walls right here that Sabine can use. Yoshi has a teleport online, so he's going to have to make this play pretty soon here. He goes for the pull, not going to opt for the long pull this time, but Sabine has to fall back. 10 seconds left, Nani pops hypercharge. A lot of pressure here, but are they going to be able to get a kill? Ope's going to fall quite weak. Sabine's going to fall quite weak. The splash is there, though. They have to combine for a kill. Sabine somehow stays alive on 600 HP. I feel like there was no way he should have lived through that, but he does, and Heretics tie up the set.
That guy is a crazy master of clutch. How that... Oh my god, that is absolutely crazy. And the thing is, it wasn't even luck. Like, it was probably by design, considering these guys. We're gonna go into game number 2 of this, game number 3 of this inaugural set between Team Heretics and SK.
Yes, this has been a banger so far, man. I'm still dumbfounded that Sabine didn't die right there, but they've got to know that they got a little bit lucky there. The end game positioning is certainly not been on Heretics' side yet so far, but that being said, they still have their 1-0 lead, and they're going to try to milk that for as long as they can.
Yeah. 1 star difference. Oh, there's a kill on a Sabine, and Marco almost gets taken down, which is a very, very unfortunate start for us Heretics. SK is going to be loving this one. Chaos sniped out of existence by Ope.
The first lick of positioning that they've had, the first lick of a lead that they've had, and they're going to be trying to keep that nice and safe here with a 3-star lead too. It's going to be a tall task. They have to take out the Nani, and that's going to be a very difficult brawler for Sabim to close the gap on. Ope has his super in hand to defend himself if necessary too. Regardless, Sabim is going to be trying to pressure this. The Nani hypercharge head's going for Chaos. Is he going to be able to wiggle it? He is not going to. That's going to be a 5-star lead now.
Ooh, Ope, just look at the number of stars above his head. He's just collecting them at this point, and this is a great start for SK Gaming. But they have moved back a little bit, so you see Team Heretics getting a little bit more control of the mid. But I don't think that with their composition, they're going to be able to hold on to control that much. There is also this massive pull from Yoshi, which is a big thing to think about, because also Noe has his last gadget, which is going to be the instant toxin whenever Yoshi goes for those pulls.
Yeah, Chaos almost falls to Ope's Nani there too. The pull does connect on Sabim. No long pull this time around, opting to play it nice and safe with this lead. 18 seconds left though. Marco's going to be trying to close the gap. They need to kill Ope, and Yoshi is just going to be going in, distracting them for long enough to make Ope's life a little bit easier. He's got a teleporter down too, so he can choose to go in again if needed. They know that they have to take out Ope, but with 3 seconds left, nobody's within range, and that is going to be Team Heretics walking away with that W, taking that first, or SK Gaming walking away with that first set. My apologies.
Yeah, that was crazy stuff. I mean, in those clutch moments, I would have already buckled under the pressure, and they are just keep on like persevering. They're like diamonds, man. They just get molded by that pressure, and it is crazy how down to the wire both of these all 3 games were. And then the second game, in fact, like I thought that Subian was dead. I mean, I think you did too. So it's crazy how they're able to do it.
I thought that like they would have given him another half second, but for some reason, I guess the clock shut off. It shut off hard, and that was a very lucky escape there. But overall, I think SK had the comp. They had the game plan. They knew that they wouldn't have the lead, but if they saved up their ammo and their utility for the end game, then they figured they would be able to at least get 1 kill, and they were right 2 out of 3 times. So solid game to them. They're going to have to try to keep that momentum moving into set number 2, though, which is going to be safe zone.
Yep. I'm still dumbfounded by what I've seen here today. There are just so many clutch plays coming in from not just these 2 teams, but all of the teams today. All the games have been super close, and I mean, I feel like we've been spoiled by the display that we're seeing today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been definitely peak Brawl esports right there. It's been a great season for Brawl esports in general, and some of these third-party tournaments that we're getting have just been nothing short of bangers right there. So I hope that you guys are enjoying it. You guys are eating good with all the Brawl esports we've gotten recently. I know I've been enjoying it, and I know Panda's been enjoying it too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. But we're gonna go into safe zone, which is, I believe, going to be the next set. So this is a longer map. I mean, all the maps are long, but I'm saying this isn't as cagey as hot potato is what I meant to say. There aren't as many walls as much as in safe zone, but you do have some of the more annoying brawlers that do get banned out. And I was going to talk about Penny and Chuck, and SK Gaming want none of those shenanigans, so they're going to take those out of the equation. We also have Kaze being removed. In addition, Team Heretics taking out Pierce, Colt, and the Crow. I understand the Crow pick.
A lot of the better first picks are getting banned out by Team Heretics here. So SK opting to take out some of the more annoying aggro picks right there. The Angelo is going to be what SK opt for. I really like those bans from Heretics. I feel like Colt, Pierce, Crow are probably the 3 best first options. So the Angelo is going to be a little bit of a consolation prize for SK Gaming. He's got great control around the middle of this map with all that water he can walk over. But at the end of the day, he's only decent for offense and defense. He doesn't do either of those like particularly fantastic. Still a really well-rounded brawler, as well as the Eve.
Indeed. This Eve pick is really good because of all the water, and it just, every time you have a single target brawler, it just becomes that much harder to go down if you're an Eve. But I feel like in these situations, we do see the odd Carl coming out just for the addressal of the Eve, and Carl is not bad by itself, but like the fact that it can address those things makes it a little bit better. And Belle coming out for Team Heretics, the old dependable sniper, and it's nice to see her coming out here once more.
Yeah, really solid brawler. The traps can be very impactful for whatever aggro SK has to try to push through here, but like I've kind of been noting, there's no aggros on either comp right now. I expect both teams to take one brawler that can kind of get some some guaranteed safe damage right there. I think that Melody, Lily are going to be two of the better options left on the board. The Otis is going to be the pick for SK, though, deferring the aggro one selection further. They're taking one of the best defensive brawlers.
Yep, we do have this Otis, and we've seen how good Otis is on display today, specifically, right? These are all to incentivize a Bull pick, but I feel like Bull is still very viable. It just makes it harder if you get your rotations right. If you're an Otis and your team coalesces together, SK Gaming going for a very aggressive aggressive brawler in its own right, and it's going to be Lily coming out, and that's obviously to ensure that there's this requirement from Team Heretics that they need to take a brawler that dives.
Yeah, they definitely needed some safe damage, and that's exactly what they're going to get. I'm a little concerned about the Lily over the Melody. I'm not really too sure which of those picks I like better, but I would have kind of leaned Melody personally.
Exactly,
I do think
yeah.
Bell has a little bit of an easier matchup there, but not going to be the Melody. It's going to be the Bull instead. It's a free matchup into Lily, but the Angelo and the Otis are going to give Bull problems. I'm curious if he's going to have free reign to get as much safe damage as he might intend on.
Like, I feel like they're drafting themselves into a corner, kind of. I mean, like, I understand the Bull, but like the mutes, the stuns, the anti-poison, and the fact that it's much easier for the Lily to get across the map, I just think that I don't know if I agree with the Bull in this scenario.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if it's going to work out, because we are getting into set number 2. Once again, SK1 set number 1. This is our lower bracket finals, and the winner of this entire matchup will face big talents in the finals. But we got Team Heretics sending Sabim up the left-hand side. He's going to take a while to get that first super, especially with Yoshi locking him down here. But once he does, we're going to have to look out for him to try to get up onto the safe. Now he, on the other hand, just pops a gadget, and he does it nice and easily right there. He gets a kill for his trouble, and now he's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer than he might have even expected to.
That pop was so pivotal for SK Gaming, and he was able to stay alive for that pop, which is the most important thing that he's done up to this point in this game here. We still have SK Gaming, who have a little less control right now, but I think they're fine. They don't want to force the issue if they don't really require to do so.
Nasty tap from Ope there to get a kill and allow his teammates to move up. Now he pops the mine, and he's going to be very slow in his realm, but regardless, he does still get up to the safe. Not able to get much more value. The long bull dash coming through, but Otis is there, and he shuts it down, man. I mean, the bull dashes are nice, but if it's into an Otis, you're really not going to get that much out of it.
No, the thing is, right, you can't afford to play passive with either of these compositions. Both teams have to play it very aggressively. It's not at all a passive meta. Even if you have brawlers that are controlled brawlers, they have to be played very aggressively in this meta right now, because the ability to bounce back and bubble through and snowball and get your supers and hypercharges and make pivotal plays is crazy.
Yeah, now he's got his hypercharge too, and that's definitely a pivotal one. Ope almost falls to Marco's hyper, but not going to happen quite yet. Now he chooses to go for Sabim, the one and only member of Team Heretics that he can't kill. I am baffled by that decision, but it didn't end up working out for him, and now Sabim gets he's got a super, he's got a little bit of time to heal up, and he's going to be trying to press the issue, but Yoshi does have hyper.
Yep, and that is a kill confirmed on the side of Team Heretics. Now Noe's gonna go in, and you just see Sabim there just escorting. He's like, right this way, man.
Yeah, he had that on lockdown. He was not worried about it for a second. The hyper from Chaos is going to cause a lot of pressure. Now he's going to try to deal with it, but not really an answer that he has into these million babies that are on the field right now. Now he does get a trade out there, but the damage is starting to pile in for Team Heretics. They take the lead. Barely, but they take the lead. Both teams working towards that 50%, but Team Heretics are slow to it, and the stun is going to be there, and the crack is not going to be there. So by 1%, it looks like SK Gaming is going to hold on and take this set.
That was actually crazy, man. The fact that Sabine was able to stay alive for so long was itself kind of disgusting, but like them shutting down Team Heretics' advance was also equally disgusting in its own right. SK Gaming, wow, I'm actually impressed.
That was really impressive to stop them from getting that 50% safe crack. They obviously would have won anyway, but that could have been a huge moment in the game. Getting stuck at 51% or 76%, obviously a very frustrating thing with how the high safe works nowadays. So a little bit unfortunate RNG-wise for Team Heretics for sure, but they've definitely got some stuff that they can work on here, and the Bull is yet to really get that much value.
Yeah, the only thing that I would disagree with was that hypercharge for Noe where he went into Sabine, but otherwise all of his Lily plays have been pretty impeccable.
Yeah, no, he hasn't made too many mistakes besides that one head scratcher right there. He's going to pop the gadget here, but not really in a great spot. Not
Oh my
even going to get a
God.
shot off on Chaos. And now Sabine finally has a chance. Yoshi left him alone for about 1 second. It was enough to get 16% damage, but overall, even when he gets left completely alone, he still gets dealt with.
Yep, and oh, unfortunate for OP. He takes a little bit of damage because of those Eve hatchlings, and those hatchlings just keep bubbling through. That's why I said it's very important that you play aggressively in the meta. And the Brawl Stars have become so much more aggressive with the introduction of both buffies and hypercharges. So you can't play passively at any composition anymore.
Naui and Sabine going to trade each other out right there. Ope does get marked up, which is going to make his life a lot harder, but the poison arrow through the wall is going to be enough to get Marco weak. He is going to end up falling to that. Chaos quite weak as well. He needs to survive this. He uses the jump to make sure he does. A lot of bell traps in the middle here, but SK are finally going to start piling on a little bit of damage. It seems pretty bad for them, but only down by 1 safe crack. Definitely not the end of the world.
Oh yeah, 100%. They can completely collapse in the safe if they require it. Like in a few seconds, it should go down. But now, Noe pops his gadget. He is going to go on to Chaos. Chaos jumping out of harm's way, but they've managed to give the hypercharge to both Ope and... It doesn't matter. Sabine is still going to get the kill. He's going to go down, but I think he's going to take that trade.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of pressure from SK that resulted in almost no damage, but now with a clutch hypercharge, he's going to get a lot of damage onto the safe. That is the 75% crack, with both Otis and Angelo still in position to pile on a little bit more damage, about 16% separating these two teams now. Sabine has the hyper, the Otis is dead. This is his chance to make an impact on the game, and he's going to get ignored, actually, with 30 seconds left. SK know they need more safe damage.
Yeah, it makes sense for them to prioritize safe damage because two people can probably roll the safe of Team Heretics. It is 50 to 38%, so it's actually favoring Team Heretics still very much so. Ope goes and gets that last shot off, and it's still a lead for Team Heretics. Now Lily has to go in with the super. Can he find it? Can he go onto the safe? He's trying his best. He uses the gadget. No, he doesn't use the gadget. It's a 1% difference. It's actually going to favor Team Heretics by 2%.
That was a really close finish right there. Just one more Lily shot, I think would have won the game for SK, won the set for SK right there. But Heretics hold on by a thread. They're going to drag this one out to a game number 3 here. This has been a super back and forth matchup. The Lily aggro, the Bull aggro, both not having that much success, but they're getting enough damage where they can to try to make an impact and win the game for their team.
Yeah, both teams are hungry for this. They're not really relenting. We're going to go into game number 3 here. Our third game, our second set, which goes down to the wire here.
Yeah, this has definitely been a banger so far. Naui getting right back to his old ways, not going straight for the safe. He's going to try to get a little damage on Marco. Still gets 3%, but not really too much to speak of right there. Chaos really weak. Not going to fall yet, but the Angelo tap could be here to follow from Ope. He's going to try to get a little safe damage instead. Marco choosing to let that happen. Better start for SK this time around. Obviously, we saw Heretics get off to a pretty decent start last time, but Sabine back in Bull jail a little bit and a lot of damage piling onto his safe.
Yeah, much better start from SK Gaming. They got a safe crack onto Heretics, and Heretics haven't even drawn first blood on the other side, which is very unfortunate for them. So Beam taking a lot of damage is definitely going to go out. No, he popping a gadget here. He's going to be taken out, but he does a lot of safe damage, and we might see another crack coming out on the Heretics. They we do.
That's huge. That 50% versus 51% difference is massive, and now it is looking really difficult for Team Heretics. At this point, they can probably leave Sabine and choose to go just full aggro on offense too, so definitely an option you don't want your opponents to have. Sabine does have his hyper, but once again, the Otis hyper is permanently going to be there about 10 feet away from him, so he's definitely ready for any aggro Sabine has.
Yeah, Sabine pops his hypercharge. He's probably not going to use his super. He's just probably going to go onto the safe to get some damage. But Yoshi doesn't really want to listen to anything. He doesn't care.
They got 0 damage out of that Bull hypercharge, and now they are down by 75%. 0 cracks remaining on the safe for SK. So this is definitely looking pretty unwinnable for Heretics. That Angelo Pierce gets so much value there too. They finally do draw first blood onto the safe. Got to be a little bit too little too late though. SK would have to have a massive fumble to lose this one.
Yep, Noe just, going on just a casual walk through the map. Finally, they do get some more damage in Team Heretics, but it's just another percentage. This is just a consolation prize, but 25 seconds. I think there's still enough time, but they have to do it right now. They have to get consecutive pops one after the other. I think it's over now.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time. Sabine's not even choosing to dash in quite yet, but this is overall a pretty dominant performance from SK in this this first set right here. They definitely popped off on that one. They're going to be able to bag this game up, and that is going to be another victory for SK. So far, so good for them. They are definitely looking like a very solid contender here, and they want that rematch with Big Talents. They want it bad.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can see the desperation coming in from both the teams here. I mean, when I say desperation, I'm saying that in a good way. They're both hungry and thirsty for that dub, and neither team is relenting. It's so much pressure, and I feel like in these moments you're baptized by fire, and you really get to show your mettle. So I want to see what's going to happen in set number 3 in Gold Arm Gulch. But are there any notes that you have from Safe Zone regarding some mistakes that you saw from either team, or maybe it was just something that you saw which you felt like you need to talk about?
I feel like in general, the bull force has been something that we've kind of come back to over and over again. We've seen a lot of comps that kind of force the bull pick in the draft quite early and then end up just kind of getting trapped by an Otis the entire game. And like, if you're not going to ban out Otis, like there's a lot of other tank counters in the game too that can shut down a bull. So even though he's a broken brawler, he can get a lot of damage in the right situation. I think that in draft formats, he definitely is kind of nerfed by that aspect of him. Like there's so many things that you can bring out to deal with him. So I would say that was my main note for Team Heretics there that we've kind of seen on the side of Only Realm as well, is they force the bull pick a lot and it doesn't always have a free matchup as they might think it does.
I mean, SK Gaming, they did go up against Only Realm, right? So they've had like 5 sets almost. Not, is it 5 sets? No, it's yeah, it's 5 sets worth of just bull torture. So I think that if any team right now can probably handle bull, it's probably SK Gaming against any team.
Yeah, and like the Otis pick is just, I don't think we've seen a Otis ban maybe like once or twice today, but he's just been like the go-to bull counter. He's been absolutely dominating bull every single time. So I feel like you got to start banning that guy out. If you're going to give them a Gale or a Cordelius, like you can try to work with that. But the Otis is definitely a brawler I would not trying to play bull into.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like we saw it. I don't know why I'm saying we saw it in monthly finals a lot. Otis being picked up by Foot Esports, and now a lot of teams are propagating the idea, and we're finally seeing it being realized in terms of the potential. And probably you drink some water, buddy. We
Thank you.
do have our bans for Gold Arm Gulch. They're going to be Kit, Spike, Meeple, Gray, Mister RT, not Mr. P, Mr. RT, and Gene.
Mr. RT, indeed. Yes, sir. Now, RT's a really good pick on this map, so I love that ban out there. He's one of the most annoying brawlers to face off against, especially when it gets to the end game and he gets a hypercharge. So I do like that ban. I've noticed a lot of kit bans today, too. And I know that he got a rework to be like more of a genuine support brawler, but I'm definitely still intrigued to see how meta this brawler truly is. We unfortunately haven't got to see him get played yet, but that's like the third or fourth time I think he's got banned.
Mm-hmm. We get Angelo as the first pick for Team Heretics, and this is a very aggressive pick, obviously, but not as aggressive as the SK Gaming one with Leon. Leon is definitely a brawler that is an early pick because it has escape bans this time around. Lollipop Drop being so oppressive because it allows him to be so fast around those walls. It just makes running throwers a little bit scarier as an option here.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to feel too confident running a thrower into Leon. They get the Gust too, so very safe option. The shield can definitely synergize well with the Leon, or just save it for yourself for the end game. I feel like overall the end game comp is already looking really strong for SK. Heretics, on the other hand, they're going to go for more of that early game pickoff. If they can get an Angelo Pierce gadget through a wall, that can definitely be very impactful. A little bit tougher to come by. High risk, high reward with the Angelo pick.
Yep, and Crow coming out for Team Heretics. This one I do like. We got double poison and insta poison, which is very crazy. Anti heal as well. So I like this in a map such as this one, in a mode such as this one. It makes sense, but they gotta pair these two brawlers up with something that can take down aggressive brawlers, right? You need to shut things down, and I feel like they don't have a shut things down option right now.
Yeah, the Crow can be decent for that. I like it into the Leon just for kind of keeping vision on him as well. But I do feel like there is a little bit of room for aggression that could be brought out here. Instead, we're going to see the Jae Yong for the second time today, making a little bit of a comeback in the meta, it would appear. But pretty solid pairing with the Crow. It's always
I
been a
like it.
decent Jae Yong map, but like I just don't really see him being able to do too much. Especially considering his teammates don't have like the best damage. So maybe a good play for the end game, good play for
Mm,
sustain, but going to be tough to get a pick with him.
Honestly, I actually do like the Heretics comp because they got speed, they got heal, they got poison, they got more poison, they got range, they got to deal with the squeak.
Yeah, the Squeak it's tough to play Squeak into Jae Young, but I like Squeak into everything else. That wind up gadget can be definitely make for a clutch kill in a very important time. So decent comps from both teams. I don't really know which one I favor, Panda. Do you have a direction that you're leaning here?
I feel like if Team Heretics play as a unit, like we saw SK Gaming doing that one time in that one set together, they should be able to outdo the comp from SK Gaming. Mostly because SK Gaming have only single target support, and if they're constantly being healed by Jae Young and they get that speed from Jae Young as well whenever, and the anti heal, it's going to be hard to take them out.
Yeah, I think those are all pretty fair points. We're going to see Team Heretics popping a lot of utility. Chaos jumps over the wall. Marco using his speed to get some beam into the mix. So good positioning from Team Heretics already. They're going to occupy this right side. SK going to occupy this left side. So often on this map, you see this horizontal style of gameplay right here. But today is going to be no different from that as both teams try to jostle for this mid position.
Yep. I also have an idea for a Squeak Hypercharge. I'll talk about this to you later, but it's crazy. Anyway, we are in a very awkward position for Masque. They're being sorry, from Heretics, they're being pressed all the way into their quadrant of the map. And this is a map which is always interesting. It's so often played diagonally rather than, or sideways rather than top to bottom. So it is an interesting map for me.
And Ope's got a super right here. He's going to pop it. He's waiting his time. He's definitely being very cautious about this. He's going for chaos. He gets that first shot off. Not going to be enough for a kill, and he's going to end up falling instead. A little bit greedy on the Leon super right there, and now everything looks pretty solid for Team Heretics. Marco is weak, but now he's the only remaining member of his team. Even though he got close to making that winnable, he chooses to hold on to that shield. Pretty smart decision, and Heretics are up 1-0.
Like, iChaos knew 100% that the Leon was coming, right? Because the Leon, suddenly, it's like, hey, Leon used it invisible. But, like, if suddenly you don't see the Leon, it's obviously invisible. So he knew what was happening. And he was like, okay, I have my gadget. I can get out of there. And that's exactly what he did at the right time. Now, Squeak Super coming in. It does connect with Marco, but not onto Chaos. So Chaos can hold the line, gets kill onto Ope, who gets sniped.
Yeah, he got sniped out of nowhere right there. That's an insane kill, but the positioning is bad. Now he's trying to capitalize on that, and Marco survives on 22. That is a sad look for SK fans everywhere. That's going to be game number 1 going to Team Heretics. I don't know how Marco survived on that low HP, but that's pretty funny.
That's what I'm saying. I think that this competition has a lot of legs because if you play together, it's very hard to go into a competition which has you perennially being healed by a Jae Young and your Angelo, so you don't really need to care that you're taking too much of damage on the other side, you know? And then you also got the Crow helping you just make sure that everybody's pushed back. I feel like if they played it together, it would be much harder to take them out.
Yeah, I probably agree with that, but we're going to see if there's an answer that SK has here. Ope had a couple of opportunities to get some nice assassinations, and he just came up a little bit short every single time, but we'll see if the strategy changes up here. So far, we are still seeing the horizontal style of play. Chaos trying to get a nice tap off there. Marco a little bit weak, though, so SK is going to push up.
Yeah, no, he's always been classically really good at this Gus here. He's able to get those angles, which are very hard to hit, and obviously you're afraid of the big pop, right? If you get the Kuki popper, then that's like so much more damage that you obviously otherwise wouldn't expect. So that adds another level of gameplay when you're playing against Gus. You have to keep track of how many shots Gus is away, not only from the super, but also from the gadget.
Yeah, makes the team comms that much more important, but Marco is going to pop that speed, try to get himself into the middle a little bit. Now he is in a little bit of a compromised position, especially with Chaos pinching up here. He pops that super down, not in the greatest spot though, because he is going to have to leave this area soon with the smoke coming in, but he does get the tap on Naui. Now Ope is going to be popping that super, but he's not going to have the most luck with that. Sabine should be able to clean up, and it looks like Panda was right. This Team Heretics comp is looking like it's going to be tough to beat.
It is a difficult comp to beat, and I gotta say, like, iChaos has been locked in with this Angelo. I feel like he's been one of the major reasons why they've been succeeding. Obviously Marco as well, but like I feel like it's mostly been depending on iChaos. Now he's gonna be snuck up by Ope. He doesn't even know Ope is there, so that might be an issue. But the thing is, the gadget is what matters. Is he gonna be able to tap out of there in time? And I think so.
Yeah, he's had some pretty solid reaction timing he's put on display so far, so I definitely trust him there. But he's going to be trying to get these picks off. That Liam Totem is just so annoying. I know we can see where he is. Oh my goodness, once again, the reaction timing test is passed by iChaos. This guy's got lightning fast reactions, man. Holy.
Dude, that is actually crazy. I would have died like 100% in that scenario, 100%. big wind up on the right hand side. They've completely corralled and ushered this Team Heretic side to the right hand side of the map, the right quadrant of the map. So big super is also available for the Team Heretic squad, but super being used by iKaos, and unfortunately for him, he gets removed from that super, gets taken out as well. Marco is going to be falling, so Beam is next to fall, and every time I lose a team, they always have to lose a round.
Yeah, first lick of hope for SK in this knockout set, though. I mean, it was a little bit messy, but if it has to be messy, it has to be messy. They definitely need these Leon plays to, I think, carry them to victory here. So we'll see if Ope is able to get a super. He's got to be somewhat close to a hyper at this point in the match, but that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. The teams are kind of switching sides here, though. We see Heretics moving over to the left.
Yeah, I feel like they probably don't like that section of the map. Maybe it's just like a preference thing or something, but we're gonna go and circle around and let's see what happens this time around. Team Heretics, we have iKaos with a super and hypercharge as well, so Beam has this own utility, and Noe having his own hypercharge is gonna be big, because whenever Ope finally gets that super, they're gonna coalesce together and destroy at least one or two of the opposition in Team Heretics. And being cognizant of that, Team Heretics have to ensure that they don't be feeding the Leon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be close to Ope getting a super. I feel like he's hit more than enough shots to be relatively close at this point in the game, but Chaos gets his hyper first. He's going to pop that. Ope is going to fall quite weak, and he's going to die before he even gets a chance to get the hyper charge. So Beam falls on the other side of things, though. Chaos jumps around. The heals from Marco are going to be clutch, but now it's just Chaos versus Naui. Who's going to have enough damage to come out on top of this? Is there a Goopy Popper? There is not, and that's going to be Team Heretics taking the W right here.
Wow, what amazing play from Marco and Chaos. They knew exactly what they needed to do. He was blindsided. He couldn't get the kill on the Chaos. So what he did, Marco, was heal up his teammate as much as he could while he was going to die. He knew he was going to die. He knew that it wasn't opportunistic to hit the enemy and to actually heal his teammate. And that is what got them to dub. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's just amazing communication, amazing teamwork. These guys are so comfortable playing together, and they're only going to get more comfortable as we move further into the season. But Team Heretics, they're fighting for their life, and they're going to hold on right there. They are still down 1-2 in our lower bracket here, and we're going to be moving on to set number 4 for Ring of Fire in a second.
Yeah, every single set and has been going down the wire, and it's been pretty close. I feel like this whole day has been exactly that, and I love it because it just showcases how close some of the teams are. Like I've said, this is completely breaking the narrative that I and a lot of people have, that only like the top org teams are the ones to really look at, and only those teams are the ones which will triumph against other teams. But it doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, we have Heretics and SK Gaming in the lower bracket finals in an elimination style tournament. So, you know,
yeah, no, it's genuinely insane how close all these games have been today. We did have like one sweep, I think. I think Heretics swept Only Realm in our first game, but even those games were definitely really close. So I feel like all these teams are like very close at parity with each other. We've definitely seen a lot of back and forth action here, but SK, they want to prove that they're the best team here. They're one set away from getting into the finals to have a chance at a rematch against Big Talents. But so far, Big Talents, I mean, they're the only team that hasn't lost yet. So, I mean, how can we not say they're a tournament favorite at this point?
yeah, 100%. I mean, it was Big Talents or Only Realm for me after the first round. That was just kind of crazy, I guess. But I don't know. I want to see what's going to be happening in Ring of Fire, and I think this is going to be this is promising to be a good set here, because it's a very close affair between both these teams. I feel like every game is a coin toss, and it's so difficult to predict.
Yeah, and it really is, so much of the importance comes down to the draft, and we've seen so many different ideas come out in draft today. So we're gonna have to see what happens on Ring of Fire here. We've got our bans: Heretics banning out Leon, Ems, and Poco. SK banning out Mina, Crow, and Finks. So I feel like the Crow ban definitely is very impactful. I think the Poco ban is pretty interesting as well. But overall, a lot of aggressive options still on the board right here, including Bull and BB.
Yep, Lou is going to be the first pickup from Team Heretics. I like this pick here because, you know, obviously the area denial. I mean, I'm going to keep saying that all over every single time. But let's see what SK Gaming decide to pick up here. Obviously, Fix is not there anymore. Neither is the Poco or Ems. I feel like Bell might be old reliable and might be a pickup here as an option. There are other things that you could go for, though.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like kind of along the same lines of the Bell. B is a brawler who's not super impactful, but this is a map where she can definitely find some value, especially into a Lou. Spike is going to be good into Lou as well, has the range advantage, has the life plant to be able to tank for him in that 1v1. So even though Lou has a little bit more area control, I think the Spike's a great answer into that.
Mhm. Yeah, the life plant, the super as well. Just make sure that it's so difficult to move up against this SK Gaming composition with just the spike alone. But the thing is, the spike by itself is just a surety pick. It's like to cover your bases, the same way Lou is just to cover your bases. The nucleus of the composition, and really the way that SK Gaming is going to be playing their composition is around the second brawler that they pick in the last brawler.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see some aggression come off the board eventually. Even though Spike and Lou are anti-tank in and of themselves, they're not anti-tank enough to completely prevent anything of that sort. So we're gonna see the Pierce come out instead, though. Kind of been forgetting about Pierce here and there today, but he's pretty solid. He should be really good into Lou. Still a little susceptible into aggro, even though he's better than a lot of ranged brawlers into aggro, and that's what Heretics is gonna try to see here. They take that Kaze.
It is time for K's Brawl Stars to make the appearance here on Ring of Fire. This is an interesting pick because Kaze can do a lot of different ideas. Team Heretics going for some sustain. Glober is really good at an open map, but I feel like one of the difficult things for Glober to do is, you know, stay up against very aggressive brawlers. And unfortunately, though, I feel like Mortis would have been a nice option, but just the Lu being there, I feel like it stifles any kind of creativity that you could do with Mortis from a long-term perspective.
I still think it could work. I wouldn't be super against it, but I don't know. The Globert super, the glowy super is also going to be pretty annoying for a Mortis to deal with. But
Mm.
I don't know. If you're a confident Mortis player, I think it could definitely still pan out. I think that some aggression in one way or another is probably going to be a good idea, but they're going to go Meg instead. So just going for some HP, some sustain on the zone. Really good matchup into the Kaze right there. Into the Lu and Globert, a little bit more even. So curious to see how that Meg pick works out.
Oh yes, 100%. Because both the brawlers have a little bit of sustain, but I Glowy is not going to be overly aggressive. But what is the most important part about Glowy is those gadgets where you can dash in and heal your teammates massive and copious amounts, and immediately Marco going in on the objective just to get a little bit more control off the map and get a few percentage points on this Epic Gaming squad. So a good start coming in, and you see immediately Subim can't do anything by himself. Like he's not going to get enough HP by himself healing. He has to depend on his own gadget for healing or healing by himself. So he can't stay on the point for too long.
Yeah, but already that sustain has been helping Chaos stay on the point, helping himself tip up the point. So they're already up to 25%. Really good lead for them. The super comes out onto iChaos to try to prevent them from collecting the zone time. But with the loose super and the Globert sustain, they're just able to get a lot of free zone time. Marco just trying to distract them from that option. But so far, so good for Team Heretics. This comp looks like it's working out decently well. But that's going to be a nice take back from SK.
That was a very opportune second shell coming in from Yoshi. That was so useful for SK Gaming. They got a little bit more control. It's making it the game a lot closer. Hypercharge from Ope. Very good hypercharge. Gets so much control. Pushes back people. Marco also goes down. That was amazing for SK Gaming in terms of value.
Yeah, and the lead is going to follow with that. So they're pretty much getting back to even footing right here. Sabim trying to heal up Chaos, get onto the zone a little bit, but now he pops that hyper. Good opportunistic dash to get away from that, but still the positioning, the pressure is going to be impactful. Marco with an impactful dash. Yoshi's barely... Oh, he's actually going to fall to that. And that's a double kill for Marco from the grave.
Yeah, I guess the conjunction of the fact that Marco can, mark up those people is probably a good thing. We also have a hypercharge for Marco as well, and that could be a fan coming down at any point. And we do see that super from SK Gaming, and as a result, SK Gaming slowly but surely creeping their way back into this competition.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a lot more even here. Marco's surviving on very low HP. He's going to die to Nowie's P-Shooter, though, but Chaos is just tanking all of this damage. He knows he's got the heals from Sabim to get at least like 5 to 10 more percent, so whether or not he thought he was going to die, probably still a decent play. Marco pops off on Ope, but Ope with the hypercharge to retaliate. He cycles it fully, and that's going to be a lot of time that Heretics have to wait.
Spike is actually a good counter into Glowy because of just the cactus, maybe? I don't know. But Sabim is struggling, but it doesn't matter. He's able to heal up his teammates consistently for a long of time. iChaos is also be close to his next hypercharge super. He does use his regular super. I think they're keeping it for the clutch moment if they do require it to shut down the team entirely, and they don't even need it right now. Game number 1 going to Team Heretics. It was a little bit testy at the start, but they were able to claw it back.
Yeah, I feel like the difference in that game was the Globert and Lou combination. I feel like that sustain that was able to be not even given to himself, but given to his Lou teammate just made his life so much easier. He's able to play more aggressive, get more supers, stay alive for longer, and obviously, most importantly, collect that zone time. So really solid combination. I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing out of the Lou Globert.
Yeah, it's not an easy composition to play by any means because you have to dodge so many more shots than the other team because there's no
Yeah.
way that the heal that Globert provides is that consequential, right? So it is not an easy composition to play. Marco is going to be taken down. 12% was claimed by Team Heretics, and they were seemingly on that for so long, but they only got 12%.
Yeah, Marco's going to try to get a little bit more, though. He's going to trade out after that assassination play once again. Sabine left on his own, and he's not going to be able to do a whole lot right there as a glowy. So he's going to try to move up. He takes out the cactus, but now he's in a
This is
really
really a
powerful
dodge.
position
Oh
on
my
this
god.
left-hand side, and Marco can't really do anything into that. He dashes in, but I mean, he gets Naui out of the mech, but not really that impactful. That's going to be a nice takeback for SK.
Dude, Subeem had a really good gaming chair for so long. It was crazy how many shots he was dodging. Oh no, Marco goes down. That's unfortunate for Team Heretics, but exactly what the doctor ordered in for SK Gaming. Now, a lot of control coming in from SK Gaming. That's super as well as injury, though it actually doesn't get any value. Hypercharge from Chaos. No, that's actually a super from Chaos. And hypercharged by Open to zone out everybody. Lots of damage coming down. Marco is forced to use his hypercharge to make sure that the entirety of SK Gaming are pushed back. He gets a kill on the Open, which is exactly what they need.
Yeah, huge take back from Marco right there. For a while, nobody was getting any zone time. Everybody's just playing at range, and it looks like we'll probably be seeing a SK take back. Only 15% separates these two teams, and that's sure to narrow down to zero-ish pretty soon here. Marco dashes in, but not going to be able to find that much success as Akaze dashing into 3 entire brawlers. Things are looking good for SK. They finally take that lead back, and now Team Heretics are on the back foot.
Yeah, I still maintain that this composition from Team Heretics is a much harder composition to run than the one which we see from SK Gaming. So the fact that they're able to stay in this for as long as they are and they're pushing back the opponents, I find is generally kind of insane.
Yeah, no, they're doing a really good job executing this. They've got a Kaze Storm, they've got a Lu Ice Rink on the field, they've got a lot of stuff keeping SK off. Regardless, the lead is still on SK's side, not by very much, but the Spike Super is going to be trying to extend that. OK's going to step on for a little bit. The wiggles that we're seeing from both teams here are just absolutely insane. That Marco Hypercharge could not have come at a better time, and now we're going to see both teams at about 85%. This is so tight.
Yeah, Subeem, wow, what a scare. He got that kill as well. Now, big fan, the kill from Chaos, along with Marco in conjunction with that fan damage. And I feel like this is it for Team Heretics. They're going to be able to force a set number 5.
Indeed they are. That was a really good comeback right there. The team played together extremely well. That was a very interesting draft, but I'm always happy to see an experimental draft pay off. I like that Globert Lu combination, as I've said, and I feel like that was really the difference right there. Just the juking and sustainability that they had was insane and difficult to get off the zone.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I say that this composition wasn't easy to run is because they suffered from like a range disparity and it required them to stay on the mid without sustain if it's only the glowy, right? And that does happen from time to time because glowy doesn't have enough healing to keep everybody up the entire time. So I felt like that was a little bit of a gamble in terms of how much that they could do. It really did depend on them wiggling, and they wiggled.
Oh, did they wiggle? Absolutely, they wiggled. And now we're going to have to see if they can keep that W movement moving into set number 5. Team Heretics have come back from an incredible amount today, and they're going to have to keep it rolling because we got Hard Rock Mine, we got Gem Grab ahead of us, and I'm fired up to see which team is going to face off against Big Talents in our final.
Yep, and hopefully we get to see this one go all the way as well to the last game because I've been having a lot of fun. All these close matches, right? Whenever I see them, I don't feel tired at all because I just feel like I'm enjoying myself. I'm just like, I feel like I'm just a part of like the audience and everything. So it's just fun. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's been an amazing time. We've seen so many awesome comebacks. We've seen so much awesome action today. And we still have our grand finals ahead of us, guys. So don't go anywhere. Don't get too uncomfortable yet, guys. After this one, we're going to have to see the winner face Big Talents, who have been our dark horse favorite of the tournament. I mean, they've had a incredible run so far. They popped off in the upper bracket twice, and now they have their chance pretty soon to be able to defend that crown. So I'm intrigued to see. I mean, SK already lost to them. I'm sure they want that get back, but they've got bigger fish to fry right now with Team Heretics hot on their trail.
Yep, and the team that wins this entire tournament will be joining Foot Esports in the Gamers Assembly tournament. And this isn't SK Gaming's first foray into this tournament, right? In the first split, they did face off against Foot Esports in this tournament itself, and they lost. So they lost in the grand finals itself. So that was unfortunate for them because they went through the lower bracket last time as well. So this isn't something that they are, unaware of or strangers to. But this is the first time we're seeing Team Heretics in this tournament,
Yep.
circuit, I would say.
Yep, but we've got our set number 5 pulled up on the board now, guys. Hard Rock Mine once again going to be the map. Crow, Chester, Pam, Rico, Bull, and Ali are going to be our 6 bands. Leon is going to be the first pick for SK Gaming. Perfect pick, honestly. It makes a lot of sense. Without the Crow, it's a pretty clear option for me. I feel like he is a fantastic reset brawler. He has so much aggression. If you get that hypercharge, it's such a game changer. Heretics are going to go Mortis into Leon, which doesn't feel like the best matchup, but last time we saw Mortis versus Leon, the Mortis came out on top, so I guess we'll see.
Yep, it's time to see which assassin is going to be taking the dub here. It really does come down to like those small, minute interactions in plays. And I've already got up on my chair because I saw these two brawlers. I think, this is going to be absolute cinema. I'm waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a fun one. You always love to see these assassins fly off the board. It's so fun to watch these amazing pro players pilot these brawlers, and I'm expecting some greatness here. The Mortis and the Leon, man. Like, what more could you ask for? 2 of the most popular brawlers in the game, too. You just love to see it.
Yep, 100%. I mean, I feel like Leon has had this aura since it was introduced, and Mortis has always had that, he's Mortis. Come on. We have Spike coming out, and it's going to get a little funky with some Trunky. Haven't seen Trunky today, but I know that Trunky can be insane because once you cycle those supers, it is basically game over. And the best mode that you can have Janet in is obviously Gem Grab, and it's going to be coming out for SK Gaming.
I love the Trunk pick, man. I'm a huge Trunk advocate, and I feel like him into Mortis is just such a clear counter that I can't really see him struggling that much with that. Spike and Glowy, on the other hand, maybe a little bit more, but I love the Trunk counter pick. I like both of these comps right here. It's very interesting how little Glowy we've seen before this, and now he's just getting picked every set, but I do still think he can provide a lot of value as a gem carrier here and helping out support that Mortis.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it work out well for Heretics last time around, so, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe that's the strategy. But the SK Gaming composition has a lot of different exit strategies, which Heretics doesn't inherently have, except for maybe, I guess, the Mortis in a way, and even Subim. But like I said, the most important aspect of these compositions is that you have to run it aggressively, and we don't see SK Gaming letting up from the get-go. Ope going in, he's taking names, and he's taking down Marco in the dev node.
Yeah, really solid play on the Trunk right there. I mean, he's flashing that super. He's having fun with it. He's going crazy. Sabine once again on this Glowy, though. Going to be doing a lot of work in the mid. Going to be grabbing a couple of gems for his troubles. We're definitely going to have to keep our eyes out on Yoshi, though. He needs to get that super nice and early to be able to defend himself against Marco, because if he doesn't have that super, the gems can change hands very quickly.
Ooh, Marco and Sabine collapse on Ope, despite Ope going in. But I feel like Ope doesn't really necessarily care. He's going to be close to his next super. And most importantly, he's going to be closer to his hypercharge.
Yeah, Trunk is a brawler. You can definitely afford to get a little bit freaky or funky on the Trunky, as Panda said earlier. But Yoshi's going to be jumping out there, baiting out some shots. Now he's probably not going to be able to survive for long. Sabine is going to be there to secure the kill. Once again, hitting that super onto Ope, which has been really impactful. If he misses one of those supers, it could get messy real quick.
Yeah, and Yoshi is going to be able to farm his hypercharges and supers. And this is what I like about the SK comp. You have dual lane aggressiveness on both sides. Ope dispatching Marco as well. But dual lane aggressiveness on both sides, and Yoshi is just fine picking up those gems and trying to get his super and his hypercharge. And he basically has an exit strategy. So Beam is getting some value, but like we are seeing insane gameplay from Team Heretics just to stay at parity.
Yeah, Ope is just causing so much pressure up here too, though. He does fall down to the Spike hypercharge, and the gems are just so even across the board here. It seems like there's been a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, each team's getting their own gems. Now we go in for an assassination. He gets the kill. He's got the lollipop drop. The Mortis hyper is active on the other side, though, so both teams' gems are getting threatened very heavily. Ope picks up a gem just to get the countdown started, but now he gets the assassination kill, and that might do it for SK.
It might, but he's a little awkward position right now. He gets taken out 10 gems, but it is 6 seconds on the clock. They need to get the kill. Hypercharge being popped by Noe. He's out of there, and as is Ope. Ope almost taken down, but narrowly surviving, able to breathe, and that is SK Gaming finally on match point.
Yeah, they have made an insane comeback in this matchup against Team Heretics, and now it's starting to become real for them. They just need one more win on Gem Grab, one more Trunkalicious win, and they're going to be moving on for their rematch against Big Talent. So, I mean, it's definitely been a banger so far. I'm really curious to see if we're going to see some more Trunk greatness in this comp, but we have got the game fired up here. Team Heretics with their backs up against the wall. They got to figure out a way to make this Mortis and Glowy combo work.
That open kill on Marco was massive. Now Sabim and Ikeos have to hold this line here. And you see them always just being very, very anxious about the bush because they never know what's going to be creeping and crawling in the hedges over there. Now Marco gets one kill. Sabim does make a connection on a Yoshi, but it's a little too far away as Marco is going to be able to cycle these bats, and he does get another super immediately. That means Hypercharge coming very soon.
Yeah, but he's going to choose to use it on Ope, who is definitely the brawler most apt at defending that. So maybe a little bit misappropriated as far as the utility goes right there. But Sabim staying alive on low HP. Marco and Ope just dashing right through each other. Ope gets out of there, baiting the Chaos Spike Super as well. But the bats are there for Marco. Really solid play, and he's able to survive, even though his team is still down in gems.
Yep. It is still match point for SK Gaming. They are up 4 gems here against their opposition here. Hypercharge by Chaos, he's going to be able to zone out a lot of people. Oh, gets a kill on Noe, but he's in a lot of trouble. Sabine pops his gadget, gets the heals off. Opik finds the kill onto Marco, and he's going to be holding that backlight. Unfortunate for him, he is going to be addressed a little bit. No, there's that scare coming in. Noe gets the kill. He gets taken out. There's another train coming in. Ooh. Marco picking up the gems. 10th gem being picked up by Yoshi. He also has his Hypercharge. He just needs to hold on for another 5-6 more seconds, and it's game time for SK Gaming, and they move on.
Yeah, they have no idea where he is. That's going to be it. And SK Gaming are going to pull it off. They are absolutely walking away with this victory. Yoshi flexing on him a little bit. But I believe that was a reverse sweep. Am I wrong about that, Panda? Was that 2-0 for Heretics before we got into it?
It was 2-0 for Heretics before we got into it.
Yeah, that's going to be our first.
No, it wasn't 2-0 for Heretics. It was 2-0 for SK Gaming. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sure enough. Okay, well, anyway, SK, they are going to avoid the reverse sweep. It's going to be an action-packed set number 5 right there. Really good stuff. I'm happy to see the Trunk get a little bit of shine right there, but definitely proved itself to be a valiant Mortis counter.
That was some amazing gameplay that we saw from EMEA. Very high octane, and every single set promised to be a banger because this meta is so aggressive. And like I said, play styles right now that are awarded are aggressive ones because you get the hypercharges. So you have to be aggressive. You can't be passive. It's not about the poke battle. It's about the race to hypercharges. It's a race to purple button, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the skill on display in these games today has just been absolutely ridiculous. And I'm really excited to get into our grand finals. We'll have a rematch of our very first match from the day. But in our first match, we saw Big Talents take out SK 3-1. Definitely not the result that we expected. But now SK have a chance for revenge. They're going to have to beat them twice. The bracket reset is going to be included in this double elimination tournament. Big Talents only 3 games away. And we will get back into that grand finals round number 1 very soon after a short break for us casters here, guys. So stick with us. We got a lot more action where this came from.
See you guys later. Okay. How's it going, EMEA? Welcome to the big series. We are doing the Road to Gamers Assembly, and it is split to the finals day. We are going to be watching our grand finals between Big Talents and SK Gaming. I'm your host, Panic Hass, and besides me is Duncan Brawl Stars. This guy makes daily content every single day. He streams as well very, very often, and his content is focused around rank. So make sure you subscribe to him on YouTube and on all of his social media platforms. It's usually Duncan Brawl Stars, so make sure you follow him over there. Anyway, we have a banger of a grand finals for you. It is a dark horse versus a very established team. And how are you doing today, Duncan?
I'm doing great, man. Appreciate the shout out, appreciate the introduction. But as you've said, man, the Dark Horse is definitely an exciting team to watch today. Big Talents is the team that we're referring to. They've been playing exceptionally well so far today. They have not yet lost a single match, and that is what has brought them into this grand final from the upper bracket. The team that they're going to meet there is the team that they faced first off when we started stream today, SK Gaming of Yoshi, Naui, and Ope, who have clawed their way out of the lower bracket to make a grand finals appearance. SK do have to win back-to-back matches and in order to try to take this grand finals away. So definitely a tough uphill battle that SK has ahead of them. Big Talents, on the other hand, they just need to secure one singular victory, and they should be able to walk away with this grand final. So a lot of intense storylines at play here, but I'm sure SK wants that get back.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, SK not only want that get back, they want to be able to qualify for the LAN event, which is arguably the bigger prize for them, obviously. But Big Talents, they narrowly missed qualifying for monthly finals, and I feel like they obviously don't want this to happen again. But there is a reason why Big Talents have a buffer. We are playing a double elimination bracket. That means that each team is entitled to a loss. Now, SK Gaming have already lost once in this tournament, and if they happen to beat Big Talents in this best of five, in order to keep the fairness alive, Big Talents get another best of five against SK Gaming. That way, each of the teams that have been eliminated have lost at least once in this tournament.
Yep, exactly. Very well explained, Panda. But we've got our first draft of the grand finals underway here, guys. We've got Gem Grab, we've got Double Swoosh, and our bans are going to be Crow, Sirius, Chester, Lily, Alley, and Bull. So a lot of aggression banned out from SK Gaming side. Big Talents choosing to ban some of the more control-based brawlers, and that first pick for SK is going to be a Sandy. Always been a decent pick on Double Swoosh, but not really that popular as an early pick in recent metas. So I'm intrigued by that first pick.
Yeah, it feels a little out of sorts here, right? But like considering all the bands that you have, I feel like it's either a Sandy or an Ems that you kind of have to pick up if you don't want to go for the Terra. I feel like a game of rock paper scissors, right? So it's interesting that Sandy was the pickup here that they opted for. There's also the Amber that we have to think about.
Yeah, I like Ember a lot into Sandy, but I do think that the prevalence of Tara on this map definitely makes Sandy a stronger option. Trying to kind of pre-counter out those Tara pets, get that stun online too. The Otis and the Ems are going to be the picks for Big Talents, though. Really big fan of that duo of brawlers. Like you said, Ems is a very strong brawler on this map. The bushier the map, the better the speed gear value is, the better Ems typically is. And then Otis is there to be that shutdown for any aggro that SK might bring out, whether it's going to be a Mortis, a Kenji, something along those lines. Obviously no Bull since he's banned out, but Otis has been such a good shutdown today.
Oh, 100%. This Otis has been instrumental for a lot of teams' successes in this tournament. And this is interesting that we're seeing the Otis being picked up despite the fact that we don't have a Bull. So teams are understanding and realizing that there is more utility to Otis than just shutting down Bull. It feels like it's a brawler that people are rediscovering in terms of how good it can be. Ems, obviously, we know it is good since the buffies and all that, but is still relatively a strong brawler on this map anyway. So it's not really a dumb pick to have at all.
Yeah, definitely a solid option. They're also just really strong into any aggression. Even though SK did ban out most of the aggros, there's still enough tanks, there's still enough options that could be annoying, but Big Talents pre-countered that out very wisely. SK is going to have to try to think of something to get around this because the tank counter ability, the vision gear on the Otis, like the Big Talents have a lot of things going for them right now. SK is going to go with a safe pick being that spike. I do like the idea of outranging the Otis and the Ems while having a brawler that thrives with that vision gear on him. So W spike pick, the Mortis is going to be interesting. And I'm curious if that's going to be able to get as much value as SK needs it to.
Yeah, it is an interesting pick here. I mean, there are reasons why it can work out, but like again, the reason why it Otis is good against Bull is another reason why it could be good against the Mortis. But you can bait out some of these gadgets, these supers, and all coming in with your bats, and you're trying to bait out those supers. So I don't know. I think that Mortis is still really good brawler. We're gonna go into our first set here between Big Talents and SK Gaming. This is the grand finals of the Big Pro Series Road to Gamers Assembly.
Yes, sir, it is, man. And we're going to have Big Talents in blue, SK Gaming in red. So far, the gems are looking pretty good for the side of SK. That Sandy first pick is going to be utilized as a gem carrier. Peeks out a little bit too far, though, and feeds Nez his first penny turret very early into the game, which is a very impactful piece of utility to have for Big Talents.
Yep, it's so early on too, right?
Yeah.
And then we had the bats coming in from the Mortis for that quick escape, but gets another extra shot off here. It allows Mortis to be so much more aggressive, and nice dodges from Noe. He knew exactly where he needed to be in that situation, and now he's going to be aggressing and ensuring that the SK right flank is still held down.
Yeah, I feel like the positioning for Big Talents has been really solid, but still down a gem. They have to account for that. Ope is going to dash in, but Yoko has the knockback ready to go. Ope decides to test his luck on 200 HP, and he's going to fall very quickly. So now Yoko takes some free positioning. The gem count is evening up a little bit, but Yoko's going to be forced to back off now that Ope's back.
Dash away and gadget away from Ope. And Ness might get found out. He almost gets a kill on a Noe. A very aggressive hypercharge coming in from Noe, and he is immediately punished for it by Mine.
Really good help from Nez to help Yoko out with the Mortis situation, but 9 gems to 5 gems. Definitely not looking great for the side of Big Talents. The Penny Hypercharge turret gets played right where Now is, so he might be able to deal with that. Not quite yet. Ope actually gets the kill. Yoko is there for the gems, but Yoshi is there as well, and that is going to be more than likely SK falling back with this gem countdown. It's going to be tough to reset from this point.
Yeah, and I think Ope just got his hypercharge, so that's also another thing to think about, because 5 seconds left and not much time left, but hypercharge immediately keeping Mine away, and that is going to be game number 1 for SK Gaming. So what was a very even game just completely fell apart for Big Talents after one of those hypercharges. So good plays coming in from Ope. He was also able to bait out a super and whatnot. So, I have no notes there.
Yeah, nah, Yoko has his work cut out for him here. Like, the Ems and the Mortis matchup can work for the Ems, but you have to hit every knockback. You have to be really cognizant, I guess, of when you do and don't have your gadget. So it's a tough matchup to pull off, and Yoko did a good job throughout the beginning portion of this game, but as we saw, when Ope gets one little lane to make a play, he's going to capitalize on that. So it's going to be a tough one. So far, so good for Big Talents, though. Yoko's going to be able to escape on low HP. Ope dashes in. He could have had that kill, but he chooses to go for the bush positioning instead, and now he's just going to be a little bit annoying on that left-hand side.
Yep, Mine places down the fat splatter on the right-hand side. They should be able to identify where most of the people from SK Gaming are, but it doesn't matter. Ope going so aggressively on Yoko, gets a kill there, and is hunting Mine, but Mine, I think, understands that he might be there, and as a result puts up a very aggressive turret just to knock him back, and I don't think that they're looking specifically for that turret value as much.
Yeah, the Mortis gadgets have been very interesting this game too. I feel like Ope is just kind of running around having fun rather than going for kills, but it's been working out decently well so far. Nez does have that barrel in a decent spot for protection though, and they do have a 2-gem lead on the side of Big Talents. Gonna make that 3 very shortly here, but here goes Ope. The super is out, but Yoko's there with the knockback. Really well played, and Yoshi might be the next to fall. They trade that out with the spike super. A lot of bodies dropping here, but overall, still 7 gems for the side of Big Talents. Hard to feel too bad about it for them.
Yeah, Ope picked out 1, which I guess is not exactly what he wants. He does survive with his gadget to get out of harm's way there. It is a 7-6 gem line here, favoring the side of Big Talent, and it's a very even game. Yoko going up against Yoshi, and I feel like Yoshi might get the better of him in that interaction. There's that kill from Ope as well. To get the gems, they are also going to be able to dip out. Mine has a hyper. It doesn't matter, though. Oh, he gets the stun, but he's going to be taken out. All the gems given to Ope. He has 10 gems himself.
That was a lot of exchanges of the gems right there, but it's all going to be all good for SK. They will easily take that victory right there. Yoko got caught out by Yoshi on the right-hand side, and that kind of started the catastrophic downfall for Big Talents right there, but SK are picking right back up where they left off, man. Big Talents has had their way all day, and SK had to claw their way out of the gutter here, and they are not going to let that be for nothing. They really want to get this bracket reset.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just the first step towards what is going to be a long, long path for SK Gaming, and Big Talent isn't going to make it easy. I mean, obviously, this first set didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. It wasn't close compared to what we've seen from any of the teams so far. I felt like it was much more dominant from SK, and most of it was because of specifically, like you said, Ope running around having fun. I felt like a lot of the times he uses his gadget to use so many of the abilities for the other team because they were afraid. And as a result, like it's a game of chicken. Either you get baited or you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to do a lot of baiting in that game, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Either way, his team's able to get away with the victory. So well played to SK Gaming. They are definitely on a little bit of a heater in the past hour or two here, but they're going to have to keep that going. Set number 2 is on the way, and it's going to be Super Beach Brawl Ball.
Yep. I mean, this is exactly what you have with these double elimination tournaments. It's like a little bit of a gauntlet. If you come from the lower bracket, you have to, go through a lot of matches. Like Team Heretics actually had three straight matches, if you 2 straight matches, if you remember, right? Big Talents, and then they played against SK. Now SK has to play off against Team Heretics, and then obviously Big Talents. So like it's a lot of matches, one after the other for these teams. So let's see what happens the next set. It is going to be Super Beach, and for SK Gaming, they want to make sure that they close this one in Lyric, which is the third set, but Super Beach is going to be the next one that we have. And all these maps are played super fast. I haven't seen any esports in the recent like 1-2 months which haven't been fast paced. It's always been fast paced.
Yeah, it's definitely a very aggressive meta, and these teams are taking advantage of that. We've seen a ton of Bull today. Not going to be seeing him in this matchup, though. Sirius, Bull, Crow, Nita, Willow, and Ziggy are banned out. So, like I mentioned earlier in the cast when we had this map, this is a very thrower-heavy map as far as Brawl Ball goes in specific. If you're going to pick a thrower early, it's usually going to be that Willow, but recently Ziggy has kind of surged into the meta, so I'm not shocked to see him banned out, even though if you told me a month ago, I would have definitely scratched my head. The Cordelius is going to be the first pick for Big Talents. We've definitely seen teams opting for Otis over Cordelius recently, but a map like this is a little bit more built for his skill set.
100%. It's still like a little bit confusing that it is such an early pick, in my opinion, but there are lots of different reasons why you want to go for it. Like you can use the jump and just make sure that throwers aren't as comfortable, especially with the fact that Willow is out. And I feel Willow is the most viable thrower on this map specifically.
Yeah, definitely. Barley can be decent, Dynamite can be decent, Larry can be decent, but they all have a lot easier ways to get countered out than a Willow does. So I don't really expect a thrower until maybe the second to last pick here. The aggression is going to be tough to draft into a Cordelius, though, and I think that's what Big Talents is going for with that first pick. You never really want to be the first person to take the aggro unless it's a very clear situation that you can win it with. So I feel like SK is going to have to probably get a tank counter of their own, and it's going to be the Spike.
They actually go for two, and Charlie's coming out. And I don't know. I feel like you have varying degrees of success with Charlie, and I feel like a lot of the times it's the negative sides. It's probably because the person operating it is missing the cocoons a lot, right? So maybe that's why I'm discounting Charlie, and I don't feel like it's as good. But we have Big Talents coming out with the Shade pick, and I feel like this is one of the best maps for Shade. So the fact that I feel like it skipped the bans was an interesting decision.
Yeah, he's very, very strong on some of these maps. With the more walls, basically, the better Shade's going to be. Great brawler to like force through a goal too. So I really like that pick from Big Talents. Doesn't struggle all that hard into Charlie and Spike. And like you said, we haven't seen too many cocoons get connected today. Shade's a brawler that can definitely bait out that cocoon. So big fan of that pick from Big Talents. They need somebody to occupy the mid though. SK kind of can send Spike or Charlie into that mid. Probably going to be Charlie, but they're going to go with the Max for that. Not really my favorite pick, but I mean, I understand it into the Charlie Spiders, into the Spike gadget. It's going to be tough to pull off, but if you can get your speed to that Shade, it's definitely going to be huge.
The way that they would operate together is going to be kind of crazy, right? Especially once you get the hypercharge on the Shade, which isn't that hard to get, honestly, if you are running Shade on this map. So SK Gaming still need to shut down the composition from Big Talent. I feel like they don't have anything which can convince me right now, at least.
Yeah, I feel like some of the options that could be strong into the Shade, Trunk, like we saw earlier, I feel like would be a pretty decent pick. I think that Frank could be a solid option as well. They don't have a ton of DPS on the side of big talent, so I wouldn't be shocked if that makes its way into the draft. We haven't seen him at all today after he was one of the most meta brawlers of the past couple of months. So I feel like this could be a niche where he still fits in. We're gonna have to see what answer they have for that shade, though. I really don't think Charlie Spike is enough.
Yep, they go for Stu, which is an interesting decision. I think, like, they could go for the wall break or maybe speed zone as well. Speed zone, wall break actually might make sense because where do you go if you're a shade if you don't have walls that much, right?
Yeah, they're going wall break. Ope's already got 2 of them cracked open here, but Yoko is still going to be moving forward regardless. I think that big talents want this game to be pretty much as short as possible because the more wall breaks, the worse it gets for them. They came close to forcing it through there, but it's not going to happen quite yet. And as we see, the map's already getting broken up. Yoko's life is not going to get any simpler.
Yeah, Yoko going in here, and he's gonna maneuver around, gets killed on Yoshi. This might be a huge goal scoring opportunity. They get the kills as well. Yoko was popped his hypercharge and took out the remaining back lines of SK Gaming, allowing Big Talent to get on the board here. SK Gaming still haven't drawn first blood in this set.
Yeah, it looks like Yoko's life might have got easier the second I said it wasn't getting easier, but he's cooking once again. His teammate does get cocooned over here, so now Yoko's kind of responsible for defense. Mine does pop out, but he's going to fall very low HP, but Yoko is a man on a mission on this shade, and he's got another hypercharge. Last time he pressed that purple button, they scored a goal. Is it going to be the same story this time around?
Yeah, it might be, and I feel like Ope doesn't have enough gadgets to break enough walls to make Yoko not as effective. Now, another wall goes down, and his effectiveness rating immediately goes down. Doesn't matter, though. Yoko has popped his purple button, and they get the kill on Anoe. I don't know if that was the best use of the purple button. Once again, though, Cocoon doesn't connect, right?
Yep, I do agree with you on that. I feel like he probably could have saved it until they had a chance to score a goal. He's going to force it up there, and it's not really going to be that successful. The SK is going to get the ball out of their corner. They have 40 seconds to try to force a goal through here, but like we've been saying, they're shaping the map to the way that they want it. Yoko has no choice but to sit inside of the Spike Super 2. Definitely not the situation he wants to be in. Mine goes for the realm and jump, but he loses to Yoshi, and now it's just Nez on defense. Surely he's not going to be able to defend this. That's SK getting the equalizer.
Yeah, I feel like this was definitely avoidable if Yoko hadn't used that hypercharge in that situation. Anyway, they're going to go in all aggression. They're able to get the kills. They don't care about any of that. They get that first win against SK Gaming.
They said, let SK score. We got this reset. And oh, brother, with that max speed, that Shade Super, they had the reset on lock, man. They were confident going into that equalizer. So really well played. Obviously sucks to like lose your 1-goal lead at the very end of the game, but you got to keep your composure. That's exactly what Big Talents did. They got to do it another time, though. We're resetting here. Yoko is going to be working for that first super, trying to prevent Ope from getting as many wall breaks as he got last game. But it's going to be a tough task, especially now he's going to zone him out.
100%. It is imperative. Oh, nice jump from mine. But it is imperative that Big Talent score early on. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible for them to get this dub here. And they've cleared out everybody, SK Gaming, and that is going to ensure that they get a very early lead. And like I said, Big Talent need to force this opposition here. They're going to go in. There is a ground here. Doesn't matter. He gets rooted, but there is a goal for Big Talent within 20 seconds of response.
Big Talent seems to just decide to score a goal and then score a goal. I feel like that's kind of been the way that all of their goals have been. They just reset and say, all right, let's go tie this one up real quick. Mine's got somebody in the realm, but he's not going to be able to finish him, and surely he dies to Yoshi upon his exit. Indeed, he does. Now Yoko and Nez have their work cut out for them on defense. SK holding full positioning here. It's a pretty easy map to score from far away on too, so they got to keep their eyes on Ope. This is definitely going to be a tough line to hold.
100%, and it's definitely hard to get out of that situation. You really need to get Yoko's super, and he goes in, gets a hypercharge. He's gonna go on the hunt. He gets a kill on Anoe. He goes for the
wow,
and wow, they're able to stitch that between them. Just connect the dots, and the ball is at the back of the net. Big Talents equalize this one at 1 set apiece.
That was some insane Shade gameplay, some insane ball movement too. Like I said, like when they wanted a goal, they got a goal, and they were just able to get the ball into the right place at the right time. They know that they have the advantage of movement speed with that Shade and the max speed. Obviously, being able to go through walls lets you get into some unique positions that you wouldn't be able to get to on a normal brawler, but well played by Yoko on that Shade, well played by Big Talents to bring this one back. SK, they might have thought that they were going to be able to walk over them in this rematch, but we're tied up at 1 set apiece now. We've got a banger on our hands.
Yeah, it's definitely living up to the hype here. We're going to go into set number 3, which is going to be Layer Cake. And I don't know who's going to be winning this one, man. I thought that, in the first set, SK had it down. I felt like, big talent weren't up to the task. Maybe the nerves got to them or something. But this next set has just shown me that that is not the case. Big talent is definitely up to the task, and they're showing up and showing us why they're big talents.
Yeah, man, they definitely are living up to the name so far today. They got to keep it going, though, man. I know losing that first set probably didn't feel good, but maybe they needed a little bit of a reality check to sober them up here because they dialed in for Brawl Ball. And like you said, we've got Layer Cake up next, which is on Bounty, of course, a game mode that punishes mistakes pretty hard. In the earlier portion of the day, we saw SK making a lot of mistakes, but they've definitely polished up their gameplay. We've got our bans here. Again, the kit gets banned. And for the first and only time, I can't wrap my head around why nobody's tried this yet, but we're going to get to see some serious gameplay.
That is interesting. And I like the serious pick because look at the brawlers that have banned out. They're all assassins, more or less. Are they all? They're kind of all assassins in a way if you think about it. Bull is an everything brawler at this point, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Sirius being picked up makes so much of sense with this. It's not just the fact that Sirius has escaped the draft. It's just like in terms of the bans, if Sirius wasn't as viable, in terms of the bans, it just makes sense to pick it up.
Yeah, completely agreed there. A lot of assassins off the board. Obviously, Shade, Kit, Mortis, Ali, Bull, like you said, pretty much an assassin at this point. He can do it all. Leon's still on the board. He's going to be a pretty clear pick, I would say, for SK. It's not like he's got the greatest matchup into Sirius, but with that super, you can maneuver around a lot of bad situations. You get a lot of pressure. You got a better chance of getting that blue star with the lollipop drop gadget. So I'm a fan of the Leon pick. The Gene pick, I suppose, can be decent. I know Sirius can tank those gene pulls with his shadows. I'm not exactly sure how easy of an interaction that is to pull off, though, so it might be a little bit of a skill test.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the same as using any other gadget, right? You use the gadget or the super and you move in the opposite direction, I guess. But doing it in real time is like a little bit different. I guess it ultimately depends on whether you have good enough ping or not, right? We get big talents going for the Crow here, so we know how good Crow is right now in the meta. It is definitely a great pick from big talents here.
Yeah, whenever you see a Leon coming out and the other team has the option to pick Crow, it's probably going to be a good idea to pick Crow. They're going to go double thrower, which is definitely not something I had on my bingo card right here. The Ziggy and the Sirius is absolutely insane work. I wouldn't be shocked if it works out. I wouldn't be shocked if it works out at all, but it's a risky strategy. I know a lot of assassins are banned, but there's got to be something.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like here, the only issue that I have for big talents is how are they going to be claiming the blue star? And with this Sprout pick here, I like this SK Gaming composition a little bit more, but I still think that big talents have a lot going for it. It's just that getting to the blue star is the name of the game, and I think SK Gaming with their lollipop drop have that covered.
They definitely do, but I can't imagine them having the easiest time retreating from double thrower. I think it's going to be very interesting. So we'll see how it goes. I'm a fan of both of these drafts. I think it's a fun, unique one for the side of big talent. So I'm curious if that's going to work for them.
Yeah, we're gonna go into set number 3 between big talent and SK Gaming in these grand finals, and it is one set apiece between these two titans. Well, I wouldn't say two titans, but the dark horse versus the titan.
Exactly. And the blue star predictably does go on the side of SK. Now he's a little bit weak, though, to that crow poison, so they're going to have to lose a little bit of positioning. Obviously, the Sirius is definitely going to be a scary brawler, even though he did get nerfed recently. Still a menace, still has a lot of range, and those shots are pretty easy to hit, but he's not going to have the best matchup into Sprout, especially if now he takes out Yoko on the left-hand side. He's popping that invisibility, too. He might go for 2, but Nez barely gets out. That's a lucky maneuver.
That was super lucky on Nez's part. That is awesome for them. But they're still behind by 3 stars. And Ope flashing that pull is a big thing. Oh, he narrowly misses that pull on Nez. And that is definitely going to cost SK a little bit because they're going to lose so much of control of this back line. They have to move back a little bit earlier than they probably expected.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit premature with the pull. Got a little bit excited, but now it's a lot of utility out there. It's going to be tough for big talents to push through, though. I mean, double thrower is fun, but at the end of the day, you don't really have any HP to make this push in here. Now he's going to pop that super. He's going to be pushed back a little bit, though, and Yoko with the Ziggy super might be able to catch them out.
No way!
They're barely going to be able to camp in the corner, and that preserves their lead. That was definitely a very close interaction.
How is Yoko still alive?
Oh my
How
god.
is Yoko that Sprout Head actually saved Yoko? That Sprout Head saved Yoko. But it doesn't matter. SK Gaming's still in the lead.
Yeah, I don't know how Yoko survived that long either, but like you said, not going to be too impactful yet with 20 seconds left. Now he's going to be trying to extend this lead, or at least relieve a little bit of pressure. He really wants Yoko to step up here, but Yoko is going to be smarter than that and scout out his lane. 10 seconds left on the clock, and the kill is going to be there. Now SK on the back foot, 10 stars to the side of 8. That is going to be Big Talents walking away with that win. Really good job by Yoko watching his back against the Leon. If he dies to Leon there, they can't make that comeback.
That was some good work from Big Talent. Like the cognizance that, Leon's missing. Where's Leon? Maybe he's in the left bush, and then using the gadget and, baiting the Leon out and being omnipresent that this is when you have to go in and do it was amazing. We're going to go into game number 2. Let's see if Big Talent is going to be as cheeky or if SK Gaming get that final lap.
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting game. I mean, we've seen Big Talent go with these crazy drafts all day.
Oh, no way.
They like playing risky, and that was maybe an example of why you don't want to play too risky, but it's fun to see these freaky comps work out, and it seems like SK might not be fully prepared for all of the nonsense that Big Talents are bringing out today.
100%. It seems like they are slightly caught off guard here, but once again, SK in the back lines here, and we saw this actually going the way of Big Talents last time around. Now the question is Mr. Opay gonna pull that pull? Is it gonna be operational or not?
He's probably going to be a little bit more careful with it this time around after what happened last game, but he's got it on hand. Yoko, Nez, Mine, none of them can really push up too close. Nah, he's holding on to that bad boy. Mine is in a bad spot for it, but the gadget is going to tank that a little bit. The Sprout Hedge comes through, and the pull connects onto Yoko. That's more like what we're used to seeing from Opay.
Oh, and the Sprout Head actually this time makes sure that they get the kill here. So that is great from SK Gaming. They're going to be extending their lead to 7 stars. But that's going to ensure another thing, that if Big Talent want to win this one, they have to get a team wipe. They can't afford not to do so.
Yeah, the stars are divided pretty ideally for SK Gaming right now. I don't really think they could ask for a better situation here. Opay doesn't have a pull yet, but considering he connected the last one, he's probably not that far away. And like I've said, it's just hard to push with double thrower, but Yoko's gadget's definitely going to cause a little bit of pressure. Now he's having a tough time getting out of all of these shots. Nez might be able to get some poison in, but nothing too crazy yet. Opay surviving on 100 HP is going to be really lucky. We got 20 seconds left, but Mine might be in trouble here.
Mine is definitely in trouble as Yoshi says mine. No, actually Opay says mine. No, wait, no, Yoko says mine. Lots of kills happening, but they aren't going to be stopping. Yoko might be going down next, and I feel that that's just going to add insult to injury. 4 seconds left, and that is going to go to SK Gaming, who are able to tie this one up. We're going to go to game number 3 to decide who wins set number 3.
That game just felt a lot more comfortable for SK Gaming. I feel like some of the micro plays in that first game went the way of Big Talents. Obviously, Yoko surviving in the corner there was crazy. Opay missing his pull by a little bit is unfortunate. But this game, all of those micro plays went the way of SK, and they had a little bit of a cleaner victory, which you might expect given these comps.
We're going to go into game number 3, and already the blue star picked up by SK as is expected. And this time SK don't get that advantageous position where they get the early kill. Honestly, the last time around was probably the golden opportunity for SK. They had every single utility online. It was almost hard not to win that one, and somehow they managed to outdo themselves, so which is unfortunate for SK, obviously, but they're being pushed back a lot. 2 of the shadow is going to be put down. A kill from Mine is massive. Another one onto Opay, and this is horrible. A third. Nez gets the poison damage off, and that is SK Gaming down by 5 stars.
That's a huge swing because it's going to be really difficult to put this comp that Big Talents have. They really need Nowie to get a super because they don't have any great way to break through other than that. I guess Opay could hit a pull, but he's going to have to pretty much push all the way up here and tank a lot of damage to even get an opportunity to. He's already going to get tagged out here. Good taps from Nez to keep him nice and weak. Yoko with the gadget going to keep Yoshi nice and far back as well. And we just really need to watch out for Nowie. He's not got a super quite yet. They're going to need that.
Yoko might be in trouble. If Yoshi can connect that last shot, he might be able to get the kill onto Mine as well. Yoko goes down. It's actually a lead for SK Gaming. Nez is so low, 42 seconds, and it is a role reversal. Now it's up to BT to go up and get the dub against SK.
Once again, they almost survived the unsurvivable, but all things considered, SK's walking back with a 1-star lead. Now he has his super. No Gene pull in hand right now, but I'm sure that they'll take that trade for the 4 stars it netted them. Yoko's popping the gadget, trying to push them back for this final interaction here. The Leon totem's going to go down. Now he kind of wasted a super. I don't really think he's going to be able to do much with that, Pan.
Yeah, I think they're fine with it right now. But the thing is, Ness has that super, and also the instant poison. Yoko also has his own super, so they're going to be ushered and corralled in the left hand side. Ness can jump in if they need to. They're going to go in. Unfortunately, Yoko goes down, and that is going to be enough for SK Gaming to cap this one off and take the set.
That was a well-played retreat from SK Gaming right there. Definitely could have lost one of them to Nez, but if they're all three standing together, there's not a whole lot of Crow can do to take out an entire squad. So good defense, good fallback, and it was a fun draft from Big Talents, but I feel like the double thrower strat might not be the greatest.
Yeah, I feel like doubling down on that might have been an issue, but it's that both the teams actually they gave up a lot of control immediately when they got their initial win condition, which was the deference in the stars, and instead of holding, and it's obviously hard to hold, but like I felt like both the times or all three times whenever teams lost was because they pushed back a little too early and not even seemingly needing to do so. Like Ope with that pull, they lost so much of control in that, but they won that game, I believe. I think
Nah, did they?
they lost that game.
I don't know. I
They
think
lost
they
the
lost
game.
that game. Yeah, no, it was
Too many games.
definitely a couple of misplays here and there, but overall, I feel like the double thrower comp, if Leon got any type of motion, they were going to be able to win that. And now he did a good job performing what he had to do. So it was a fun draft. Didn't end up working out for Big Talents, and now they have to win this next match to avoid a bracket reset. We're gonna have Bridge Too Far heist, obviously, for our game mode, the most ranged heist map that we have in the competitive map rotation. What is some stuff that you're expecting to see in this next game, Pan?
A lot of action, a lot of aggression. Nobody understanding the meaning of the word no and just being very, very aggressive. And I'm just hoping that that is really true. We're gonna go into our draft here, and our bands are gonna be Crow, Colt, Chuck, Melody, Chuck, and 8-Bit. And I know I read that in a very random order, but anyway, it's a double Chuck band.
Yeah, it's we haven't seen any Chuck gameplay yet today, even though we've gotten more than our fair share of heist. Chuck strategies just aren't what they quite used to be. A lot of base race comps can definitely defeat a Chuck pretty easily, so I think that's why we've seen him kind of fall off a little bit. Still, though, SK going to go for a defensive pick. They take the Otis off the board, number one. It is a very ranged map, so you can certainly get a little bit outranged, like by things like Bell, by things like Piper and Angelo. But either way, if there is any dive brawler, then the Otis is just going to be able to completely kind of shut that out.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen how good Otis can be here, and it also just does a lot of damage, the fast splatter as well, not just for the positioning and control, but just whittles down the safe a little bit as well, and that might come in clutch during those safe pop moments as well. So these are things to think about. I do also like the fact that Melody has been banned out, so we're gonna have some other objective, other brawlers that could go for the objective. I feel like one brawler that we might be able to see right now is Kaze. I feel like a lot of reasons for that is you know its biggest answers are being removed, but we have Eve coming out for Big Talents. That's a pretty interesting one, and it's gonna be followed up with the Nani pick.
Yep, it looks like they're just trying to outrange that Otis, like I was kind of mentioning earlier. But the Otis is gonna have his work cut out for him against Eve and against Nani. It's definitely a pretty tough matchup. Unfortunately, they don't have a ton of safe damage. Nani can be a decent damage dealer with the teleporter, so I can imagine that being interesting. But at the end of the day, this does feel like more of a control comp. I'm expecting them to add a little bit of aggression later on.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I can see that. And we do have SK Gaming. They have a bowl coming out, and I like the bowl pick. It's just super strong right now. The Buffy's just accentuate how much better bowl can be in as a brawler itself. And what would the last pick probably be? We could go for it is bridge too far. So we could go for some petty, maybe a Crow. Yeah, we haven't seen Crow in this draft. Wait, what?
Wait,
How can you have Crow?
yeah,
What?
that might be a mistake. I guess we'll see. We're gonna have to wait and see here. I was about to say, how did Crow make it that far? Because he was banned. That makes sense. Maybe it's a different brawler and they got the wrong asset in there right now. I'm gonna assume that's the
Mm,
case. But Pierce is gonna be the pick for Big Talents. So I guess they're just not going with that much aggression here. It seems like they're gonna try to just chip the safe away from distance, which could work out on a map like this. But in general, I do like comps that have a little bit more direct damage, like bow mines.
indeed. We're gonna go into game number one, and it seems like it was. I don't even know what is that brawler.
It is Crow, I guess. It's
Is that
the new
Crow?
Crow.
Okay,
I
it's
guess it must
Crow.
have been a different band then.
Oh, okay, okay.
But we've got the game kicking off here. Nez is going to be laning on Ope. I mean, the range advantage is certainly on the side of big talents right here, but the damage advantage has got to be in SK's favor. The kills are also falling in SK's favor. Ope getting really wiggly on this Pierce lane right here, and that damage is going to pile in from all different angles. The 75% safe crack already long gone for SK, and they just got to hold down this mid as best as they can.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of wiggles coming in because they obviously do suffer from range disparity. But I feel like immediately when you start playing a brawler like this, you immediately start thinking about the wiggles anyway. So that's definitely a thing. But huge control from SK Gaming. They've completely shut down big talents who are in their own spawn for the majority of the game so far.
Yeah, they have no direct way to break out of here except for potentially a Nani teleport, but I mean, it seems like they haven't even got a Nani super to speak of so far, and their safe's already at 50%. The Pierce on Otis matchup should favor Nez, but I mean, there's not really a whole lot of incentive for the Otis to try to push up too much. Mine's gonna pop super. He does teleport up here, so he's gonna try to get some shots off onto the safe. Still a pretty good amount of damage that he's able to get, but the lead is just so big for SK.
Noe and Ness going up mano a mano. And unfortunately for big talent, like it's them being caught between a rock and a hard place. It's either they take the damage or they disengage the mine. Like, what do? You just lose.
You kind of just got to ignore it and not walk in front of your safe for the rest of the game, which just adds to the frustration that Bo can bring. He's got more mines on the safe, and at this point, it's definitely going to be GG's. Otis is going to starfish the safe for the final blow. Pretty hilarious on that one. But SK are moving on to match point here, and if they're able to get this next dub on Bridge Too Far, they will get that bracket reset.
Yep, and that is definitely not what big talent wants. So we might just see, big talent coming back here. I don't know if it's going to be the case or not, but either way, that was a pretty good first game that we saw from SK Gaming. They are on match point and very close to that bracket reset.
Yeah, and they're going to have to lock in if they're going to want to get that, because big talents, they shouldn't be done with it yet, and they're going to be able to get a nice kill back there. Much better start for them this time around. Mine's got super, they've got positioning, but SK doing such a good job body blocking for the safe right here, and it's just going to be a lot of tickle damage coming in. Like, big talents don't really have a way to just finish off the safe in one fell swoop.
Yep. Super coming in from Yoko in the back lines. Halfling is going to be spawning in T-minus now. And finally, we do have that the peep head, and it does connect on the safe and even get some damage. So much better start coming in from big talent. So lots of wiggles, but they wiggle right into the clutches of Nez, who does die to that poison damage, unfortunately. But just look at the number that big talent have done on the SK safe, quite literally.
Yeah, they're going to lose a little bit of control here, but that
6-7.
lead is absolutely massive. Ope's trying to get a little bit of damage. Yoko is going to play defense with his Eve babies here, but I don't know if they really need to worry about Ope much at this point. He has no super. He's a crow. He doesn't do that much damage. Might be a little bit better off going for the safe, which is exactly what Yoko thinks as well. The Eve hypercharge pet's going to go down, and it's going to be dealt with immediately by Yoshi. Maybe not the best placement, but still things look good for big talents. Not as great as they were a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, I feel like they're forcing the issue. They're so close to that dub that they start making these unforced errors, which definitely mean that they're a little bit desperate for it, but it doesn't matter. They managed to get the dub here. They're one step closer to getting the set number 5, but they're still facing the match point against SK Gaming.
Yeah, still definitely not the best position for big talents, but if you can win one, you can win two, and if you win that set, you might as well win the set after that. So we'll see if that's the mentality that they have. That's how I like to think about it personally, but
nice.
Nez is locking in over here on the right-hand side. Yoko gonna bounce between the mid and helping out his teammate with Ope, which unfortunately is not gonna go quite as well this game for them as it did last time. Ope is gonna be able to stay alive on defense for at least a little bit longer, but either way, the damage is pouring in from Yoko.
Yeah, Ope gets the kill on Yoko, who jumps right into his talons. And on the right-hand side, mine also goes down. Ness gonna have to hold control against Yoshi. So this was a good start for big talent, but I feel like the better start would be them holding the control and getting maybe a little less damage, but just holding that control.
Yeah, they very much have a control comp, and it doesn't work if you lose control like this. And now that he's set up in the mid, he's got mines on the safe. This game's looking a lot more even than both Game 1 and Game 2. Yoshi's going to barely fall in that 1v1, and Yoko's going to be able to crack the 50% on the safe. So really solid lead for big talents right now. Ope's going to fall to that Pierce super too. It is going to be a trade, but overall still a really good start for BT.
Yeah, Nez got really lucky because Yoko pressured Noe into dodging Noe's shots. into dodging Yoko's shots, but walking right into Nez's reclaim shells. So that was very important. I mean, Nez got so lucky with so many of the interactions there.
Yeah, and mine is going to be going back up to the safe here. Yoko's going to try to take out Ope, so there's no defense up there. But they're getting
Wow.
close to that final safe crack right there, and it looks like mine does secure it on his way out. So SK have over 50% to capitalize on here. They do get that first safe crack finally, but is it going to be too little too late? I mean, it seems like Big Talent should be able to just keep up a little aggro, but they have no aggro brawler for that.
Yeah, Nez isn't winning his lane against Nui, but it also means that Nui isn't winning his lane against Nez either. And there's this amazing final fight happening on the left-hand side, mine versus Ope. Ope going to go in with his hypercharge, but this is just a consolation prize in terms of the damage output, and that is going to be SK Gaming taking the L, and it's going to be an equalizer. We're going to go all the way to set number 5, Big Talents. Oh my god.
Yeah, this should be a banger set right here, guys. We have had SK getting off to a hot start, Big Talents clawing their way back into it, and it's all going to come down to set 5, which is going to be knockout. It's going to be Bell's Rock, one of the highest stress modes, one of the highest stress maps. I feel like a singular mistake can absolutely cook your entire team here. So these players, they've got to lock in, and no moment is bigger than this.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it was looking kind of iffy for Big Talents. They got the first set, then SK Gaming got the next, and the momentum built. And I mean, wait, it's been back and forth. What am I saying? Yeah, it's been back and forth. Yeah, it's one set either way. But I feel like all the games are going down a set. I mean, all the sets are going down in game number 3, and it's been such a close affair. So having it close out in knockout is probably not that fun for the players, but definitely a lot more fun for the viewers.
Yeah, it should be pretty awesome. Hopefully we'll be able to get a legendary 1v1, 1v2 moment here in this final set of knockout. But like we said, if Big Talents win this set, they are going to win the entire day. If SK wins this set, we will get a bracket reset where these two teams will rack it back up 0-0 for the final champion. So Big Talents, they still got a little bit of room for error, but obviously going to be looking to shut out a team as good as SK as early as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very important set because I'm saying this, right? And this is a very early prediction. If Big Talents lose this set, I feel like they're going to lose the entire thing because it's so hard to hold on to that mentality of winning after you've lost in a set like this. So they need to buckle down and win this one because I feel like after that, it's so difficult to come back from it because your mental would already get reset to 0. It's so difficult.
I completely agree, especially after they already beat SK Gaming once. Like, having that first win and then taking a loss after that's definitely going to be tough for the mental, especially as the dark horse of the tournament, as we keep on referring to them as. But the same way, if they just get one singular win in the beginning of this Bell's Rock set, they can be inches away from taking the entire Big Series championship. So it's definitely got to fire them up. They know that they've never been closer than they are right now. So they just got to lock in, have a good draft, and have some solid gameplay and no mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. And it's going to be on Bell's Rock, which is it's not the easiest map to play, right? And especially in knockout, it's a very cagey map, lots of poke battles going on. And I mean, people would say that nothing's really happens in knockout till the end, but there are so many minute interactions that you have to keep track of the entire time. Like something that we talked about is keeping track of gust pops, right? That's one thing to keep track of, for how close the opposing team might be close to hypercharges or something like that. So there's so many things to keep track of at all times, and communication in this version of esports is very required right now, because if you aren't able to communicate well enough with your teammates, then you're going to be, taken out. So we're going to go into our last set of this grand finals. Possibly it's going to be between Big Talents and SK Gaming. The first pick from Big Talents is going to be the RT, and with the bands going to be the Sprout, Meeple, Ziggy, Gene, Leon, and the Rico.
Very interesting bans. Big Talents do not want to get throwed with this last pick, so they're getting Sprout out of the way. They're getting Ziggy out of the way. One of the better endgame brawlers being the Meeple too. I definitely like these bans from Big Talents. I like what they're cooking. The RT pick is going to be an absolute menace. He is a tough brawler to play at range, but if you're a good RT, if you're a good marksman, you can definitely make it work. You can get some sneaky kills with that Hacks gadget. And also, if you get a hypercharge, you kind of automatically win the game. So definitely want to keep your tabs on that. The Pierce is going to be the pick for SK. I like the matchup into the RT. I feel like the HP that the RT has kind of feeds well into what Pierce has to offer.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not exactly easy to specifically land this Pierce here because of the dodging patterns. If you don't dodge the right way, you're gonna walk back into some of these shots coming in from the Pierce itself, but that makes you very easy a target for another brawler on the opposing team to catch you because you move pretty predictably for that person.
Yeah, no, very well said. And the Angelo is going to be another sniper coming off the board for SK. We've seen the Angelo Pierce gadget be very, very impactful in these knockout maps, especially on a cagier map like Bells Rock with a lot of walls that can be shot through. If you get hit a single time, you have to know that you're one shot to the Angelo, essentially. Obviously, RT's got a little bit more HP, so maybe he doesn't have to worry about that quite as hard, but Angelo packs a big punch in his one shot.
Mortis
Peyton,
coming
are you
out
seeing this?
along with the kit. Oh, I was gobsmacked for a second. I was starting to think of what to say. This is
Holy.
crazy. They have so many win cons. It is disgusting. SK Gaming need to be aggressive the entire time, or they are going to get taken out. They need to get these early kills, and they don't necessarily have a comp that can do that.
Yeah, I want to hang out with whoever this drafter for Big Talent is, bro.
I
I love this
know.
dude. This guy is picking the craziest, the wackiest and wildest drafts. The cat and the Mortis is so interesting. No more Kit Darrow, guys. It's Kit Mortis now. SK is going to respond with the Cordelius, a classic counter to Kit strategies. If you're able to realm the person that the kit is riding, then the kit just falls off and does not go to the realm with you. So it could work out. I still kind of like Big Talent's comp, though. I don't know. I'm nervous to say that they might win this, but they could win this.
Ooh, I mean, I would like to see an interaction just like this, where you have the mute gadget with Cordelius. He puts somebody in the realm, mutes the person who is in the realm with him, and then that's basically GG's. We're gonna go into our fifth set between Big Talents and SK Gaming. The Dark Horses are pushing back against this behemoth all the way to set number 5. They need this win here because if they do, they move on to the LAN tournament, whereas SK get kicked out. Whereas if SK get this win here, they're going to be forcing a grand finals bracket reset. So this one is a very important match for them.
They got the Kit Mortis strategy going already, but Yoko is immediately going to be kicked off as Ope takes Nez to the realm. All these teams are just packed up close together, though. Ope's going to spawn right next to those two, and he's going to get tapped by Mine with the Hacks gadget. Insane communication, insane teamwork right there. I thought that once Yoko went in, he was probably going to end up dying, but now he's going to secure that kill, and that's going to be the first round going to Big Talents, assuming that they don't squander horrendously.
I'm sorry, the meta is so fun to watch.
It really is, dude. These are some insane comps that we're seeing here, but SK, they need to find an answer. They had the Cordelius Realm online at the right time, and it just still didn't work out for them.
Ooh, Nez dashes into a wall, and that, I guess, already makes that whole jump kind of pointless because now Yoko has to work. I mean, work hasn't survived for like 30 seconds to get his next super.
Yeah, that was definitely an unfortunate wall dash. It's kind of funny just watching them pack up the whole strategy after that one misclick, but Nez is just going to be trying to bide his time here. The Cordelius is following very shortly, but the bats are going to be solid for him. He's going to try to get away from Cordelius. Not sure if he'll have the legs to run away. He does not go falls as well, and now we're going to be tied up in this first game of knockout. Mine is just going to try to get a little bit of hypercharge, and honestly doing a pretty decent job at charging that, but oh my goodness, is he going to go for this? No.
I mean, that was just, it wasn't even necessary. It was just funny.
You might as well try, I guess. I mean, the more hits that Mine gets, the closer he gets to hyper. And like I said, if he gets a hyper, I don't see a way that SK is going to be able to get away with that. Maybe a Cord Realm could bail them, but I don't know. This has been a really close game so far. Yoko's got jump. It's time for them to get the train moving.
Indeed, Yoshi also has that big super, which is a little bit of a deterrent, obviously. Now, they go in, and I feel like he hasn't got these dashes off right. This is a very concerning position to be in. They are going to get a second kill, and this game should go the way of SK.
Yeah, Mine is going to try his hardest. If he gets a hypercharge, like never say never, but 1v3s in competitive are pretty tough to come by. So really good job by SK responding to the Kit Mortis strategy. I'm not even sure how it didn't work the first time, but I mean, it definitely has got to suck to get ran down by a cheese comp like that, but they bounced back. They won the next two, and that's going to be game 1 of set 5 in the hands of SK.
Yeah, and you can see the reason why SK was cagey was because they don't want to risk losing that just because of a random purple button from RT, right? So they were still a little careful about how they went about, dispatching the RT at the end. So we're gonna go into the next game here. SK Gaming, I felt like they did a good job, but I felt like Big Talents made more mistakes than SK did things right.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I feel like they gotta iron out their strategy with the cat mortar strat. I feel like they've kind of been running into Ope when they don't necessarily need to, and that's the person who shuts down their comp the hardest. So mine is going to be responsible for trying to. Oh, they're going in.
Oh.
They're going in. Now he jumps away. Ope's trying to get in position to defend his teammates, but the RT marks are just making everything a lot more stressful. Yoko's going to pop off there. They might be able to combine for the kill on Ope.
Oh.
They get a trade. Can Nez get out? He can. Wow.
Oh no, he can't! The snipe from Noe! And this is why this man is a world champion. That was crazy. That was cross map, man.
I did not
Amazing
think that
from
he was
SK.
going to be able to finish off that kill right there, but really clutch stuff. Mine is just going to be trying to work for his hyper, but if he didn't get it last game with how much value he got, I have a hard time imagining he'll get it this time. SK are 1 round away from getting the bracket reset.
Oh my god, this is this might be heartbreak coming in for Big Talents for them, but they need to pull up their socks. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and I don't hear anybody singing just yet.
Very true. Look at how grouped up they're being right here. They are so fearful of the cat mortis, but that's how they have to play it. They're making some solid adjustments here. The Pierce and the Cord protecting each other. Mine is like the only player on Big Talents that's even trying to get any value at this point in the game. They're just waiting.
Indeed, lots of taps on either side. Ness gets tapped up a little bit, and it's still just a situation of, Big Talents just waiting for Mine to get his hyper.
It's probably not going to come anytime soon. They need Nez to maybe get a super too, but it's hard for him to get in and get out to get that value. But Yoko is going to start the kit mortar strategy here. Ope quickly deals with that though. So now Yoko try to bide his own time, stay alive on his own merits. He might get in trouble here though with Yoshi with the pool. The invisibility is clutch though. Nez gets that kill. Mine is still alive even on very low HP, and it seems like Big Talents should be able to bring this one back. They do indeed.
That was such an unlikely result. Like every single thing lined up perfectly for Big Talent, and this is very scary. They're 1 round away from winning it, or they're 1 round away from doing it all again.
Yeah, this is definitely a huge moment for Big Talents here. I feel like the bracket reset does not favor them, so they need to lock in and win this game right here, right now. They have Nez with super. They have Yoko with his jump ready to go. All the utility they can ask for, and it's just about time for them to figure out when to start.
Ness does have a super, and if they can conjoin properly at the right place at the right time, then it would really give them a lot of value. But it hasn't been working out except for the first round that we ever saw of these teams playing here. Now Yoko going to go in, trying to make his move here, but they need to be able to coalesce together. Nope, not able to do so. Both teams playing chicken. Neither team actually taking the bait.
Yeah, it's this is how the match points be. I guess both teams are trying to be very passive right there, because I thought there was an opportunity to get Ope after he jumped. He pops his hypercharge. He's going to take Nez into the realm. Nez is going to dash in anyway, though, and Angelo is going to be the first one to fall. This is very winnable for Big Talents. Mine has his super. He pops it down on Ope. Surely he gets the hypercharge, and he ends up wiping the floor. SK are going to be moving on to double match point here. Big Talents can win 1 more and take this entire tournament. That is insane. What a comeback with an insane comp.
Yeah, I mean, SK need insane discipline with this composition that they're running, because the thing is, even one small minor mistake, Big Talents can capitalize repeatedly. We've seen this happen time and time again. So they need to make sure that they are at least far away enough that they don't get caught out, and they have their supers and whatnot. So it's up to Mine really to get his hypercharge, and knowing that SK should not be feeding Mine at all.
Yeah, Yoko's pressing the issue here, and he bites off more than he can chew. He's going to end up falling. Nez dashes into 2 people jumping away from him, so he can at least say he wasted a little bit of their value, but that's going to be a very quick defeat for Big Talents. SK, they just kind of got to play safe and capitalize on the mistake from Yoko right there. That's really unfortunate for Big Talents.
Yeah, now again, it's just a case of Noe trying to get his super, but also at the same time not letting Mine get his super or even the hypercharge or whatnot.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be a whole ton of feeding here. I can't imagine that they want to feed this RT any type of super or hyper. He's caught Ope out a couple of times. Mine acknowledges his situation, and he's going to give that round to SK. So now Big Talents have to find an answer. They got a little excited last round, and it bit them in the butt.
Exactly. I mean, the situation mine recognized is that yeah, he might get his hyper, but then if Angelo gets the hyper, it's pretty much over for mine. The fact that he survived one of those rounds against an Angelo hyper was just pure luck.
Yeah, he's trying to just play his distance here. Obviously, if he can get an early pick, he would definitely appreciate it, but he knows that SK kind of have to mess up for that to be a reality. So he's just going to try to get his pokes in where he can, get his super for the end game. Yoko's got his super waiting in that back left corner, and I guess they're just trying to communicate, trying to figure out when the time is for him to jump on Nez and start this action.
I mean, I haven't seen Nez able to pull off even a gadget against this team right now.
Yeah, he's running the combo spinner guy. I think it worked out one time, but here goes the cat jump. Yoko is on top of Nez. Ope is going to separate them immediately. Not surprised about this at all. The pure super is going to miss everybody, though, and mine is going to be barely able to get out of there. That's a huge break for Big Talent. The cat jump is there. It doesn't connect. Nez gets realmed, and now mine is going to try to hold on as much as he can. And Nez hits the gadget! The double kill with the gadget. That is absolutely insane after getting out of the realm. I think he just got all 3 kills at the end right there. What a war display.
Oh my god, they should change that name, the gadget name, to Combo Spinner because he comboed them with a spin. That is absolutely crazy. Never thought I'd see the day in competitive. We're gonna go into the last round. This one is down to the last round here. Ope is going to be there, but the kill on mine is going to be massive. And now I don't think Big Talent can even get anything going. It's going to be a Hail Mary of a play if they do manage something.
That's really unfortunate to lose mine that early. It's pretty much cooked at this point. Yoko's trying to stay invisible as long as he can. Nez goes in, but that's going to be a brutal person to lose off rip right there. Even after one of the craziest comebacks we've seen, SK is still going to secure that set number 5 and that bracket reset.
Yeah, that was actually kind of crazy because I felt like Big Talent had it right in the second to last round, the penultimate round. It felt like they had SK Gaming Summer, they had all their utilities online, but then it just completely fell apart. Even that last round there was a little bit testy. I felt like the kid could have jumped onto the RT rather than the opponent, but whatever. It doesn't matter. They won that round, then they lost or whatever. We're gonna go have a bracket reset, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like I said Big Talents might lose this if they lose the bracket reset, right? But seeing what I saw in that last set, I still think that they're going to be fighting. I don't think they're going to take it lying down.
No, definitely not. This team has definitely shown that they're willing to take risks in the draft and the gameplay. They're definitely taking they're taking the most out of this opportunity for sure. They're definitely trying to not they won't take it lying down. I feel like they are really enjoying this competition against SK and they feel confident that they can win it. So we're going to be getting into that very soon. I believe we're going to take a quick little 3-minute break before that, guys. So we got a rematch of Big Talents and SK after a short break. We'll catch you in a second.
Okay, see you guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Big Pro Series Road to Challengers Assembly. I am your host, Panic Ass, joined by Duncan Brawl Stars. I hope you guys are excited. We have had a lot of matches and even a grand finals, but now it's time for a grand finals reset. We're going to have the same two teams that we just saw, which is Big Talents versus SK Gaming. And that one was won by SK Gaming in a very, very close nail biting affair. It went down to match point and even round point, which is a little unorthodox.
Yeah.
But right now we have our bracket reset.
Yeah, SK survived some of the craziest plays that we've ever seen, but we've had two teams in this grand finals reset that have had a very different path here. Obviously, Big Talent started off the day with an upset victory over SK 3-1. Then they beat Team Heretics as well in another upset. They went to the upper bracket grand finals, and then they just lost to SK in a absolute banger matchup right there. SK, on the other hand, after losing their first match, crawled their way out of that losers bracket. They defeated Only Realm, they defeated Team Heretics, and now they defeated Big Talents to get the bracket reset. So we're into set number one already. We've got open business here. It's going to be Finks, Crow, Mortis, Bull, Mina, and Mortis getting banned out again. And then a very common first pick that we've seen from SK Gaming today, Leon, is going to get snagged up once again.
Yep, Leon, just the very trustable assassin in this meta. It is open business. That means they're going to be opening up shop for some hammering. Open zone. Sorry, a hot zone is the mode. So I like this open business map. Allows Leon to put down its lollipop drop behind the unbreakable wall and be a lot more threatening, a lot more scary. It also makes you a little trepidatious when it comes to picking some of those thrower picks, especially because Leon can run around them really fast. And we have Chester coming out for Big Talent, one of the best addressals to these very aggressive options or in very tankier options, like the form of, say, Bull or BB. But Bull has already been banned out, and Big Talent's also opting for the spike. So they have their bases covered for anything tanky or aggressive that SK Gaming are going to opt for.
Yeah, they've got two decent matchups into Leon as well, so I do really like this draft from Big Talents. Neither team has the most HP right now, but one of the things with Leon is that even though you yourself don't necessarily have to stay on the zone, you directly buff your teammates that do stand on the zone if you give them that lollipop drop gadget. So it can synergize very well with some of the brawlers that are more known for standing on that zone, like Lou and Pam specifically off the top of my head here. Curious if we're going to see much more aggression than this, though, because like you said, Chester and Spike, very, very much anti-tank. So SK is going to opt to avoid the aggression. They're going to go with a Pierce and a Ruffs instead.
Yeah, they are opting to break up the walls and, play that cycling of the hypercharge with the Leon, which I love. I love the fact that you can do that with Ruffs. Ruffs is, I feel like, just by itself, just because of its kit, it's one of the best brawlers. It's just that it's not uniquely strong by itself. But, anyway, Charlie's going to be coming out for Big Talents, and this is an interesting pick. I mean, I don't really, other than, say, the Leon, I don't really think that Charlie fits in for the Big Talent squad here. What do you think?
The spider gadget is very strong into Pierce because he doesn't get ammo back from shooting spawnables. So that matchup is very favorable for Charlie. Ruffs, I like the Ruffs matchup into the Charlie. And then obviously that cocoon for any Leon sneak plays can definitely come in clutch. So I don't dislike the Charlie pick in general. I'm not really the biggest fan of her, but I feel like for this situation into the Pierce, it isn't bad, but we're going to have to see if that's going to stand the test of time because we are into set number one of our official grand finals. SK going to be in blue, Big Talents in red.
Yep. And already lollipop drop. Just look at Yoko just sprint across the map. And that being said, though, Yoshi's got so much more control. And exactly like you said, those spiders are just an easy way to win control for the side of SK. There's another aspect of Pierce being a big risk that if you don't actually hit your shots, you're just giving up so much of control this almost automatically. And you compound the fact that Ope can put down those cactuses. Yoshi is just unkillable for Ness.
Yeah, there's a lot of nonsense for Ness to try to shoot through, and it's going to be tough on Pierce, a brawler who is not known for his reload speed. So either way, BGT doing a good job of holding down the zone for now. They're going to be able to get to about 30% parity on that zone. Really good super from Nez there too. Two connections is going to result in a kill right there. He's going to get a treat as well. So as this game continues to go on and BT gets a little bit more treated up, they're definitely going to be a little bit more threatening.
Yeah, 100%. And also that lollipop drop is so threatening. Yoko is going to be shrouded in the shadows here. Is he going to be able to find a mark? He tries to find one on Yoshi. They do get the kill on a Yoshi, but he is cocooned. He's surely going to die on respawn, and he does get taken out. Big super from Noe. He does find its mark and keeps mine back away sufficiently long enough. But now we do have that hypercharge from Yoko, so he can go in once more for his own brand of nonsense.
Yep, and he's got it, popped it immediately. He's going to immediately shred Naui down here. Ope popped his hyper as well, though, so he's a threat. But Yoko goes in, he gets 2 kills, and his teammate helps him out with the full squad wipe right there. So a really big moment for Big Talent in a very clutch part of this game right here. They're going to be able to get about a 20-30% lead on the zone.
Exactly. They don't buckle under their pressure at all. Hypercharged by Mine. He's going to be putting it here, breaking up the wall as well, and picks up his own hypercharge drop. So he's going to be souped up a little bit. Yoko unfortunately goes down. Big hypercharge for onto Yoko by not Yoko, onto Nez by Yoshi, and that is going to be great for SK Gaming. They still have to make sure that the other team can't claim 4%, but it's going to be pretty easy. The fact that they can just walk up and claim 1 or 2% is pretty destabilizing for the side of Big Talents, but SK holding down and hunkering down.
Yeah, it's not over yet, man. I mean, Leon's like a decent brawler for stepping onto the zone, but they don't have like a tank. Either way, 1 kill should be more than enough. Maybe not, barely enough. Wow, that was insanely close. Nez barely has enough HP to secure that W. Looked like it should have been a little bit of a walk in the park for Big Talents right there, but they made it, SK made it very close at the end of the day. That's going to be a nail-biting finish.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to go that way. The whole time I was so concerned about Big Talents taking that L, but like that was crazy coming in from SK Gaming, I gotta say.
Yeah, I thought that they might have been able to hold the zone down long enough. I mean, there's not like a bull or something that can just dive straight in, but the Leon got the job done, I guess, in his own unique way. Either way, back into game number 2 here. Already a strong start for SK. Yoshi using those spiders to his advantage. Now he's going to help Naui out with his lane too, but mine is probably going to fall down. He's pretty weak right here.
Yep, and Yoshi gets the dispatch on Yoko. Ness trying to hold the line. He gets a kill though. That's massive for Big Talents. And the wall break there is going to make it easier for him later on. And he's doing a pretty bang up job. Oh my god, the double kill from Ness. That super has so much of value behind it. And that is going to ensure that we're going to go back to parity, surely, in this hot zone ownage percentage.
Yeah, that double super really brought them back in from the brink of death right there. Really well played to Nez. Mine is holding down position too, but Nez has that treat too, so he packs even more of a punch with every single shot. The super goes down, gets a lot of value, but the spiders tank a good majority of that. So maybe a pretty solid play by Yoshi to absorb some of that damage. They're trying to get the pinch off onto Ope, but it's not going to go too well. Yoko's falling really low HP. And now once again, SK has established some sustain on the zone. They're by about 40% now.
Indeed, Ope gets the better of Yoko on the left-hand side. That is massive for SK Gaming, and that is going to ensure that their advantage presses forwards. Now, Yoko is a sneaky boy. Can he find the killer to Noe? He goes in, finds one onto Noe. He has a hypercharge as well. Hypercharge drop on the left-hand side. Ness gets taken down, as does Yoko. The purple buttons for SK a little bit better than the ones for Big Talents, and that's going to be game number 2 going for SK. We're tied at 1 apiece.
I feel like all of these sets have been 2-1 at the end of the day, man. These teams are so evenly matched up in this tournament. It's been so fun to watch, but once again, we have SK winning 1, we have Big Talents winning 1, and now we're going to have to see who wins the third one. We're getting into it right here, guys, but this is absolutely huge for momentum. Obviously, best out of 5, so getting that first set win is so massive. Nez is going to be trying to help out here with the help of his invisibility totem from Yoko, but now he's going to deal with that pretty quickly. Either way, really good pinch from Big Talents. Nez has like 5 million balls on the field. He's going to pick up all of them and almost get a squad wipe with that.
Yeah, I don't know how Noe is still alive, so that is a little bit crazy there. But Yoko puts down his lollipop drop. He should be taken out here. Noe, bro, how is Noe alive? Does somebody can somebody tell him that he needs to be dead by now?
I don't know. He's just got so wiggly to stay alive right there. Yoko is also really low HP, so they were kind of playing a game of chicken right there, and they're both going to lose apparently. But either way, the situation looking better for SK than it was 10 seconds ago. Yoshi and Ope holding this control. Yoko's going for the kill though. Not quite able to get Yoshi, but his teammate's going to be there with the help. Now he should be able to get this kill on Yoko too, but actually it's a 2v1, so he's going to have to fall back a little bit.
You know, he's still staying alive for a long time here. He gets a stun, but does get taken out by a little bit of help from Mine there. for Big Talents. It's 55-27, which is definitely favoring Big Talents, but Hypercharge from Mope destroys mine. Yoko is the next to fall, and now Nez has to hold that line. Two members going down at the same time is detrimental to any side, but against SK Gaming, it might just be fatal.
Yeah, this is the first sustained control that we've seen from SK Gaming this entire set here. Yoshi is just doing what he can to stay on this zone and keep on tapping while avoiding Nez. Yoko with the hypercharge though, going straight for Naui, who does get lucky with the heal right there. He still is going to fall, but wastes a little bit more time. Yoko fully cycles though. Yoshi connects his cocoon on the other side, but Yoko's on a mission in the back lines. The lead is on the side of SK. Might be able to trade out Yoshi, not quite yet though. That's a huge survival, and now surely SK is going to be able to get a very unsurmountable lead.
Yeah, I feel like that was the pivotal interaction there. Yoko did so much work, but so did Yoshi in his own right. And as a result, SK Gaming are going to be able to claim that game and take that first set here in this grand finals reset.
That was so back and forth the entire time, but SK stayed cool, they stayed composed, and they stayed on top of Big Talents right there. So they're going to take a 1-0 set lead right here. We're going to be moving into set number 2 very soon. It's going to be Death Cap Trap, a gem grab map that hasn't been in the ranked rotation, but has been in the competitive rotation for a while.
Right.
It is known for having some of those annoying walls that kind of trap you in your own spawn. So we've seen a very common first pick is Colonel Ruffs here. I think a lot of the wall break options. But also if you want to keep the walls up, stuff like Sandy and Shade can find a good niche in this map.
Yeah, and I've seen people use Lily to varying degrees of success, but those are like those flip of the coin kind of picks there where you have to gamble on the surety and the communication as a team. So those are actually some options that I've seen. But I do agree that the Ruff's early pick makes a lot of sense in a map such as this one because it avoids your spawn trap as well.
Yeah, and getting spawn trapped in gem grab is a very surefire way to make sure that the other team can stack up 10 gems and that you don't have a chance to reset. But kind of speaking of resets, that's also a very common theme in modern gem grab. Those brawlers like Lily, like Janet, like Bull that we saw earlier today that can get those resets kind of by themselves are some of the stronger picks in game modes like this. You kind of want at least one brawler on your team that is that aggro with that reset potential.
Agreed. Yeah, 100%. And we also have like these lane brawlers that are super aggro. Like you said, Leon is a pretty aggro one. Some other things that come to mind is Chester. We saw how good Chester can be. Not only disintegrates the map, but it's good into some of these assassin brawlers. And obviously the hypercharge from Chester is just so good. Anyway, we're gonna be going into our draft on this second set here. It's gonna be Lily, Bull, Mortis, Sirius, Crow, and Leon being the bans for both the teams in Deathcap Trap.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to see some mid brawlers or some lanes flying off the board here. That Chester has been getting seemingly more and more popular by the day. He's going to be the first pick for SK Gaming here. Really solid tank counter, even though a lot of the better tanks are banned out here. I still think Chester's going to be pretty solid. If you get that hypercharge, it can definitely be one of those reset conditions that you're looking for. So, like the pick from SK, going to deter a little bit of aggro from Big Talents, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, I expect the Ruffs go. I was just gonna say I expect the Ruffs to come out next, and we have the Glowbird coming in, Glowy as well. Sorry, coming in for Big Talent. So that means there's a big question mark that SK Gaming have to fill in terms of what Big Talents are going to be picking for their last pick here. Now, Chester can address a lot of things, but what are they going to take as their nucleus of their composition? What is going to be the gem carrier?
That's going to be an interesting thing to see. I'm curious if Globert's going to carry the gems for the side of Big Talents, but the Pam is going to come out for SK. I like that pick. I think it's underrated, but I feel like she's got to be one of the beefier gem carriers in the game. She's just got so much survivability. Even if she doesn't get that many kills or all that, like, you can get a lot of value out of your Pam turret in a good location. And there's a lot of good locations for a Pam turret on Deathcap Trap. So big fan of that pick. Pretty aggro deterrent as well. So I feel like both of these teams are trying to bait the other team into taking an aggro. And I'm not sure if either team's going to fall for it, but we'll see. SK's got this last pick coming up.
Oh, SK actually go for the aggro. Now, Mo is coming out from the other side. Okay, I like this. I like this draft both ways because it can go either way. But don't know 100% if Globert is going to be the best pick here because I don't know if it can heal up that much. There's also going to be a range disparity, I feel, largely once the walls do come down. Yes, maybe it's going to be affected, but it favors SK Gaming a little bit more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that the BB is just gonna kind of have to run it down until she can make a play. But I like the Mo coming out into that. I feel like we saw in the last Mo game that the Mo versus BB interaction definitely favors mine on the Mo here. So we'll see if he's able to pull it off to a high degree. I think that there is some outplay potential here for both Ope and mine in that 1v1. But so far, Ope is just going to be running it down straight through the middle. He pops a heal gadget. He doesn't even get his shot off, and he still doesn't care. He's still going to keep the aggro up. He does die, though. So maybe want to be a little bit more careful next time.
Wait, does glowy low-key counter BB? Because after you hit a glowy shot on a BB and BB uses the gadget, it's just a regular BB, isn't it?
I guess so. I guess that's true. I feel like the glowy super is going to be like really good into like all these aggros too, and that's a perfect example right there. Ope is kind of getting farmed in the beginning portion of this game, but the positioning is still good for SK.
This is the second time I've seen mine actually take the wall break gadget.
I guess he's a pioneer in the Mo field with that gadget right here. Ope's going to go for a long-range bubble. Still wouldn't have killed Nez even if he got that hit off, but either way, I feel like all the kills are on Big Talent's side here, but the gems are just keep falling into Yoshi's lap nice and easily. It feels like no pressure on the side of BT.
That's what I'm saying. The range disparity is massive. Hypercharge from mine. He is unfortunately not going to get too much out of it because of that hypercharge from Yoshi, along with that shield that you get. A kill confirmed on Yoko. An attempt being made by mine, but it's a little too difficult. Then a dash back from Nez, and he does connect on Ope, but he is going to be pushed back all the way to spawn. And this is what happens when you run a glowy composition. You are so susceptible to pressure. No, he pops him like a bubble, pops mine as well. And unfortunately, Yoko, the last one alive, but there really isn't a way forward for BT to get this reset.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by the amount of Glover picks that we've seen. That's definitely GG's if mine's gonna mess that up. But in general, I feel like we've seen Glowy come out a couple of times without like a specific tank that you're pairing him with, and I'm just not sure if he's that good of a brawler on his own, of his own accord. I feel like you kind of need a Glowy central comp to pull off a Glowy here, and we've kind of just seen him getting picked as a standalone mid-type brawler. It didn't work out great that time. I feel like the Pam's range advantage was a little bit too much for him to overcome.
Not gonna lie, I already felt like the draft was going towards SK as soon as I saw that they drafted the Pam in the roughs, because I felt like the Pam with the Chester was already too strong. But with the BB, it's been working out pretty well because, you know, Glober can't really do anything against the BB.
Yeah, I've seen so many times where Ope is just weak HP, just continuing to run down straight into the opposing spawn. He does not care about his KD. He's a team player. He's just trying to clear out a little bit of room for his teammates to get the gems, and it's been working out so far, but mine going with a little bit of his own over there. He's going to have to pop back out, not able to get anywhere close to the gems, but so far Big Talents have pretty much more gems than they ever smelled last game.
Yeah, I like the way that Ness and Yoko are kind of, you know, changing up when they go in. So they're taking chances as to who is going to be, you know, the sponge of sorts.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what they're doing right here. Mine got the wall break that he wanted to after that drill usage, so things seem to be going the way that Big Talents like. They do have their gems split up, but not a huge issue. Yoko and Nez can both hold on. Mine is popping off, though. He dashes through the wall. He's not able to break through that Pam hypercharge turret, but only one gem sits between Big Talents and a countdown now.
Yep, and it's also a big no. He has a hypercharge. He pops it on a Yoko. Yoko is going to be going down. No, there are the heals which come on from Nez, and he's barely staying alive. Nez hasn't used a gadget, so I feel like Yoko is pretty much set here. On the other side, though, there's going to be another wall break, and that means that Noe can't do his sneaky bit on the right-hand corner, but left-hand side, Ope is still very much there. Mine just needs to get another super, and if he does, then it's going to be Kill City for Yoshi.
Yeah, but slowly but surely, SK has clawed their way back into this game, only down by 2 gems right now. They're going to take the gem that spawns on the opposing side, too, so next gem would spawn on Yoshi. That's going to be 9-9. Nez does get a kill, though, in a clutch moment right there. Now he does fall, and Ope is going to try to flank around from behind here. He does get dashed down by mine, though, securing that 10th gem. They've got the countdown, but they have to hold this mid control for a while longer.
And I feel like in their specific configuration, they do have control. Nice kills coming in as well. Another hypercharge. That means on respawn, one of them can get the gems. It doesn't matter. They get the kill on Ope. 14 gems on a Ness. And this is a reversal. 3 seconds left. It is over. Big Talents are able to equalize this one.
Yeah, much better turnaround from Big Talents that time around. I'm curious if the Mo wall breaks contributed to that in the way that I think they might have. Because I feel like once the Mo got those walls broken, it was a lot more smooth sailing for Big Talents right there. I think Nez did a good job collecting gems to Yoko Yoko didn't die a single time when he got forced the gems upon him. So really well played as a team. SK got to get a little bit more control, I feel like. They're kind of just sending Ope on a solo mission. Maybe coordinate those pushes a little bit better.
Yes, 100%. And I completely agree. I feel like those wall breaks were the biggest reason, right? There aren't places for Ope to really hide, but it is still not going to be an easy composition by any means. Again, it depends on mine being the fulcrum of the composition.
Yeah, and he's been doing a pretty good job doing that. But Ope gets the jump on him this time. Still going to feed him a super. And we just are having a really hard time seeing Ope come out on top of any of these BBVMO interactions. And that's just been favoring big talents pretty much every time. Nez goes for an ambitious super, does not connect that. So a little bit of utility out of his belt now for Ope's next push in. Overall, though, SK is trying to move up home base a little bit higher than they ever tried in the previous 2 games. I like that strategy.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something that can work out. Mine needs to go in and break these walls. That's 100% required. And he gets knocked back, unfortunately, stays alive. Make sure that Ope goes down. Now, Yoko and Nez coalesce onto Yoshi. He's going to be pretty low, but manages to get another turret down. Wall break on the right-hand side, and a hypercharge onto Mine once more. So Mine just needs to farm his super. And if he does, Yoshi's going to be the next mark that they go for. He goes immediately for Yoshi, who pops a gadget, but a gadget is not going to matter for Mine because he doesn't even use ammo in that form.
Absolutely insane work right there. Mine has just been making the most opportunistic Mo plays, and it's been coming at the clutchest moments for his teammates. They just got to fall back here. They've got a lot of room to work and only 5 seconds to live. Mine has a dash ready to go too, so that's going to be big talents clawing back in this gem grab set. It's been so back and forth between all of these teams in EMEA here today, but SK and BT no different. It's going to go 1 set apiece.
Okay. Every person on Big Talents played really well. They played their role up amazingly, but I have to say the composition, every time you have roughs, you have to be afraid of something that can cycle through and destroy your team, right? And roughs with that hypercharge, you just get double hypercharge every time Mine gets a hypercharge. He just is able to take out 1, 2 people, get a super, break walls, do whatever he needs to do. And I just love that synergy it brings to the table.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the Ruffs finds a lot of ways to make himself useful. Whether you take him for the wall break, you take him for the hypercharge for your teammates, maybe you just take him because you want to bounce your shot off walls. There's always a use case for him, and that's why he's been one of the most consistently picked brawlers, honestly, throughout the entire past year. So not surprised that he's made himself work in. I feel like we'll probably see him one more time today. I don't want to get too confident here, but our next map is coming up soon, guys. It's going to be Brawl Ball. It's going to be Pinhole Punt. Definitely somewhere we can see the Ruffs make himself useful.
Yeah, and I keep on talking about momentum. I don't think it matters. I think it's just so back and forth. Literally, look at the scoreline. It was 2-1 for SK in the first set, and it was 1-2 for Big Talents in the second set. So, like, flip a coin. It's EMEA, buddy. It's as good as gambling. We're gonna go into our next set. Pinhole Punt. The bands are gonna be Double Bull, Leon Crow, Mortis, and the Spike. What do you think is going to be the first pick? I suspect. Okay, I was going to say Chester or Ruffs, but Ruffs.
Yeah, should have stuck with your rough guns there, Panda. You would have had another beautiful snipe on the record here. But yeah, Ruffs is a solid option right there. It's hard to go wrong with a guy like that. I think Otis could definitely be an early pickup in this draft too. A tank deterrent, a really strong brawler, like you said, Chester as well. So be a little surprised if SK doesn't pick up one of those 2 tank counters. And maybe they want to start getting a little bit aggressive here. Obviously, no bull is going to make that a little bit tricky, but BB's open. I think, yeah, BB's open, honestly, bro. Just pick BB.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that they could go for. But the thing is, they'd be... No, actually, they have the Otis, so why wouldn't you go for BB? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I think that Otis pick is pretty ideal for SK. Like, the Ruffs pick is a lot more... I guess you get a little bit more versatility, you get a little bit more utility with the Ruffs, but at the end of the day, you need an aggro counter in this current meta, especially on Brawl Ball, and SK's gonna actually just take 2 of them. I like these. I don't know if I love the Charlie when there's not something specifically for the Charlie to counter yet, but overall, it does dissuade tank, and I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I feel like the Otis pick immediately says that, okay, we have the option to pick the Otis, but I mean, we have the option to pick the BB, but we can still afford not to pick the BB if we don't want to pick the BB. So we can take a brawler that we like more than the BB, and we can still take it as a last pick if you guys don't pick it up. So I definitely think this composition of Big Talents is going to bring out the BB, but I feel like the BB into the Charlie and the Otis is a little ill-advised, right?
Yeah, I would not go with that. I'm trying to think if there's any other aggro that would work into that, but realistically, I think big talents have themselves kind of stuck in a situation where they're going to have to play the control game. I like the Max pick because that is one of the few
Well,
non-tank options that can kind of force a goal through. So, pretty big fan of that. I'm curious to see if they're going to add some HP into the mix.
oh, they go for Chester. I agree with that. I was thinking Mo, but then I realized when Mo comes out, he's gonna be muted or stunned or cocooned. So this is Chester makes a lot more sense, and that makes the abilities for you know control is gonna be the biggest aspect of this. Then
Yeah, and if they get a good Chester super and a Max super, they can line them up and just try to make a play there. Obviously, the rough wall breaks can make it a little easier to score too. So Big Talents has scoring conditions, just not that simple. But I mean, it's a little simpler than the side of SK. They're going to go with the Squeak final pick, so very low HP comp in general. Neither team going with all that much aggro, neither team taking a thrower, just kind of a mid-range show off between these two rosters.
yep, we are gonna be going into the games really, really quick. But I like this draft from SK. I also like it from Big Talents. I gotta say, it's gonna come down to who executes it better right now. Set number 3 between SK Gaming and Big Talents. This is the grand finals.
Yes, it is. And Yoshi's got residue gadget that he's going to throw up on that top right side. A fat splatter for the top left side, trying to keep Nez from getting position, which he still is going to be able to get. Throwing the ball up in an aggressive position, trying to just make Nowie's life a little bit difficult, and it looks pretty difficult right there. That might be an entire squad wipe in the first interaction of the game. Yoshi falls, confirming that, and that's going to be a goal for Big Talents.
That is big because I felt like they weren't pressured at all by SK. I felt like SK was just missing all of the shots, and Big Talents were like, okay, fine, we'll just walk this one in. Now Nez has the ball. He can go for the face shift. He passes it to Yoko. It's just going to be,
wow.
It's a free win. They just walked it down. They held W basically.
I feel like that was so telegraphed too. Like I could tell that the Max, once the She Pop speed, was gonna get the ball and pass it up to Yoko, but the speed was too much. They weren't able to get back on defense in time, and that's what happens when you get caught lacking. So gotta see a little bit more from SK there. I think that in that first interaction, they had too many misses, and it just allowed Big Talents to just get an insanely positive start. So they got to lock in. They've got to get something going for them. That game was gone in an instant.
Yeah, and we did mention at the start of the day, like one of the reasons that SK lost the first time was because of these errors that they keep making, which they don't need to make. That was just a game sense error, which I don't expect from SK Gaming at all. So that was a little unfortunate for them. But now Noe going up against mine, and that is the kill that they need. They are able to address Ness as well. And now Ope has a hypercharge. That is something to keep track of. Yoko is going to be low. He clears the ball, but it is very good for SK Gaming in terms of positioning and control.
Yeah, already a completely different game than we saw in game one. It was over in about 25 seconds that time. This time, full control for SK. Yoko gets nuked by the squeak over the wall. The residue is in a powerful position. Ope pops hyper. Is he going to even go for a hit, or is he just going to go for a pass or a shot? He does get that cocoon off, and Yoshi is going to bide his time, trying to drain as much of the clock as possible as he gets that first goal of the game.
So this is just sublime gameplay from Yoshi, just making sure that everybody just walks into wherever they want, right? He is the orchestra conductor and making sure that people do exactly as he bids them to do. We are in a very good spot for SK, but the kill on Inoue is gonna stymie that push a little bit, stifle them, and hopefully for SK they can get something going. And wall break on the left hand side along with the hyper super, and Ness is going to be collecting it. The ball is going to be passed over to Mine in the middle, and Mine's going to try to hold that line here. It is though an advantage.
Yep, but there's the Max Hypercharge Super on all two of his teammates, but he gets cocooned immediately. Insane snipe from Ope right there to hit the sped up Max. They're trying to force the ball through, but that's going to result in Yoko dying. And the mistakes that we saw SK making last game are kind of the mistakes that we're seeing Big Talents make this time around. Nez is the lone member remaining, but with only 30 seconds left, they have the Max Super, but they're going to have to force this to get a goal.
Yes, 100%. There is this super, which Ness can do when the speed comes down, and Mine Yoko try to go down the map, but Yoshi is kind of crazy with it. What? He gets the kill, and Ope finds one on a Ness. Mine the last one alive, and unfortunately for him, he's not going to be alive much longer. 15 seconds left. Big Talents know that this game is done and dusted. We're going to go to game number 3, and it is exactly tied by both the teams. I mean, it's a mirror score, right? Isn't it?
I think that every set between these two teams has gone to game number 3. It's actually a little bit ridiculous how evenly matched these teams are. There hasn't been a single just like clear out draft that takes the set like by storm. Like it's always
Mhm.
winnable for each roster depending on who makes less mistakes. And it seems like the teams are taking turns choosing when they're going to make their mistakes. So been very back and forth, but we're moving into game number 3. This is so huge for this momentum in the grand finals, and big talents are going to try to change pace from what we've seen in the last game. Nez got that good mid control right now, and he gets the ball to his teammate on the right.
Yep. Control on the side of big talents, ball as well. And SK Gaming being ushered all the way back to their spawn. Ball being moved up a little bit. Hyper.
Oh my
Wait,
goodness.
phase shifter. I'm not sure exactly what Nez thought was going to happen. He phase shifted into 2 people, and I don't think he was going to survive anyway.
Yeah, that's one of the greedier plays we've seen today, and we've seen some pretty biblical levels of greed already. Ope is so dialed in on hitting Nez with these cocoons. It's actually ridiculous. We've seen so many Charlie cocoon misses, and then Ope just decided he's going to lock in here. So he's focused, he's happen right now, and that's full control for SK. And BGT don't really have the greatest comp to break out of this.
Last time that SK played BGT today, the person who played Charlie for SK was Yoshi. So maybe Ope is going to be the Charlie from SK from now on, because it's working out a lot. Oof. And Yoshi's crazy on that squeak as well. It's working out so great for them.
Yep, and that was a nice little team play. Get the kills at the same time and walk that ball in nice and easily. So only 1 minute and 15 seconds for big talents to try to make something happen here. Nez playing aggressively as he always does. The Charlie Spiders are going to push him back a little bit. Now he also has that hypercharge mute, and although there's not any tanks on the field for him to very easily get that kill on, oh wait, there's the Refs Hyper 2 for Mine. That could be definitely something to watch out for if Mine can get a super.
Oh yeah, that is massive. So Mine very close to getting his super. Noe as well has a hyper super. That means that there's going to be a stun, but every single time Nez has managed to use a super, I feel like it has been shut down by SK quite effectively. Another hypercharge being popped here. Mine getting stunned, gets taken out of existence. Phase shifter. Ope might go down. No, he missed. How does SK keep surviving? But he finally does go down.
That was such a close interaction right there. Yoshi's popping his hyper though, and Mine does have the Chester hyper super, but he's gonna have to go right back to the spawn and try to walk up in another 5 seconds, and there's not that many more seconds left in this game. Ope with another hyper cocoon, hasn't missed a single super in this set. Absolutely textbook Charlie performance. Mine's gonna try to force this through. Wait, Yoko's still alive back there. This isn't over yet. This is not over yet. He gets the ball pass through. The wall break is there. And big talents on the brink of defeat are going to pull out a goal right there to send us to OT.
Dude, it's not over till it's over. Oh my god, this is crazy. Now, there are a lot of supers for SK Gaming. Ope and Noe have their own. Yoko, though, has a hypercharge. If he can get his hyper super and pass it over to Mine, that might be a huge opportunity. But no, he's not going to be able to do that in the nick of time, which is unfortunate for them. 40 seconds gone. 40 seconds left. SK Gaming have a lot more control here, Duncan.
Yeah, Nope's got a super, he's got a hyper. He hasn't missed one of those yet, but this is going to be his most important one to date. The ball is going to be falling back, and he missed the super right on cue. I knew it. Mine is going to take out those spiders nice and easily, but it's 3v2 right now. SK is going to be able to stall enough for Nowie to get back into the fray, and the ball is inside of a residue. This is going to be tough to force a goal through for either team. Nez gets a super in an opportune moment, though. Does he have a phase shifter ready to go? They're going to be able to get that kill. Ope dies. But the other guy's cocoons. Now he's the only one left. He gets the mute off. Is there enough time for Mine to get this pass off? I don't think there is.
Oh my god.
That's going to be a tie. 2 more seconds and BGT might have walked away with that.
It's not just the 2 more seconds. Had they held the ball for a second, maybe 10 seconds into the last 10 seconds of the game, they might have been able to score because they went in for the goal. Unfortunately, it wasn't even required at that point in time. They could have cleared out the SK roster and then gone for the goal. So I feel like that was definitely in Big Talent's ballpark, but they just kind of let it go.
Yeah, I think if Nez had a phase shifter too, that would have definitely been a goal too. So a lot of stuff that could have went right for them did not end up going right for them right there. SK is going to be trying to take back this mid control, which they have consistently lost to Nez in the first interaction of the game. So definitely good control for BT. Not able to get the ball into a power position quite yet, but I can't really say anything good about, well, SK's positioning so far. So I guess I'll take it for BT.
Yep. About 2 minutes left in the clock here. Oh, a big kill from Yoshi on Yoko. That is going to alleviate so much pressure for SK, and it's going to ensure that, you know, you move up the map just a little bit.
Yoshi's got that super. He's been so consistent at getting damage out of that. He gets Yoko slowed. He gets 2 taps on him. That's going to be a free kill. Nez is the only one left on defense. Ope's going to body block. Now he's going to body block. And that's going to be enough for them to force it all the way through there. So that's an early goal for SK. Honestly, right on cue. I feel like they've scored every single game with a minute 30 left.
Yep. And now with the speed, we might see some aggression coming in from the side of Big Talents, but Nui popping the purple button immediately puts mine on, watch there, and he manages to get out of that situation. Ball should be passed here, but mine, I think he has a wall break, which is why he's holding on to it.
It must be, because they're definitely going to need something like that to break through this. Nez gets out, and he is going to get immediately slowed by the residue. Good phase shifter out of there, but they just sent a lot of utility his way. Mine is still holding this positioning up here. Not the easiest poke brawler Chester is, but I'm so curious what super he's got, because he's holding onto it for dear life. It's a stun. He gets the kill there. Yoko's going to have to pop Hyper on Naui. He does secure that bag right there, and he's got the Hypercharge Street for whoever might want it.
Yep, Nez is going to be claiming that. He should be able to pop his hypercharge close to mine pretty soon. 36 seconds. There isn't that much of time for BGT to make their stand here.
Yeah, but mine has a hypercharge super. Nez has a hypercharge super. Yoshi falls down. This is definitely the chance that they were looking for, and I think that's going to be more than enough for them to secure that goal. Nez gets to hold on to his utility, and that could be so impactful as we get into overtime in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, not only did he not use his gadget, he didn't use his hypercharge either, or the super, so it's all like green flags for the side of Big Talents here. Now they just need to hold that line and ensure that Nui doesn't get his hypercharge, because that is going to be a huge win condition coming in for SK Gaming. Not to mention the cocoon from Ope.
Yeah, but Nez was able to cycle speed again, so they have a good start to overtime. Yoshi's going to pop his hypercharge, though. That super goes out. Doesn't get a ton of value, but Yoko's going to be the first one to fall. Ope moving up with his cocoon, taking it nice and slow, but Nez dashes in the nick of time, but it's not going to matter. That's going to be a clean goal from SK Gaming. It definitely looked like they had the advantage right there, but they're going to finally put away Big Talents in this Brawl Ball set.
That was a tough outcome for Big Talents. I almost felt like the guy had it. I mean, they should have finished it. They should have been 2-1 for Big Talents here, but like, I just feel so bad for it. But it was kind of crazy, man. That was such a crazy set. I don't even know what to say about it.
Yeah, that was pretty electric, man. I feel like these teams are so evenly matched. I've said it once, I'll say it again. It goes back and forth every time. I don't remember the last time I saw a team win 3 games in a row here, so it's definitely been pretty exciting stuff so far, but we're going to keep that excitement rolling, guys. That was set number 3. SK's got the 2-1 lead, but we're moving into set number 4. It's going to be Shooting Star, and if SK wins this, then they will have crawled out of the lower bracket and to claim the finals championship. So a lot of stakes right here. Big Talents need to lock in and try to force a set 5 if they want to make it.
I mean, it's been going back and forth, literally like clockwork. 2-1 for SK in the first set, 1-2 to Big Talents in the second set, and the third set 2-1 to SK Gaming as well. So like it's going pretty back and forth, but this one is a big advantage for SK Gaming. They just need one more set to close this one out and move on. So they're gonna be hungry for it, and also 1,400 euros up for grabs from first place.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a nice consolation prize. No, I'm just playing. No, that's definitely going to be pretty awesome for these teams. And they've worked hard for it today, man. This is, I haven't seen a single easy game today. Everybody has been clawing and scratching to get past their opponents. They've been taking W's, then taking L's, and then just following it up with a W. It's been so insanely evenly matched. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to see that. Obviously, we're moving towards the end of our day today, but I cannot imagine a more competitive day of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, it's been super close. I've not been able to call anything. I feel like even now it's impossible to say. We're going to go into set numero cuatro. It is time for Shooting Star. And our bands are Kaze, Glowy, Crow, Angelo, Gene, and Leon. Shooting Star is the map here.
Some very interesting bans for Shooting Star. Like, Glowy on this map does not make a ton of sense to me. Crow is obviously one of the best brawlers in the game, but like, historically not a great Shooting Star brawler. Either way, though, I think the Kaze ban, Angelo, Jean, Leon all make sense to me. Nani first pick, not surprised to see. She is one of the queens of the snipers. I feel like she has kind of a built-in counter to other snipers with that return to sender gadget. Her super does not get quite as much value as it once used to. It's kind of been power crept by the HP buffs, but in general, still can get a kill and still can clutch you up if you win the game, especially if you get that hyper.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Pierce coming out for Big Talents. Not really surprised by this. I think this is probably one of the best maps for Pierce anyway, because it's like the most open map for competitive by far. But the thing is, who is going to get the blue star? That is the name of the game right now. And how are you going to be getting the blue star? Now, some of the blue star usuals are Leon or maybe the Kaze, and those are already removed from the situation. So what do you use? Do you use Carl? Do you use Jae Young to speed up somebody else?
You could use Mortis. I think that's probably the most likely outcome, but I feel like we'll probably wait a little while before we see a brawler get picked specifically for that blue star. Kaze is usually the only one that flies off the board too quickly. A lot of range options here, though, and I like the Pierce in general, but into the Nani is a little bit scary. Like I said, that return to sender can be so menacing. The Byron is going to be an interesting pick coming out from BT as well. The SK is going to immediately respond to that with a bell, so seems like we might just be in for a good old-fashioned snipe off, just like the old days of Bounty, but there's still 2 picks left. I'm not surprised if I see Mortis here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like I could see a Mortis coming out as the last pick, so you should expect something aggro-ish from SK. Either they take the Mortis themselves, or they take up the Otis for a just a surety pick. But if they do take up the Otis, then they might lose out in a little bit from the range battle. But I feel like Otis is the least worst option to have.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that, but it's like, I don't know, Shooting Star Otis is just kind of interesting. I feel like I don't know. I
I know
think
what
that
you're
they're
saying
probably
though.
going to keep this kind of ranged. Oh, all right, here's the Mortis. I thought that they might go for that. It's probably going to be Ope manning that brawler, so should be a fun
Hmm.
watch. Whether or not it's going to be able to get that much value, I feel like big talents have to have seen that coming with the Pierce Byron turn.
Oh, 100%. But the thing is, now they're so susceptible to the Mortis themselves. And yeah, if they pick the Otis, they would obviously have something against the Mortis, but it's not going to be that good. Yeah, Mina makes sense, I guess. But it's still going to be a very difficult battle for big talents, just because I feel like the Mortis is easier to like pilot through, but Mina has a little bit more sting potential because of her range.
Yeah, I think that Mina, I don't know. I just don't, I'm not a huge fan of Mina in general anymore. I think that she is good in some situations, but it's kind of tough to get in, like to close that gap with Mina. You do need like to use all of your ammo. So it's going to be pretty impossible for her to move up onto the Nani and Bell unless you just have full positioning. I like it into the Mortis, but I think I like Mortis into the Mina a little bit better. So I do favor the SK comp. Big talents are going to have to definitely pull something out to be able to win this match.
But the advantage is certainly with SK Gaming in the set score, but the blue start with SK Gaming as well here.
So far, not too much going on, but Nez is trying to do what he can to close this gap right here. The bell bounces are definitely going to make his life very, very difficult, as well as the life of his teammates. Ope is going to take that opportunity to charge a little bit of super, not going to be able to get a kill or anything, but once he gets that first set of bats, the game really starts to take shape, and he's going to get that combo spinner kill out there. Really good play from Ope and Yoshi.
Yeah, the way that they completely doubled down on that was crazy, and the Mina getting caught out was super unfortunate. Yoko has to do a bang up job of, ensuring that while Ness dodges, he doesn't dodge the heals either.
Ooh. Yeah, that's another nasty kill from Naui and Yoshi right there.
Oh my
Playing
God.
together
Oh
as a
my
team
God.
so well, and the members of Big Talents are just dropping like flies one after the other. The Nani head connects onto mine, but not even going to come close to getting a kill right there. Nani damage just not what it used to be. Either way, Naui doing a fantastic job holding his lane right here. Big Talents are trying to push up on Mina's back, but she doesn't really have a kill condition onto anybody.
Oh, that was fortunate for Ope. Now, lots of tasks from Yoko on a Yoshi. Yoshi goes down. It's going to be a 6-star deficit. Lots of heals needed for mine, but he has been marked up, so he's still going to be pretty squishy right now.
Yeah, the positioning is bad for SK, but they have a lot of stuff going for them right now, including the bell mines, which Nez is going to pop. The other guy's going to pop it too, and he's going to fall. Nez pops another one because why not? And now the lead is 10 stars. They're going to close the gap a little bit. Yoko's in a powerful position. They can't ignore him, but either way, he's probably still going to end up falling right there. Yoshi or Ope is going to hit him with the bats. He is really weak with 5 stars, but all things considered, this game has been over for a while now. That's going to be SK moving on to match point here, Pin.
Yeah, it was a very difficult spot for SK to, get to this position here. They went through the lower bracket. They had to get the bracket reset. It went to the last game in every single set that we've had, basically. It's crazy. But now SK finally on match point against Big Talent, the big dark horse here today. And maybe they can pull a rabbit out the hat today, Big Talent, once more.
They're gonna have to, man. We've seen some insane finishes from them, but they're gonna have to get something crazy here. It's gonna have to be on Nez's back on this Mina more than likely. But so far, positioning once again, falling way back for SK. They are all grouped up in their spawn. But if they stay together, it's gonna be pretty simple for them to not die. Whether or not they can get kills is one thing, but not dying is not gonna be too tall of a task for SK as long as they can juke out of mine.
Yeah, I mean, what gaming chair is OP using? The Wiggles, man. He's been dodging all three members. Just going in the middle, taking all the crossfire, just exhausting the ammo of big talents and allowing SK to move up once more.
Yeah, he's been doing such a good job causing pressure, clearing out some space. The bell bounces have been consistently annoying the roster of big talents too. Yoshi doing a fantastic job connecting those shots. Every single time he hits one, they have to separate. So it's a really impactful play, and he's doing a really good job doing it. He's got some good mines down too, so that's going to make it harder for BT to push in later in the game. Ope goes in on Nez. They're both going to give each other super, but Ope's looking like the weaker one of the two right now. Nez is trying to go in with the tornado. He connects it onto Naui. Not going to be able to get a kill out of that though.
Yeah, Ope just running interference, making sure that Nez can't take a free snipe onto Noe when, Noe's low or whatever. But Ope's done such a good job running interference. Nice mark from Yoshi earlier on, allowing Ope to get that kill and extends SK's lead by 3 stars.
Ope still has to stay alive, though. That is the man to watch. And no longer is that true because now he gets a tag of his own right there. So SK in a really good spot. BGT needs multiple kills to bring this one back. Nez forces his way through the mines. He does connect it, too, and he gets the super back from the gadget. So still alive, albeit not by very much, but the pressure is there. They only need 3 stars, and it has to be Ope with that blue star. Ope's going to go in and clear that out, though. He's going to defend himself with his life, and he is going to secure this victory for SK Gaming. Incredibly played.
Yeah, that was crazy coming in from SK Gaming. They closed this one out in 4 sets, and this last set wasn't even close. And I feel like, they had it, and it just looked away. I feel so bad for big talents, but SK Gaming are our winners of this tournament, and they will be qualifying for the Road to Gamers Assembly. Sorry, they'll be qualifying for the Gamers Assembly by winning the Big Pro Series Split 2.
Yeah, that's definitely deserved. I mean, they started out the day pretty bad by losing to big talents, but since that moment, they have locked in so incredibly hard, getting the bracket reset and locking it out in the grand finals. You had feared that it might be a little bit of a momentum shift if big talents ended up losing that first grand final. It seems like you might have ended up being correct. The more experienced veteran team is going to end up closing it out there in the grand finals, but respect to big talents, man. They gave us some of the most fun finishes, some of the most out of the box drafts, and just overall some amazing gameplay. I personally wasn't all that familiar with, so they're definitely on my radar, and they should be on yours too.
Yeah, I mean, not only big talents, we got to also give the kudos to Only Realm. They also came out and showed us what they were made of. I felt like the last split wasn't as competitive as this one. This one was so much closer from even the qualifying stages. Now, we had such good matches today. Every single one went to almost set number 5, which is kind of crazy, except for the one with Only Realm at the start. But I gotta say, kudos to all the teams that participated. Yes, SK Gaming won, but it should inspire confidence in you that you're able to take down such great teams so consistently and make the game so close. It's not a free lunch in EMEA anymore. It is very much contested.
Yeah, this competitive parity was so fun to watch today. So I'm very much looking forward to more games in the EMEA region, trying to see some of these teams jostle for position as we move into like about a quarter of the way through the esports season. A lot of Brawl Stars left to be played, a lot of names left to be made, a lot of memories, a lot of moments, a lot of good stuff, man. I'm very excited about it, but I think that's going to pretty much do it for us today, guys. So thank you so much for watching. I'll send it back to Panda.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I really appreciate you guys. If you haven't already, subscribed to Duncan and me on YouTube, follow us on Twitch. Make sure you use a creator code in the shop, and that would be great. The new Pro Pass did come out, so that would be nice. But I will catch you guys in the next cast. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves. Make sure to thank the production team because you guys get to see us, but there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes. And to make this day a success, thank you to the people who actually showed up to watch, the viewer, and of course the teams for participating. Thank you so very much. Duncan, any words?
Nope, that's about all, man. Well said, Panda. Guys, have an amazing rest of your day. We'll catch you for the next tournament.